Irocco.
Hello, good evening, and welcome back to another show. The Final Flight podcast has returned, and it's finally here, everybody. The Cheltenham Festival preview night, the one that everyone's been waiting for, and we are very excited to get stuck into it. And we're 1 year on from our first ever show, so how far have we come? Rich and Joe, the lads are back again, obviously, and we've got a star-studded panel tonight with Craig and Saul joining us from Greenhall and Guerriero, and the return of the infamous expert George, the one that knows it all compared to us a lot. Surely you got some winners for us tonight. George, you're looking forward to getting stuck into Cheltenham, mate?
Oh, I can't wait, mate. I can't wait. I've spent the last 2 weeks of my life just absolutely poring over this. Like I say, obviously we've been doing it since last year's, but with all the horses coming out, the 5-day stage and that, I feel like I've been over the bloody Fred Winter about 20 times. But I'm finally nailed on. I'm happy with everything I've got. Hopefully it turns into some money. We'll see.
Hopefully, mate. I'm certainly in the same boat with you there. I'm super excited. We've been itching to get at this. Saul, mate, you guys, good mates with us now from the Greenhall and Guerriero. Are you looking forward to tonight and getting stuck in? I know you guys are going there next week as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, going down Monday night. Obviously, the whole year builds towards this. And yeah, I just can't wait to get going now. Hopefully find a few winners for everyone watching. But highly unlikely, but we'll give it a go.
We'll certainly give it a go, mate. Craig, mate, welcome back again. Obviously, you made a lot of stuff happen for us. We're getting us to the stable of it and things like that. So we're buzzing to have you on. We wanted people on who we enjoy talking to about the racing with, and we're glad to have you back on, mate. You got some big winners for us tonight, some juicy prices.
Hopefully, I've definitely got some juicy prices. I don't know if they're winners.
It's just whether they're in the right racing, I suppose.
Find out.
Oh, I can't wait, mate. And Joe, mate, a year on since the very first video we did, which was a Cheltenham preview last year. It looks a little bit amateurish, I'll say, but are you buzzing to be 1 year on and ready to get stuck into another festival?
Yeah, 100%, mate. Like Saul said, the year builds around this, doesn't it? And, it's quite lucky that my, last time my camera looked like I was on an aeroplane like that. So fingers crossed we can pick some winners and, have some big price winners.
I'm sure we'll, mate. And hopefully we'll do a little bit better than we did last year. But Rich, you obviously joined us. Another festival, your first festival with us, and you sort of brought the mood of the whole podcast down. You think you brought it up, but you didn't. But no, I'm joking. Are you looking forward to the festival next week, mate?
Yeah, very much so. You say it went down, but I think it got better when I brought some class to the podcast. But yeah, looking forward to it.
You brought some Godolphin blue. That's about it, I think.
It's a good call.
Certainly is, mate. But yeah, like I say, we're just going to hammer through it. I've got loads of graphics and things to pop up, so we'll be able to keep a tab on things, but we'll just fly around it. We'll give us opinions, and hopefully we'll pick some winners. We obviously had the anti-post series that run throughout the season, so there've been some nice picks in that, but it's kind of a bit of a slate clean. We've had a fresh look at it, and we'll give our honest opinions on the race, and I'm sure there won't be any bias to any horses tonight, or maybe just one, but we'll talk about that later on, and we shall see how it goes. But what I'm going to do is then, lads, we're just going to dive straight into it. The big one, the Supreme Novices Hurdle. I've got a little ticker that shows the prices at the bottom, so people can look at that. This is the best stuff. But obviously, the big news at Ballyburn is no longer going for this race. He's going for the bar in Bingham, Ballymore, Gallagher, whatever it's called nowadays. But so he's going to be out there. You've got Mystical Power in his favourite currently. Firefox just in behind, 4-1. Tully Hill, Slade Steel, Jericho de Repenate, and Bigger the rest. Joe, mate, if I can, I'm going to come to you first, seeing as we were the guys that started it all off. The Supreme, no Ballymore, but no Ballyburn, sorry. Where are you
going? We've had discussions about where Slade Steel's obviously come in for money. They always said they were probably going to avoid Ballyburn next time. I quite like Jericho de Repenate still. I know I tipped him up, I think, 8 even money. He's probably barring Firefox, who was slightly disappointed at Christmas. For me, he's the only horse in here who's had to, stick his head out and really, get going. And Nicky's come out and said that probably the last day didn't suit him as much. It was very slow. It was a walk in a way. He'd prefer a strong test. He is a good jumper when you watch who he's jumping. I think you need that in a race like this where they go off like the clappers. You can't be losing lengths over hurdles. I just think for me, the race will probably set up to suit in terms of them going off with an absolute gallop. And I just think at 7-1, he got pushed out last time, didn't he, price-wise? But in here, Mystical Power could be anything. That I think they're saying at home that he doesn't show a lot, but could be anything in a way. Tully Hill, the same, could be anything. Was disappointing up in trip. Coming back to this, I just think Jericho de Retmane, even though, he's had a hard run last time out, probably a good setup into Cheltenham, and it wasn't, it was workmanlike in a way. It didn't put me off at all. And I think, 7-1 each way, I don't think it's a bad bet at all, to be honest. I think there's worse prices out there.
Nah, fair enough, mate. It's a fair enough comment. Rich, I'll come to you as well then. Are you in the same camp, or, obviously Ballyburn dropping out's kind of made it even more wide open, but what are your thoughts, pal?
I think he's got a good each way chance. Like Joe said, I was quite pleased that he had a battle last time out. Probably didn't look impressive, but I think he'll learn a lot from that. And I think he's got an each way chance. Look at the trends. 83% of winners have come from the top three in the betting. So that's where I'm kind of looking at. And I think Firefox probably brings the best form so far. He beat Ballyburn. Ballyburn was his hurdles debut by, what was it? 2.5 lengths. So, I think he probably brings the best form. I just feel Mullins must think that he's got one that's capable of winning this if he is diverting Ballyburn, which has been confirmed today, to the bar in Bingham, or the Gallagher Novice's hurdle, whatever you want to call it. I'd be worried about main danger being like Mystical Power. But I think Firefox is probably a solid option.
Nice, I like it. George, obviously, Willie must think a little bit of Tully Hill and Mystical Power to just sort of make a bit of a hard decision on Ballyburn. But, obviously now with him out, are you swaying towards a Mullins runner, or are you going to go somewhere else?
I'll be going somewhere else. Mystical Power probably is the one I'd be worried by the most, because could turn out to be a very nice horse, but we just haven't seen it yet. Like the novice hurdle that he won, he obviously blew to bits, but it wasn't much. Then it was a very small field event. He won the last time. Tully Hill just doesn't jump well enough. He's had a freebie on the front the last twice, and he's jumped better. I think for me, it boils down to Firefox or Slade Steel. Firefox did have fitness on his side when he beat Ballyburn at Fairyhouse. He'd had a spin in the bumper already. Ballyburn hadn't. They pulled 14.5 lengths clear of the third, and the third, fifth, 9th, 13th, and 16th have all won since. So that's actually a cracking maiden hurdle. I was actually there on the day. And I would say, although Firefox had the edge, Ballyburn hit the line that day. It's not like he blew up close home. He's a very nice horse. I just thought he was a non-stayer in the laws of an ace. Back to this trip, the field doesn't look so deep. It'd probably go well. I just can't get away from Slade Steel. I think Slade Steel should be favourite here. And if Slade Steel was a prohibitive price, I might have taken a chance on Firefox each way. But Slade Steel should be favourite. I just don't understand it. He's a Grade 2 winner over this trip already. He's only ever been beaten by Ballyburn in one hurdle and one bumper, with Dancing City splitting the two of them in the bumper at Punchestown. His Grade 1 defeat to Ballyburn last time at Leopardstown, he drew 7 lengths clear of Royal Bond second, King of Kingsfield. He's very talented, just unlucky to run into Ballyburn. I know most of his form's on a softer surface. He's got a scratchy old action. I think he won his point-to-point on yielding. I think he can actually improve for a bit of better ground here. He's not slow at all. He's got bags of speed. I just think 6-1 is just the wrong price, and I can't let him go off 6-1. So he'd be my pick.
I love that. In our anti-post series, I put Slade Steel up as my captain, actually, for any race. So I was in the camp of he'll definitely go whichever way Ballyburn doesn't go, and I think he's definitely up there to win this race. I'm in agreement with you there, sort of thing. I'd have this between him and Firefox. I suppose if you're going back over it, I think it's Slade Steel. He does need to jump a little bit quicker. think this pace. But I think there was comments made by Henry after the race before the Ballyburn race last time out, the one when he just beat Lecky Watson. I think they mentioned that maybe stepping him back in trip would have been more ideal than going up in trip for the Ballymore, but then it was just more of a case of, look, we're going to go whichever way Ballyburn doesn't know. So I think it's kind of fell perfectly for them. And I do think at 6-1 Slade Steel each way, I think for me would probably be my bet. I think if you're looking at backing Firefox, I'd probably wait till the day, because I think Slade Steel will come in for money and you might get a bit of an each way price. But I'm definitely between them two, and at the moment I'm siding towards Slade Steel over him. Saul, mate, I'll come to you. You guys can finish us off. Which way are you siding in this wide open Supreme?
Yeah, I was before the news today. I was all in on Ballyburn. I was convinced he was going here, but obviously the last couple of days the exchanges showed he was going the other way. And yeah, I'm with you. I think Slade Steel each way looks just the most solid bet. I think personally, Mystical Power for me, he's probably got the most ability, but I'm just a bit unsure he'll jump well enough in this. They go flat out. If he jumps well, I think he'll win, but do I want to take 3-1 sort of first race with a question mark? Probably not. So I think I'll go Slade Steel each way, but really can't have Tully Hill. I think he jumps awful, and I'll be taking him right on probably place laying as well.
I love that. I mean, Craig, we're all sort of jumping on Slade Steel by the other lads. I mean, which way are you going? I do think it's one of them races you could probably wait till the data back. I think it'll be. I don't think any of the, unless there's a plunge on one of the Mullins races because he's been doing something a little bit different at home. But are you siding towards any of these?
I'm actually siding with Tully Hill.
Oh my lord!
Obviously, George says he needs to improve his jumping, which he will do. But I'm having to just kind of trust him in this one. As Woodsy says, they're going to go flat out, so his jumping is going to get tested. So we'll see if he's as good as the Cheveley Park think he is.
That's a fair comment. I mean, like I say, that I think that the question is, obviously Mullins must have a little bit of confidence in Tully Hill if that's the way Townend's going to go as well. But it'd be interesting.
Connections did say that Tully Hill was probably their best chance of a winner. I think I saw that today somewhere.
Did he have anyone else?
They've got the NBL, haven't they?
You say that though, these yards often get it wrong because of what the horses do on the gallops. But what the horses do on the gallops doesn't have a lot to do with their jumping. I remember when I was at Henry de Bromhead, the year what's her name, put the kettle on, won the Arkle. They thought their best chance for a winner at the whole meeting was Aspire Tower and the Supreme. I think they certainly had two winners. They had Honeysuckle put the kettle on, and I think they had a couple of place ones. Anyway, Manila Indo was third in the RSA. Aspire Tower finished nowhere. Like, it's just often these yards, their opinions on which one the best horse is, which one works the best, which doesn't always have the biggest bearing on which one's the best horse. So it's worth bearing in mind.
Yeah, I'll echo that as well. Just quickly, like the people like from the outside looking in, they think, "Oh, you're working a yard, you must know everything," sort of thing. But you got to use your eyes. What they do on the track, I've learned that over the years. That's the most important thing. Watch the replays, make your own opinion, and go from that, I think.
Oh, so that's why I shouldn't text Craig and ask him who he thinks is going to win. You're basically saying he knows now.
How many winners have I sent you over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, you sent me making headway and then he didn't get declared. So I'm joking, mate. Anyway, that's some good picks there, lads. I like that. I'll just put a couple of these comments. So Racing Joe's on. Good evening, mate. Thanks for tuning in. Liv says, up the Scousers, lad. Thanks for tuning in very much. We're going to motor on now. Joe, before we move on to this next one, have you got your tissues ready? Because it's the Arkle. We no longer have Marine National. He's absolutely bottled it, and he's not going to be running. You've obviously got Gaelic Warrior now shading favouritism at 4-1. Violete, Tom 92, Founder 55-1, Hunter's Yarn, Quilix 8-1, sort of bigger the rest. Joe, I'm going to go the other way, but I'm going to have to come to you, mate. I mean, Marine National, are you gutted?
Yeah, mate, to be honest.
He wants one anyway, Joe. Don't worry about it.
It's been frustrating, hasn't it, with him this year? I mean, don't get me wrong. I know people made excuses for the ground and stuff like that, over Christmas. And to be fair, I wasn't one of them. He won the Royal Bond on very soft ground. He picked up after the last very well. He showed a good turn of foot. For me, it was something more than that. and now was it a muscle strain or something like that? You hear whispers. You hear whispers that he might get trained for the flat. I know I seen a text from someone to say he's going to be going to the Champion Chase next year. It's a big risk with him, but I did.
I wouldn't bother.
After Christmas, found a 50, and I still like this horse in here. I think he's one horse that doesn't have too many quirks. He settles, he jumps very well, he travels strong. It was a 2 mile one the last day when he just got caught at Leopardstown by Ulitma Toms. I think it was. This is back to 2. Yeah, this is back to 2 mile. Like I say, I just like the way he goes through his races. He never really puts a foot wrong. He always seems to jump well, and he's always there at the line. For me, I think. For me, there's no way you can take Gaelic Warrior in here. And, for what we thought was going to be a Facile Vega Marine National odds-on battle, the market's turned round and it's a very, very wide open race. To be fair, it's nice to see because normally in these type of races, you just got a 1 to 2 from Ireland. But yeah, like I say, I think 5 to 1 found a 50 still decent-ish value. I think the race will put up as well.
Fair enough, mate. I mean, I'll drop down to George. We'll change it up a little bit. What are your thoughts on here now? I mean, Gaelic Warrior's been turning. Now he's back in here, apparently. It's a little bit another wide open race. I mean, we don't normally have it sort of this wide open, but I think it's good to see where he'll land him.
Yeah, look, firstly, I'll say me and Joe are there together on the Tuesday, and I'll make sure the pint before the Arkle's on me because I feel absolutely gutted for him. And if it makes me feel any better, I'm in absolute agreement. Like watching that race at Leopardstown, I watched it, and the first thing I thought was Pound of 50 wins the Arkle. Because look, Ulitma Toms is a solid horse, and he's he loves winning at Leopardstown. He had loads of these behind him that day, but Cheltenham just doesn't play to his strengths. Like his 2 worst finishing positions have come at Cheltenham since joining Willie Mullins. 5th in the Triumph, 5th in the Supreme. Maybe that's why they ran him over further than 2 mile on his first 2 starts of the season, sort of train a bit more stamina into him to help him get home up the hill. But he mugged Pound of 50 at Leopardstown. He's just mugged him. And Pound of 50 does get further. Was it Fairy House? He only got beat by Iron Maximus, who's an Irish national winner. And that ground was dreadful. It was all about stamina that day. You almost forget the trip. It might as well have been 6 miles. It was. Yeah. I think they literally finished in order of distance preference. It was Iron Maximus, Pound of 50. Let's be clear about it. And Sharjah, wasn't it? It was literally in order of who gets furthest. It was like that. And I think the hill will be enough to switch around the first and the second from the Leopardstown race, and he'd actually be one of my stronger fancies of the week, Pound of 50. I really did like Quilixios as a each way alternative, but the price is gone now. I couldn't be back at 32 a place. Even a week ago, it was about 12s, I think. But not now. I'll be all in on Pound of 50.
I love that. It's 2 for Pound 50. I mean, I was a little bit it's kind of blown this way. I mean, I was never on Marine anyway, so him being out wasn't too much for me. But I mean, I put Hunter's Yarn up originally just because I thought it was a little bit of an unknown. I think his jumping's decent, apart from he's got the odd little mistake in him. But he is gaining lengths at these different races. Just the odd mistake. If he's a bit of an unknown for me, I think he could have a chance. And I think Quilixios, you mentioned there. I think him, when he dropped back to 2 mile last time at Nace, I was really impressed by that. I thought his jumping were slick, really slick that day. And I think he, like you said there, he obviously a bit more of a better each way chance last time out. And Gaelic Warrior, I just don't know what to make of Gaelic Warrior, to be honest. I think he's one of them where he could win by half a track, but then again, he could just completely bum out. So I think you're taking a risk backing him. But I think when it all boils down to it, I'm going to land on Quilixios, and I'm going to give him a chance at each way at the 13 to 2. I don't think it's a bad bet. Like I say, it's an open race. It would have been nice to see Facile Vega just come here and win it, but obviously he's not going to do that. He's going to go to the turns. If he even turns up, we don't know. But yeah, I think I've got Hunter's Yarn in my book, but I'll give Quilixios. I'll stick him in there as well, and I'll go with him. I weren't too fussed on the front 3. I think they might find it a little bit sharp, but we shall see. Rich, which way you landed in the Arkle now that Marine's not bothered getting on the boat?
I mean, it's so wide open. I won't put anybody off anybody. If you fancy one, I'll just back it. I was watching, I think it was a Tote podcast, quite interesting, a stat from there saying 0 from the last 47 runners who ran in the Arkle after getting beat in their prep run. So 0 from 47 runners who run the Arkle after getting beat. So basically, if you've not won last time out, the trends are against you. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Clixios won the Triumph. JPR1 has got a mistake in him. Hunter's Yarn, I think, has got a mistake in him. Founder 50 is probably the most solid option, I'd have thought. Ilite Tomps just doesn't like Cheltenham. I feel like I just got to go for Gaelic Warrior. I mean, it's mad because he doesn't jump that way, but I backed him in the Boodles when he finished second. I backed him in the Ballymore when he finished second. So
third time in the Arkle and he'll finish second.
Yeah, third time lucky. But yeah, I won't put anybody. I won't put anyone off any of these. If you fancy one, it's that wide open.
I'd agree with that, mate. I think it is.
I can't believe you said Ilete Tom hates Cheltenham and then put up Gaelic Warrior.
I mean, finishing second twice is better than finishing fifth twice.
Oh yeah, no, point taken.
I don't think I think he is okay at Cheltenham. I think his jumping was decent in the Ballymore, and he just got beat by a better horse on the day. I think you just don't know which one's going to turn up. But I'll swing to you, Craig. I like what Rich said. Then I think that's bang right with it. It's a very wide open race. It's kind of just whoever you fancy. Just you can kind of have a bit of an each way on them all, really. So I think. What are your thoughts on it, mate, and which way are you going to stick your pennies on it?
It's very wide open. I'm actually going with Gavin Cromwell's My Mate Mozzie.
Oh, my Lord.
Jumps fantastic, travels well, course form, and I cannot see him getting beat, you know that? I'm very confident he wins this.
Very bold statement. I love that. There's not wrong with a bit of confidence behind it, mate. I love that. Saul, are you going to back him up?
Do you know what? I am not a certainty to win, but I think take a stab at it.
Given certainty, you just said.
No, I'm not backing that. But I just think every horse got a question mark. Gaelic Warrior won't go this way. Ilete Tom's probably hasn't got the tactical speed. Founder 50 and Clixios, they do jump a bit right. I think Founder 50 will be okay. Clixios seems to jump violently right. Can't have him at all. Hunter's Yarn, no good at Cheltenham last year in the county. So yeah, I think I'll just take a stab at my mate Mozzie. I think he's 12-14 to 1. I think I'll have a little poke on him because I don't think he needs to find that much to beat these. He was beat a couple of lengths by Founder 50 at Christmas. And I think the race could be run to suit. He travels very well, jumps well, so he could be a bit of value.
Well, like it. Well, that's the Arkle. Right, boys, we're going to move on to the next one then, the Ulitma, the first handicap of the week. A very interesting race. Craig, your nap of the week's here, isn't it? Apple away, surely she wins if she gets in.
I was going to put that in, but no.
We'll come to you in a second then. So
disappointingly for John, no.
You never know. John will be on her. Meeting of the Waters then is currently a 5-1 favourite, obviously recently purchased by JP. The Gopher in 81, Chanta Classico, Giovinco's in here, Stumptown, bigger the rest. I'll come to you, Rich. I mean, it's an underwhelming handicap, I think, but Meeting of the Waters is all the rage at the moment. Can he win one for the Irish in a race that they don't normally do well in?
No, because he's favourites, and favourites don't do very well in this race.
He loves the stat, does Rich?
Yeah. Only 16% of favourites win the Ulitma, according to the last 12 runnings of it, so I'm staying away. I like Lucinda's. So she's got Giovinco and Apple Away. Apple Away might potentially not get in, but anyway. Giovinco's the one I'm landing on for this. He's run off 11 stone, 1 pound. She's in the target of the trends. He won 3 miles of Aintree, soft and heavy. Second to Stay Away Fair, I think he's quite decent form, even though Joe doesn't like it because he doesn't think he's a proper stayer.
I mean, he ain't a good stayer.
Yeah, pulled up in the Corto Star, but that was only an 18-day break. Won a handicap of a 2 mile 4, giving away £18. So that was quite a decent effort. And Lucinda's got it twice with Court Rambler, so she knows how to win the Ultimate. And I still think Giovinco's a good horse, and running off 146, I think gives him a chance. Like you say, favourites have won the last 10 runnings of this, so yeah, let's bring it home.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get every yard of the 3 mile 1 furlong. I'm going to come round to you, Craig. It's a taste of handicap. What are you going for the Ulitma? What's your hat-trick horse on the first day?
I am going for David Bridgewater's Dom of Mary. He won this in 2020 with the conditional, who sadly passed away, I think, that later that year or the year after. Hopefully Brendan Powell will be on it, I think. Or Brendan Powell or maybe Caelan Quinn. Can't remember.
Keelan won't make the festival.
I think he's about 16, 18 to 1. Really good each way value. And I think David's probably targeted this race as well. So I'm going for Dom of Mary.
You can get 25s at Ladbrokes. You fancy a point?
I love that. Well, I'll come to you, I'll come to you, Saul. Who are you thinking over there then? I mean, obviously it's a tight one to decipher. We don't know exactly who's going to be and who's not, but you got a thought? You got a fancy?
Yeah, I got a strong each way fancy, Shanty Classico.
Whoa.
I just think he's very solid, and on the day in these races, you can sort of get 6-7 places with most firms, and I just think he's an absolute each way stonker, to be honest with you. Meeting in the waters can be a bit keen, and throwing the odd bad jump, so I'll be taking him right on. And yeah, I just landed on Shanty Classico. Just think he's solid. Looks like he's been laid out for the race. I don't think Cobden was overly hard on him at Kempton last time. I think he'd be much better going left-handed. He's gone right-handed the last twice. Does jump a little bit left. I think personally that might have been a little bit of a plan, just to sort of drop him in here off a nice mark. He's had the 3 chase runs, and yeah, I think he's very solid. 9 to 1. When you get the extra places on the day, I can't see him being out the first 6, and I definitely think he can win.
No, I think that's a good call, that, mate, to be honest with you. George, which way are you swaying? I know it's JP making the Pertemps meeting in the waters, makes you think, but are you with the favourite or are you against?
I'll be against the favourite. I just thought this is a race where nothing really seems to have miles in hand. The only exception maybe being the Goffer. I think he's £5 lower than he was last year running a blinder in this. I'm not sure that's enough. I've just noticed Racing Post have actually put up the charity race that he won last time out in his form. So that's not going to cause mass confusion over the next week or so. I've never seen that done before. But my way of playing this race was to look for horses that have got sort of course and distance form, might not be massively well handicapped, that are sort of certain to hit the frame. So I just fired a couple of bolts. I took Stumptown, like on the face of it, he's £12 higher than when he got beaten at Kim Muir last season. But he was only a 6-year-old making a 6 start over fences. The first time blinkers last time seemed to bring about massive improvement. He drew well away from Inch House. That was over course and distance on New Year's Day. He's got up £5 for that, but I think it could look lenient, and you just know another year on his back with the blinkers to bring about more improvement. He'll at least hit the frame, so I like him at 12 to 1. The other one is Annual Invictus. Again, 144 looks high. Freddie Gordon brings him back down to 139. His 2 Cheltenham Old Course victories over 3 mile and 2 mile 4 have come off 135 and 136. His win in the Great Yorkshire Chase last time out has been Frank, the winner. The second won a grade 3 at Kempton. That sort of looks better than it first looked. Older horses have a really good record in this race, as do English trainers. And Chris Gordon, last time I checked, had a run of the form rate percentage of 54% and a 23% strike rate over the last 2 weeks. Like, he's flying. This horse might not have masses in hand, but he likes the track. Most of his wins have come on good ground, but he's got a couple of soft ground hurdle wins and a heavy ground hurdle win, so I'd say that doesn't really make too much difference. He is entered in the cross-country race, but he's never run the cross-country race before. And he's in the Kim Muir, but you would think the trainer's son's going to keep the ride. I did speak to someone fairly close to the yard who said that the cross-country's not been ruled out yet. But with Paddy Power, you can still get 20 to 1 non-runner no bet. So he would be my other play.
I love that, mate. I really like that. I'm kind of... I mean, I haven't got a massive opinion, me. Stumptown was the only one I'd maybe had a little bit of a tentative effort for. I do think it's a tough race to decide. I think you want to get the extra place on the day and just maybe have a couple of each ways at it. But Rich, I mean, obviously I can't have the favourite at all. The Irish never do well in this race, and like you say, they're neither the favourites. So, are you what each way play I've got against him?
I picked Giovinco, didn't I?
You did. I got confused by the way the screen switched over. Joe, who are you with this race, mate?
Do you know what, mate? I'm sticking with Saul. I really, really like Chianti Classico. You have to go back a long, long way. But in his point to point, he beat Stumptown, giving him £5. Obviously, he's had 3 runs this season, but last season, you look, he won some handicaps. I think his last handicap that he ran in at Wincanton, he won by 24 lengths. Then he went to the Albert Bartlett and was pulled up. After that, he had wind surgery. He come back at Chepstow and won it very well. Then he ran at Ascot. Same again. It was only a 3-runner race. It was a bit trappy, to be honest, but he got his head in front. He gave a lot of weight away as well that day. I think he gave about a stone and £5 or something to the second. And then, like Saul said, I watched that race back at Kempton, and Cobden wasn't too hard on it. The Skelton horse was getting weight, and Tristan Drull was taking off £3. So I think he was nearly getting a stone in hand. It wouldn't have left a mark on him, put it that way. And from a long way out, you've heard this horse being named sort of with the Ulitma, and stuff like that. You probably want to listen and look out for. That they've kept that race in mind and not over raced him, or not being too harsh on him, so he doesn't go too high up in the handicappers mark. He's 7-year-old. He's improving. What more do you want? The wind drops clearly worked, and he was well thought of last season too.
But mate, a couple for Chianti Classico, a couple for Stumptown, and Rich for some reason thinks Giovinco's going to stay 3 mile 1, but we'll soon find out, mate. We'll soon find out. Right, then moving on then. Obviously, the Champion Hurdle is the next race. Stateman's now 2-5 on favourite. No Constitution Hill. Obviously, it's a bit disappointing that he's not going to be in here, but it is what it is, unfortunately for Nicky. Lossiemouth's still in here, but it's unlikely she'll go. Irish Point's an interesting one. Gordon Elliott spoke about him diverting to Hero of the Stayers. And then you're getting into Not So Sleepy and Iberico, Lord Lucia. I know Henderson's thrown a couple in here. Saul, I'll come to you first because you're below, mate. Is it just a state man wins?
Exactly that, yeah. I wouldn't be into them, but if you're into short ones, he'd be the one for the week that literally will not get beat. Does everything right. He'll race handy. Jumps great, yeah. Certainty.
And I'll come to you, Craig. I don't think I come to you for your ultimate pick, did I, mate?
Sorry?
Did I come to you for your ultimate pick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dom of Mary.
What Rich is talking about. It must be saying, did you go? You've also, the bottom row switched over. It's proper threw me off. I don't even know where I'm going. Craig, is it just a case of state man bolts up? Does he get his finally deserved his deserved day in the sun, shall we say?
Looks like it. Looks like he's got a penalty kick here, doesn't it? I've put one down on each way chance. Zarak the Brave, Willie Mullins' other horse for Simon Mooney and Isaac Swade. Hopefully he runs well, won't he? A place. I think he's 20-25 to 1. But as you said, it's just a case of state man getting round, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. George, you in agreement with that? It does. Obviously it's hard when you've got a horse like Constitution Hill. You're mopping up everything in Ireland, and then you're just coming up against an absolute steam train. But is he finally going to get that little win that he probably deserves in a way?
Yeah, he will. And to be honest, off the back of one run on Boxing Day, I think he'd have given Constitution Hill a run anyway, even if nothing had happened last week. He's been much. I think he's been much better this year. The official ratings don't reflect it, and I think the RPRs show him as improving £2 this season. I can't have that at all. He dispatched a rejuvenated Bob Ollinger by 5.5 lengths. Ampere passed by 10.5, and Echoes and Rain by 14.25 lengths the last day. He's much too good for these. But I have to try and find some angle. And I think without the favourite market, I wouldn't mind backing Colonel Mustard for a place. He doesn't like winning. He's very talented. He's very, very talented, much more than his rating suggests, but he just won't put his head in front. He's 1 from 13 over hurdles, but those other 12 include 6 seconds and 4 thirds, including finishing third to State Man by 3 lengths in receipt of £4 in the county hurdle. Which obviously that was run on the new course. like you can't rely on him to win. But Lorna Fowler's said all along this is where he goes, and if you can get 3 places without the favourite, I'd say he's probably pretty decent value. Yeah, he's gonna run into a place no matter what. He's just never gonna stick his head in front.
I love that. Well, if you can back him to place, and he loves placing, why not? Rich, I mean, obviously it's a tough race. Stateman wins, yeah.
He's the first one of the muggy bankers of the week for your accumulators. Yes.
You on the muggy bet this week? Joe, you in agreement? Stateman wins, yeah?
Yeah, Stateman, mate, comfortably.
He's probably a bit of value for Ackers, isn't he? At 2 to 5, to be honest with you.
I know. Well, I thought that, to be honest. Constitution Hill was about 1 to 4 against Stateman. I'd probably have Stateman more of a certainty than when Constitution Hill was running against Stateman.
Yeah, I could see him going off 1 to 4 on the day, definitely. I think all the big players will come through, man.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a muggy acker in the whole week. I think I'm sure we'll cover it, but he's going to be one that sort of kicks it off for a lot of people. Fingers crossed he does. The Mayor's Hurdle, then the next one is obviously Lossiemouth, currently in another short price favourite. Rich, I'll come to you first. You've got Astro Diamond in there, Love Envoy, Echoes in Rain. I suppose the question to you is: are you with her? Do you think she's going to stay? Are you worried about the potential rain the couple of days before? What are your thoughts, mate?
No, she's a machine. This is the second muggy leg of your Ackers for the week. I just think she was so impressive. I've no issues with stepping up in trip. Connections seem to think she'll handle it. I mean, she beat Love Envoy by 9.5 lengths last time out. If it is a soft, maybe get a bit closer, but yeah, she's a machine in my eyes. So yeah, leg 2 of muggy Ackers for Lossiemouth.
Love it, Joe. And I mean, you were a big fan of Astro Diamond. Do you think she's got any chance of getting near Lossiemouth? What do you think?
It's going to be tough, isn't it? I think the only thing you could look at there is, Lossiemouth's 5-year-old. It's going to be your first time over 2 mile 4. It's going to be soft ground. There's a few horses in here who will love that soft ground. If Astro Diamond, was a 5 to 1 chance, I'd probably be backing her each way. But yeah, Lossiemouth, ratings wise and, watching her should be better than these. However, there's something in my mind that's telling me not to put her in the muggy Ackers. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what it is, but there's something in there saying don't put her in. But she should win this. But yeah, like I say, apart from Astro Diamond, everything's 14 to 1 or bigger. So if you could find a horse in there somewhere, that could grab a place or something like that. Who was it? Landry Lady for Henry de Bromhead or someone like that. But no, I think Lossiemouth should win.
Yeah, I mean, I was on Love Envoy early on in the season. I wasn't sure what they were going to do with Lossiemouth, but I'll be honest with you, I was mega impressed with that race at Cheltenham, and she obviously put Love Envoy in a place. I know it was only the 2 mile, but I do think she ran to me like she probably will get this extra bit of distance. And to be honest, there's not really much to go against. I mean, I'll come to you, George. Is it just a case of Lossiemouth wins, and are you looking at any of these other mares that might run into a place?
Lossiemouth probably wins. But at 8 to 11, I'm looking for a stone cold certainty. And this is a new trip for her. I know they're obviously looking at the French champion hurdle at the end of the season. So they're obviously fairly confident she'll stay. But she looks very quick to me. And she came from reasonable way off the pace in the Triumph. She's not a bet for me at 8 to 11. I'd much rather be with Love Envoy each way. She was underwhelming on her seasonal reappearance and then well beaten last time by Lossiemouth. That was over 2 mile and 2 mile 1. Like she always looked like a stayer in the making. I think she's becoming that now. Having said that, behind Lossiemouth, she has some decent yardsticks in behind her, First Street and Ruvo. And most importantly, she always turns up at Cheltenham. Like she's won a Dawn Run. She was second to Honeysuckle in the Mares last year. And I think you get 14 to 1 about her now. Still, that's a knock-in each way bet for me. And I just think maybe even the fact they've been running her over the inadequate trips is to make sure she's fresh for this. Like when she finished second to Honeysuckle, she had Echoes in Rain 8 3/4 lengths behind. And Echoes in Rain is sort of the horse you measure these horses by for this race, if that makes sense, because it just runs the same mark every time. beat her 8 3/4 lengths last time, and Echoes and Rain 16-1. She's 14-1. She's last year's second. What I'd probably be doing is having a small each way bet and then a large place bet on her would be how I would how I'd play it. I don't think she's got a proper each way bet is decent chance of winning, very good chance of placing. She's got a squeak of winning and a very, very good chance of placing. So I'd have a slightly bigger place bet than each way bet.
Yeah, I agree with her, mate, to be honest. If you're having a sort of a single in this race, especially if there's any sort of rain over the weekend leading into it and it's anywhere near soft or worse, I think she is a definite each way bet for me in there. And Lossiemouth probably goes and wins, but I do think Love Envoy could follow her home. So, again, the question mark's just, will she stay? We don't know. She might do. We shall see. Are you going to side with her or are you going to take her on?
Yeah, I think she'll definitely win. She'll be going in a few multiples, but I agree with George from a singles perspective. Back in that price, you want to be absolutely certain, and nobody actually is certain whether she'll stay. I'm pretty sure she will, but from a betting point of view, singles-wise, I'll probably leave her alone, and I'll be with Love Envoy as well. I've seen a few people say, she's sort of maybe gone at the game with it, but I'm not seeing it at all. I think Sandown, when she got beat, it was near enough unraceable that day. Everything was walking home, so put a line through that sort of. But she still ran a good race, and then last time, thought she stuck to the task very well, and she definitely wants this trip. Back up to this trip is the key. A bit of dig in the ground. I think she's a cracking each way, about 14-1. But for a win perspective, Lossiemouth will win, but I think November will follow her home definitely. Maybe play the forecast if you're into that.
Well, that's it. I mean, she's like you said there. The Sandown race was basically unraceable. She's then gone over, a sharp enough trip for her on good to soft. If she's stepping up the trip back on soft, hopefully, it does all go back into her favour in terms of that she'll be a little bit more at home. So I do think she is a bit overpriced against these two at the top. Craig, she's number 2 in the Muggy Acker, Lossiemouth. Are you backing her each way? Anything each way against her, or are you just going to stick with her?
I quite fancy Marie's Rock each way. I know Joe was quite keen on her before.
I'm going to put you in with Joe. You're going to have to go in prison with Joe.
But yeah, I think she's a good each way chance, I think. You still keen on her, Joe?
To be fair, mate, you don't know what to make of a second, really. Obviously, she was disappointing first time out in Newbury. It's that Bob Ollinger run. I know she was sort of beaten comfortably in the end, but you don't know whereabouts Bob Ollinger's at. She seems to lug a bit, though. That's the only thing that I'm not fussed on. She seems to. I think it's left. Her head goes to the left and trying to straighten her up. Especially against some of these. Love Envoy, very unlucky last year. To be honest, not to be a Mares Hurdle winner already, bumping into Honeysuckle. She's probably got good races in her, but I'm just not too sure on this. Too many quirks for me.
Certainly a tasty race, and we'll see what happens there, lads. We'll see. Right, from one tasty race to a mega tasty race, the Boodles Handicap Hurdle. Lark in the mornings, the current 6-1 favourite. Batman Girac 7-1. Melantino 8-1. Darwin 10-1. Woodoo 10-1, and sort of bigger the rest. Rich, I mean, this is another wide open race. It's always a tough race to get the winner of. I'm interested to know if you've had a look, what your thoughts are, and where you're landing on, mate.
So I'm looking at the stats again to kind of guide me in this. So last 6 winners were Irish trained. Only 8% of favourites win this. 25% were top 3 in the betting. So looking at something bigger than that. 666.
What are you classing as top 3? Oh, top 3 in the betting, you say? Sorry.
Yeah, top 3 in the betting. 66% of winners have been 18-1 or bigger. So trying to find something at a good price is probably the way to go. The 2 I've landed on are Miss Manzor for Mullins. I think she runs in the same colours as Honeysuckle. Runs off 13 stone 3. She ran in the hot juvenile race at Leopardstown in December, which I think holds very good form, and there's a lot of decent horses in that. She finished 7th, but she had a couple of these in the market behind her, like Cosset Shack and O's Parterre, I think you pronounce it. So I think she could potentially win a big prize. I think she's about 12, something like that. And the other one I like is for Gordon Elliott, who's won it 3 times in the last 6 races, 6 years, sorry, is Caluson, is it? Is that how you pronounce it? Something
Where are you
like
looking? Kaleson.
that. Cheltenham, yes.
Kaleson? I don't know.
No
That'll
idea.
do.
We started already. Day one, we're getting names wrong. Go on.
Runs off 119, 10 stone 6. Again, beat a couple of these. Had Batman Girac behind him at Fairy House in a grade 3 when he finished 5th. He finished last in the juvenile at December. I just think Gordon knows how to win this sort of race, and he might have lined him up for this. I think he's about 25 to 1, so he's a good each way squeak as well. But there'll be the two that I'm probably swaying towards for this.
You can currently get 40s for that. If anyone's interested in following that one in a little bit of an each way. George, I know you mentioned that you looked over this race about 100 times. Have you landed on 100 different winners each time?
Well, no, I had a couple, 2 non-runners, and then I was fairly keen on Woodo for a bit, but I think now she's too high in the weights. Now a couple of them have come out. One of mine is Miss Mansour. They said one on a hurdles debut in Dieppe in May, but because of the time of year, then had to wait 236 days to run again. So she never had a chance to build on that debut success. She had a whole summer off and then was dropped into a grade 2 on, what must have felt like near enough her first run ever, because horses, they have to build on each run. They improve and they improve and they improve. Having one run at the end of the season, you might as well not run it. Despite that, she's only 3 lengths behind Batman Girac, not much further behind Nürburgring, Cargisi and Carla Conti. With the benefit of that experience under her belt, she beat Carrier de Blaise and Darwy. The latter, she now opposes off £4 better terms at a much bigger price. I think she can continue her progress here off a very reasonable mark of 130. She's 16 to 1. A bit of a flyer that I've taken in this on a bigger price is Latin Verse. He beat subsequent winner Tornio to break his maiden at the 3rd time of asking at Sedgefield on good soft ground before she got absolutely trounced on heavy ground in a listed event at Aintree, but heavy ground, especially with horses this young. He was beaten a length and a half at Huntingdon, the Chatteris Fen, by Cabral de Mathan, who looks really useful. But funny enough, wasn't wearing the cheek pieces that day that he's won on all his other starts over hurdles. Then when he got a mark of 110, they put the cheek pieces back on and he won a handicap by 19 lengths, which brought him up 10 and put him right on a mark to get into this. On RPRs, that was an improvement of £20, what the last run he put up, and he's up £10 the weights. Comes here off 120. He needs 2 more to come out to get a run, but I think it looks like they've been playing a bit of a game with this horse. Like I said, taking the cheek pieces off at Huntingdon. I think he could run a hell of a race. And just a little tidbit that I just heard before I came on air. There is a race at Nace that has produced, I think, 4 of the last 6 winners of this. And we have 4 of the 5 runners in here, Eagle Fang, Bright Legend, Pacini and Nara, who are all in this. So they're worth a second look. If you were looking through here for something with a bit of a price, the horse that finished second in that race is 40 to 1, Bright Legend for Dennis Hogan. So that might be one worth having a look at if you're sort of into your trends and that. Because I think about 3 of the winners won that race and then won here, but at least 3 or 4 times it's been one of the place horses has placed there and then won the Fred Winter. So it's definitely a race worth looking at. It's a rated hurdle at Nace that was run on the 10th of February. So always worth a look, that race.
I love that. I mean, I'll come to you, Joe. I mean, that's kind of a little bit of the line that I went into. I mean, I always find it a tough race to find, so I was trying to think what's the kind of angling where, like the route taken to come towards the winner of this race. And that race that George had just mentioned there in Nace is kind of where I led towards. I mean, while I get my notes, so what are your thoughts on it? Have you gone a similar way, or are you just picking something out? Joe, you muted, mate. You muted yourself.
Sorry, mate.
Right.
I ended up on the same, Miss Mansour. The thing for me was the very, very long break. And obviously just plucked him into that grade 2. Carla Conti, obviously very well thought of. Cargisi in there, Nürburgring, who's very good horse. You have Batman Girac in there. wasn't beaten far at all. And then obviously, took him to a fairy house where, I think he's won better than the 2 lengths or something, 2 1/4 lengths that he won by. He seems set up for this race. Like you say, when I was looking through trends and stuff, it was tough to find. I like Woodoo. She was always one that I sort of looked at, but so just didn't too high in the weights for me. A horse that's, I wouldn't say exposed, but obviously had 4 runs. You can sort of gauge where the horse is at. Where this one, I feel like you don't have a clue. Could offer a lot more. Could improve a lot more. Eagle Fang, like George mentioned, won pretty comfortably the last day, but was in that race at Leopardstown over Christmas and was beaten by Miss Monzo. That's what put me off Eagle Fang and sort of swung me to that way at a bigger price as well, 16-1.
That's fair enough, mate. I'll come to you, Saul. Which way are you going in this tight handicap?
I've just gone for what I thought was the most solid each way bet, and that's Nadawi, Gordon Elliott's. He has got top weight, but I think the way the handicap's looking, it's going to be quite condensed. I think bottom weight will have about 10-12, so he'll have to give away a stone at most of the field. First time out, he looked like he'd never seen a hurdle, to be honest with you. And I was a bit worried after watching that, but he progressed with each run. I think the ground that day was near enough unraceable. On a bit nicer ground, he jumped a lot better, and he's improved with each run. And last time, to be honest with you, he absolutely bolted up. He was quite green in front, so Jack Kennedy had to sort of give him a slap and a squeeze, and maybe won by a little bit too far. But I think, as I said before, when you get in the each way extra 6-7 places, I think he's solid. He was quite nicely rated on the flat, and I think from what I watched, he's the one. I think like Batman Giraffe's probably got more ability, but he's an absolute lunatic. I think the Derby's just solid. He settles, he jumps well. I can't see him being out the frame, and I definitely think he could win, yeah, if things go his way.
Love that. Craig, which way are you going?
Well, I think this could be the first of JP McManus's winners this week. Winners, Milantino finished behind Sergino at Cheltenham. Looks as if he get quite some good improvement left in him. Quite a wide open race this. So hopefully this is JP's first winner of the week.
He's been dropped £10, hasn't he, from his opening UK mark when he first came over?
Yeah.
Quite interesting.
Needs to be dropped another 10, in my opinion.
I think he finished too close to the wrong horse in France. Like they're the Frankel of juvenile hurdles over there. He finished within 10 lengths of that. I think it was rated 153 or something. The English handicapper didn't really have much choice but to give him, 136. And then sort of once he ran in England, he could drop him the 10 again. But it was more of a he's not been dropped the 10 by accident. He just shouldn't have been put up the 10 in the first place. The handicapper just had no choice.
Yeah, I backed him at Cheltenham when he first came through, so that didn't help me at all.
Well, it's fair enough. Like I say, it's an open race. The one I landed on, I've actually gone for Eagle Fang. I thought he won that race at Naas quite comfortably. I know he was a couple of lengths behind Miss Manzo at that DRF race at Leopardstown, but I think there'll be a bit of a weight swing in that. I think they're quite tightly placed together. And I just thought the way Eagle Fang won that race at Naas, it was quite impressive. I think they are due a lot of rain on that Sunday going into Monday. If it does stay on the soft side, I do think he's got a good chance. But like I say, it's another open race that's kind of, you can make a case for quite a lot of them. So I won't be going too heavy in it, but I'll have an little each way on Eagle Fang. He's currently 14-1, so I'll take a little bit of him and crack on to the National Chase. Love it. The National Chase then. We obviously have a very interesting race this time round. Corbett's Cross currently his favourite, 15-8. He's obviously been punted quite well. Embassy Gardens for the Mullins team. 9-4, Salvador Ziggy 9-2, and then it's 10-1 the rest. I'll come to you if I can, Saul. First, we'll go that way around. I feel like it could be a bit of a battle between the top two, between us all. Which way are you siding, or are you against those two?
I think if you're having a bet, it's got to be one of the top three. I think you could give Salvador Ziggy a chance, but I'm going to side with Embassy Gardens just purely on the fact I think he's more solid than Corbett's Cross. Corbett's Cross has definitely got more ability, natural ability, but he can be quite keen. He can throw in the odd scruffy jump. I'm I'm quite torn, but I've just got to side with Embassy Gardens just purely from a solidity point of view. I think Corbett's Cross, he could just canter around at the back, turn in and sprint clear. I could see that happening. But when the money's going down, you know, I've got to be confident. And I think I'll just side with Embassy Gardens. He jumps brilliant. He bombed out here last year, and no real excuse as to why. But he just looks an unbelievable chaser. He looks absolutely made for this race. And yeah, I think if you want a solid bet, I think he's the one for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'll chime in because I completely agree with you, to be honest. For some reason, I just can't have Corbett's Cross. I just don't know what he's going to do at this sort of trip, this marathon trip. And like you say, he's got these odd little mistakes in a couple of quirks here or there. Embassy Gardens, to me, just looks an electric jumper and a really good, strong galloper. I think he'll just keep jumping and jumping and jumping. And if Corbett's Cross is going to make any sort of mistakes, I think it'll be found out. I know Paige Fuller does a lot of that stuff for that race IQ. She sent us a bit of information, and sort of she did a show the other night, and the data on Embassy Gardens just shows how good a jumper he is, and I'll be surprised if he's not there or thereabouts. So no, obviously the race is now going to be named after Maureen Mullins, God rest her soul, bless her. So I just think it's going to be one of them. It'll be an emotional day, and I think Embassy Gardens, if he gets in any sort of rhythm, I think he'll have Corbett's Cross off it, and I can't really have any of the rest. So I'm happy to stick with Embassy Gardens at 9-4 as a decent.
Yeah, I've heard as well on the grapevine, Corbett's Cross is going to wear a hood. Don't know how true that is, but for me, that'll be another negative over this trip, you know.
He won't know which way to go, will he? George, you might be able to add to that. If he's wearing a hood, does that maybe sway you a little bit, or are you on Corbett's Cross or you on something else?
I think they can put whatever they want on his head. I just think he can't jump. Like he's just not an athletic horse. He's obviously got a massive engine. The races he's won over fences, the race he's won has been in spite of his jumping. Again, I was there. I think it was when he made his Chase debut at Fairy House. I'm pretty sure he hadn't run before that. Oh no, he had. Sorry, he'd had one Chase start, had he? I was there that day when 3-car Bragg beat him with Monty Star in behind. Sorry, no, I was there day one. There you go. Sorry, got there in the end. We were in the car park for that race, so that's what I remember.
That's where Corbett's Cross is going to end up as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he just doesn't jump well enough for me. Embassy Gardens was absolutely flawless last time out. A 10-length defeat of Sandor Kogan is very, very good. He's by Shantu, who's produced top stayers over the year, so I find it very hard to find a reason why he won't stay. I think he's still value at the current prices, to be honest. And now that Nick Rocket isn't here, Patrick Mullins was always going to choose this horse, but now he sort of has to. So it's 100% you're going to get Patrick Mullins. My other little swing at this was Henry's Friend, who's only ever been beaten over fences on his debut. He's 3 out of 3 since. What really struck me, again, I was at Ascot when they introduced the first time cheap pieces. And like the sort of head victory doesn't reflect what an improvement it was. He was the joint worst treated at the races that day, at the ratings that day. And he gave Apple away a 2 3/4 length beating. He gave this Kilbeg King a beating that's inexplicably 8 points shorter than him in this race. I just think if the handicap was also taken with level improvements, he put him up £8, winning by a head. Like that shows you what a big step forward it was. And if the cheap pieces can continue to eke out more improvement, I could see him hitting the frame for sure. And I would say he's an each way bet. It's not out with a chance of winning. Like he's not a place bet to me. He is a solid each way bet, 18-1. And he's got Jack Andrews.
Yeah, I love that. It's a good shout. Like I say, it's you could play each way in this race. Normally, it's quite a small field, but it's not a bad shout. That Rich, are you Embassy Gardens, Corbett's Cross, or something else?
Yeah, I think it's Embassy Gardens for me. Only 25% of favourites apparently have won this race. Moores has won the last 3 of the 7 run-ins. I was on him for the Albert Bartlett. He just bombed out, but as soon as he switched to fences, I think he's a good solid jumper. Corbett's Cross, I think, has got a mistake in him. I think Embassy Gardens is a solid option for this.
Fantastic, short and sharp. I love it. Joe, what about you? You've muted again. Well, the
Sounds
amateur
better that
hour,
way.
a year in and you've still not been able to figure it out.
I'm not sure why. I haven't muted it since. Yeah, short and sharp for me, Embassy Gardens too. 15 to 8 for Corbett's Cross. I'm going to put that price in for him to finish the race because do you remember last year when he ran out the lunatic? Yeah, he's like I say, especially when it comes to these big festivals, you know, the little quirks become a lot bigger in terms of they get found out a lot easier. There's just too many things going on with that horse to take 15 to 8. And obviously Embassy Gardens been very impressive over the bigger obstacles for me. You know, jumps well, travels well. You know, I don't think we'll have a problem stepping up to this trip. Patrick Mullins on. What more do you want? For me, I think he wins. Like I say as well, I think it wouldn't surprise me on the day if Embassy Gardens goes shorter than Corbett's Cross, to be honest.
Fantastic. Craig, are you going to finish with a clean sweep for Embassy or something else?
Yeah, Embassy Gardens all the way. As Woodsy said, he bombed out when he came the last time. There's no real excuses for it, but he's looked impressive since. Good flowing rhythm, good jumper. I think he's just primed to win this race, I'd say.
So the first day is a statement Embassy Gardens lump then.
Throw Lossy mouth in
Statement
as well.
Lossy Mouth, Embassy Gardens,
New
by the
days.
sound of it.
Yeah. You'll see me and Saul hugging on the telly.
Oh,
I'm not hugging you.
Let's give him, mate. Thanks for jumping in. He says, "Come on, Mr. Van Gogh. Love to see him win. It'd be some sight, that, to be fair." And Ian's on. Ian, cheers, mate, for joining in and watching. We appreciate it. Love it. Fantastic. Well, that's day one, lads. Some really nice picks there, some really good opinions. It's certainly one of the tastiest day ones we've had in a long time, even with a couple of non-runners and stuff. But we're going to go straight into day two, and we're going to kick off with a now named Gallagher Novice Hurdle. And we obviously have the prices up there. We now have a short price favourite, which we would have had anyway, with Ballyburn. Obviously now confirmed he's going here. Il Atlantique is the other Mullins runner in second favourite, 11-2. Predator's Gold. He's got the first three, isn't he? Willie Mullins. Slade Steele's probably going to go supreme. Mystical Power, same. Gidley Park, and sort of 16-1 bigger the rest. Rich, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to leave it to you for a minute while I bob to the toilet. But who are you thinking? Are you going to take Ballyburn on in the Ballymore Bingham Bollocks?
No, he wins. This is the third leg of the Muggy Yakka for the week. 83% of winners of this race won last time out before the Ballymore. He ticks that box. 75% won a graded race. He ticks that box. I just think he's solid. He wins. James, when he comes back, so you're going to put up Il Atlantique, but
Yeah, 100%.
But that horse just doesn't want a battle. I mean, he got headed by Firefox in a bumper in the last 100 yards. He got headed close home to Stella Story in a bumper. He got headed in the final 50 yards of the Lawlers to Reed and Tommy Wrong. I just don't think he likes the battle, so I can't be having him. My each way shout would be Predator's Gold. I think he's got a good solid each way shot. And maybe might follow home Ballyburn. So that's me. What's next?
Same for me, Rich, to be honest. Like I say, to be honest, I think everyone was under the impression Ballyburn, whether Supreme or the Gallaghers, wins for me. Anyway, I think he's rock solid. I think they would have only chose this race if they were absolutely certain that he would stay and settle. To be fair as well, Mullins normally goes for a speedier horse in this type of race than the Supreme. Obviously with Impere Pass, as soon as the race finished last year, they were all already talking about him, potentially heading the champion hurdle route. So not that I think Ballyburn is that horse, but I do think he's got a very nice change of speed as well as stamina on his side. For me, he wins. What about, go on, Craig, give us it. What do you think?
That's going to be Ballyburn, isn't it?
Yes.
It's got to be. And each way squeak for Monty's Star as well. Rachel and Henry de Bromhead. Did it beat, was it 3 Cardbragg or 3 under 3-5? It beat?
That's not running it. That's in the.
I think he's in the chase there, Craig.
Is it?
Yeah.
Geez, so it is. I'm looking at my
Come
notes
back
wrong.
at just the right time there,
Yes, Ballyburn for me. No other comment.
Saul, what are you thinking?
Yeah, this is an absolute certainty. It's streets clear of the rest of the novices, in my opinion. And this is his perfect trip. I think I'd have a bigger bet on him in this than I would have in the Supreme, just purely because he's a blatant 2.5 miler. Everything's in his favour. And anyone watching, if you're into these prices, I think 4 to 6 now. Take the Arkle team going off 1 to 2, 4 to 9 on the day. I'll be shoveling it on him. Certainly.
To be fair, I think it's always going to happen, isn't it? Soon as, if Mullins starts off day one flying and Embassy Gardens or Corbett's Cross win that last race. I think, was it the same last year? Who was it won in the yellow and black silks? To be fair, I thought it was quite lucky.
Yeah.
No, sorry, the National Chase, the last race on the
Gallagher Novice, yeah.
Gallagher Novice, yeah. And then Impere Passol, I know he was short anyway, but he shortened up massively. I think you could see the same. Has anyone sat on a tasty anti-post price for you, George?
Oh, I wonder why you've asked that question, Joe.
For Ballyburn. Yeah, but not for this race.
Oh no.
And I had Slade Steel for this race, 33s and 25s.
I tell you what.
But I put the bet on last April, so no non-runner, no bet either.
So do you think this is 100% decision made, or do you think anything could happen between? I mean, obviously you don't know what could happen. There could be injuries or anything, but whether there could be anything that could sway him. I mean, for all we know, the whole yard are just jumping on the 10 to 1 that he currently is now for Supreme.
100%. He's 34s on the exchange now. Is that,
remember the tour.
Definitely.
Imagine if they get an absolute deluge of rain on the Sunday and it's heavy ground.
I'll be the happiest man in Cheltenham on the Tuesday.
Can you imagine the scenes?
I'll be stood there crying.
What price have you got, Joe?
14s, mate.
Oh, lovely.
Has he just texted you, Saul, to ask him? Is that what it was?
Yeah, to be honest, I put it every year. Say I've got like £460 or 250, I'll round it down and I'll put like the rest on. And I had, who did I have?
Cost of living here, Joe. You're talking big numbers there, man.
I had El Fabiolo.
You can tell he lives at home still, can't you? All the money he's swinging about.
I had Connell in one that wrecked it, and then this. To be fair, this is the only one standing. But to be fair, there wasn't much I had on anyway. So,
like I say, you want to try and take a price early on and hope you get it right. But sometimes it don't work out. George, have you been for the bar in Bingham, Ballymore, Gallagher?
I was going to say, is people moaning about the new race then, the Gallagher Novice Hurdle. I think it's great, personally.
I think people are just sort of saying with different beats. I mean, it's funny what they call it, but it's the Gallagher Novice Hurdle, isn't it now? It's not a bad name, to be fair.
Personally, as an Oasis fan, I quite like it. Like you say about Ballyburn, like some might say he's a favourite. I'd say he's supersonic, he's electric, he's no morning glory. Do you know what I mean?
Right, lads. See you later on.
I'll tell you what, that's brilliant. I love that.
But I do like. Look, I couldn't be telling anyone. There's no point telling anyone to back him on this podcast at 8 to 13 because quite a lot of people are on him at decent anti-post prices. I would do my regular thing of having a look about some value in the each way market. Handstands is unbeaten in 3 novice hurdles and a point-to-point. Looked firmly on the upgrade when beating Django Bay and the Cindy Banks last time, who then went out and ran a decent, probably one of Nicky's only horses that has run a decent race in the last couple of weeks. On RPR, he's about £10 below the main contenders, apart from Ballyburn. All of his wins have come around his trip. It's his only festival entry. Probably now I was going to play him at 16 to 1 if it was Slade Steel running instead of Ballyburn. With Ballyburn running, I'll probably go place only. That would be the other one. And the other one, I would go a real wild one is Peaky Boy. Because I thought he was going to come out of this at the 5-day stage, and he hasn't. Like
He runs up. I've got a mate in Henderson's. He runs here, definitely said.
Is he definitely going to run Peaky Boy? I thought he weren't going to run either.
My mate said today he runs, yeah.
Look, he's a bumper winner. He got off the market first time asking over hurdles over this trip on the new course, off the back of a wind up in the summer. He beat Champagne Twist, who won a maiden hurdle by 6.5 lengths since. He beat Magical King, who ran out a 4 3/4 length winner of a handicap. There's probably more to come from him yet. He's only entered in this race for like decent connections. His inexperience is probably going to put people off, but he's better than the 40-1 Pope. I might go betting without each way, would be probably how I play him.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of looks like a race that's just going to cut up all of a sudden. I mean, you've got horses that aren't going to, your Slade Steele's Mystical Powers. Is Gidley Park going to go here? Is he going to go the Albert Bartlett? We don't know. And a few others down at bigger prices. It's a tough little race. I mean, I was on Il Atlantique originally. Didn't think Ballyburn would come here. I thought he'd be the main one for this race. Now it looks like we're going to have Paddy Mullins on. So it's a tough race. I do think Ballyburn will win. I think I'm happy with my each way position on Il Atlantique, but again, it's a tough one now. A lot of people have said that he's soft in the finish and that he's sort of been beaten in 3 battles. But if you go back through the data, his finishing speed, his finishing percentage and stuff has still been quite high. He's just been slightly outstayed, especially by reading Jimmy Wrong, who looks like he's going to be a decent one for the Albert Bartlett. And he's beaten by Firefox as well and in bumpers and stuff. But I think he's got a chance. He can win it off the front. I mean, he's going to have to go off in front and hope to God that Ballyburn something happens. But, Ballyburn probably wins. He's in the Muggy Acker, I think, Rich. Would you agree? And we'll just see how he gets on.
Leg 3. Yeah, he's leg 3. Is
he leg 3 of the Muggy Acker, is he?
Yeah, I'm writing him down as we go along. He's leg 3.
I love it. Well, let's see how he gets on then. I've just got a couple of comments here. Racing, let's just put... That's an interesting one by Ellis, by the way. The National Chase looks like it might be a 7-runner field. So if you're taking any each ways, get on it now so you get the 3 places. And Jack's jumped on. Thanks for coming on, Jack. We appreciate it, mate. Better late than never. Evening, lads. Good to see the 3 lads back on 2. Forza Embassy Gardens. Yes, get in, mate. Jack, mate. Right. We're going to move on. So get the banner sorted. The Brown Advisory Novices Chase. I'm going to come to you first, Craig, because I wonder if you maybe got an horse mixed up, but the horse you were talking about is in here. You've got Factor File currently as favourite, 5-6 on. Stay Away Fair, 7-2. Grey Dawning, 5-1. Monty's Star is in here, Craig, 6-1. Broadway Boy and the supplemented American Mike. Go on then, Craig. I think you might have got a little bit mixed up which way is going to go, but you're on Monty's Star for this?
Facty File will probably win, but Monty Star is a good each way shout for me. It was one of the McNeil family horses he beat the last time. I can't remember, was it 3 under through 5 or 3 card brag?
3 card brag.
Monty Star beat him quite convincingly in the end. Rachel Blackmore, Henry the Bromhead. Could be a good each way shout here, but I think Facty File will be JP's second winner of the week.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? I'll be honest with you, right? There's just something about this Factor File that I'm not in his camp for some reason. Now, some of you may agree, some of you may not, but my original one was Stay Away Fair. I'm worried about his jumping, the way he's been running lately. He just seems to hit this flat spot, gets took off his feet a little bit. His jumping's not entirely up to scratch. Monty Star was the one that majorly impressed me last time against when he beat 3 card brag. His jumping was, to me, sensational, and I think if he gets in any sort of rhythm, he's a massive, massive player. I think a few of us did put a little bit on him after that race at a decent price. And Broadway Boy and American Mike, I'm not sure. Well, obviously, you're a big fan of Broadway Boy, Rich. I don't know if you're on him for this or what, but having a fresh look at it, I think if Stay Away Fair is going to win, I think he's going to win it in the style of like when Champ won. He'll be jumping like a fridge, not jumping like a fridge, but slowly jumping. He'll be off it a little bit early and he'll stay on like a train at the end and it'll either pick him up or they'll all be too far away. So it'll be interesting. But I think on a fresh look, for me, the betting is Monty Star each way. He can get 6-1. And I just can't have Factor File for some reason. I think he won a nothing race against Gaelic Warrior last time and he's beat Zanny here by 17 length who didn't even want to get anywhere near. So I just think, although you maybe speak about the times, I know Will even said that he'd run a good time, or his time man told him it was decent, but something puts me off backing him, and I think I'll just go with Monty Star each way. I think Grey Dawning probably ends up in the turners, so yeah, Monty Star each way for me. Rich, are you with Broadway Boy or are you with Factor File? What are you with?
No, I think Factor File goes into leg 4 of the Muggy Ackers.
Everybody speaks. This isn't a Muggy Acker bet, this surely.
Everybody speaks to him like he's the next galloping the Champs, they reckon he's that good. And like you say, until he gets beat over fences, I'm just going to follow him in. Like you say, I do like Broadway Boy. I'm a big fan of his. He's got good Cheltenham form, winning 3 of the last 4. Disappointing last time out at Warwick where Grey Dorian won, but they did say they found ulcers with him, so they're giving him a good 60-day break for this. So
bad stroke as well.
Sorry?
What was that, George?
Stroke as well afterwards. He was 30 and he had ulcers.
I mean, the Wheel Whacker won it from the front last year. I can see him running sort of a similar kind of race. I just think Factor Foul, if he's as good as they say he is, I think he wins. And Boy, like I say, is good each way chance. I do like Monty Star, like you said, he's jumping is phenomenal. Grey Dawning probably goes to the Turners, and Stay Away Fair, I just think he'll hit that flat spot and just not be able to keep up with them. So yeah, Factor Foul for me and Boy each way.
Fair enough, mate. Joe, what are your thoughts on this, mate?
Do you know what? I think it's one
that was a big sigh. Supposed to get excited for these races. Come on.
I know. To be honest, I'm disappointed about the price of Factor 5. I think it was 4 to 1, 5 to 1 at one point when there was another JP horse rumored to be going towards the same race, but they obviously split them up. And I think when the news come out, he was about 7 to 4, and now he's 5 to 6 on best price. I think he probably does win. To be honest, we spoke to Daryl, didn't we, early on in the season when he got beaten by American Mike. And he basically said, look, forget that run. They were very easy on him. They left loads left on him. That was nowhere near what he is. And then, to be fair, the race at Leopardstown, when you watch it back, we said, did anyone want to get close? Not really. But I know you say nothing race against Gaelic Warrior, but when you watch it back and when you look at it, there were going some clip, and like you say, I know times do win your races, but obviously races are run at different speeds, different tempos. But it was pretty impressive. The yard of talking him up as if he's unbeatable. For me, I wouldn't say it's an average field here, but I don't think he'd have to be any, galloping Deschamps level to be beating these. An each way play, maybe Broadway Boy, depending on how he's come out of, that dirty scope and the ulcers. But was it too close? They wanted to give him a break, which is rightly so, but we haven't seen him since, albeit before he was very impressive. Tom Bellamy was talking him up, wasn't he, on our podcast, and the Twist and Davies family absolutely love him. So maybe he's the each way shout, but if you want a short price favourite, Factor 5 is probably your one for me.
Can I just jump in there? I think this is going to cut up quite well. So if you are going to go each way, I'd do it anti-post because you'll probably get 3 places still. But you will get 3 places.
Yeah, well, like you say, I mean, you're looking at Grey Dawning not going. What is it? Embassy Gans, Gaelic Warrior. Is Sandok again going to go? Jivin? Yeah, what is it going to be? 4 runners, maybe 5 runners. George, are you with the favourite or are you taking him on?
Well, you've got to be punchy on these things, haven't you? And I'm going to
believe the hype.
I'm going to do a speed run through why none of the ones high in the market are valued at their current prices. So, Factor 5 did do very well last time. I agree with Joe. He did well to keep tabs on him for most of the race. I know Gaelic Warrior was giving away a lot of ground on the bends, but he matched in the jumping department and the galloping department most of the way. My concern is you're trying to go from being a bumper horse to being a 3-mile chaser in a year. So that's huge. That's huge. And he can jump right at times. You could say he followed Gaelic Warrior the last time, but against Anna here, he did do the same thing. So between the new trip, the fact that he's gone from bumpers to chases and up to 3 miles, I couldn't back him at 5-6. Stairway Faye has performed to a high standard this season, but is being beaten as far by Capadano as he was last time good enough to win a Brown Advisory? Probably not. Love Monty Star, really, really like him. I think he's going to make a nice staying handicapper in the future. I don't think he has the tactical speed for this. He was outpaced very early in the Albert Bartlett, and I can see similar happening here. I won't waste too much time on Grey Dawnings. He's probably not coming here, but he's beat by Stairway Faye on debut. The next race that he won was against Gaillard de Menil, who wants further, and Arkle Chase is making a Chase debut. Made an absolute Horlicks, the second last on the Cheltenham Youth Horse when beaten by Ginny's Destiny. And then at Warwick, he basically Appleway and Broadway Boy took each other on a circuit and a half from home and set it up for him. And actually, Appleway would have finished a lot closer if he hadn't nearly put her through the rail over the second last. So I just think shortly, I think Grey Dawning's been made to look a lot better than he is this season. So taking all that into account, again, I'm going with a big each way one. I love Sandor Clegane in this at 20-1. He shouldn't be at the standard required to win this, but I don't think this is a very good renewal. He finished second in a Grade 2 and a Grade 3 his last two starts. Last year, he was third in the Albert Bartlett on the new course, only a length and a quarter behind Stay Away Faye. He's a thorough stayer, a reliable jumper. He's just more solid than some of these, and he turns up at the festival. So I'm going to be backing him each way at 20s.
Fantastic. I love that. And like you say, get on. If you're going to back that, get on now. If it cuts up, you're going to have a nice little each way ticket there. I thought, Saul, which way are you going to go with this race, mate?
I'm going to go for each way angle as well. I think fact to file, I'm not afraid of backing odds on, but when I do, you want to have no question marks. He looks visually unbelievable, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, he did get beat by American Mike. I was at Leopardstown when he won. He looked unbelievable. But Manila Kakuna in the paddock looked like he needed the run. And he's beat Zana here. And then last time, again, visually unbelievable, but Gaelic Warrior didn't turn up at all. So he actually hasn't done anything, if that makes sense. Visually, unbelievable, but form-wise, when you're backing odds on, I need both of them to stack up. So I'm going to leave him alone at odds on, even though I think he's the most likely winner. Gutted Grey Dawning's not coming here. I think he's a serious horse and a blatant 3-miler. I can't believe Dan's ducking, to be honest with you. It's not like him at all. He used to work there. He loves a challenge, but he obviously just thinks the Turner's an easier race to win. But I just think it looks a blatant 3-miler, so I'm gutted about that. But I think I'll back Broadway Boy each way. Scope terrible last time. I think he said it was Grade 4 on the scope, which is as bad as you can get. Brilliant jumper. He throws in the odd bad one if you watch his replays, but I think he just loses concentration now and again. I think going this speed in this race, he'll jump brilliant. And I think if you back him now, I think this looks like it'll be max 7 runners. So I'll probably back him anti-post each way. And I think 10-1's fair enough. That'll be my play.
No, I like that as well. I think, like I say, it's something about factor foul that makes you want to take him on. I'd agree with you there. It's kind of thing. The bare form of it has not really been tested yet, or he's sort of been out on a jog on his own. But it'd be interesting to see how he goes on in a little bit more of a competitive race and see if he is what the hype are saying. We shall see. Love it, lads. We'll keep motoring on then. The Coral Cup is the next one, the 250 on the second day. You've obviously got excuse me, I'm like bloody Mickey Mouse, and you hear that? Sa Majesté is in here as the favourite at 6-1. Dodder the Great 10-1. Langadan's on the drift. There have been a few little rumours that he may be not going to make it. We shall see. Built by Ballamore 12-1. Lucky Place 14-1. Brazil 16-1. Bigger than the rest. I'm going to come back around to you, Saul, mate. Keep you on your toes. Coral Cup. You know, it's a 2-mile 5 handicap. It's a tough race to win and a tough race to find the winner. But I'm sure you have. Who is it?
Yeah, I had a good study of it the other day. Watched plenty of replays, and there's nothing stuck out to me as being completely unexposed, if that makes sense. In the fact that, so I've just gone for a bet that I think will definitely place, and for me that just falls back to Langadan. He's tough as old boots in a big handicap. He jumps unbelievable. Loves these big handicaps, and I used to work at Dan's, and obviously he's been targeted for this race, but the year we trained him hard to try and win an entry first time out one year, and he just hated it. Small field, didn't like it at all. So I think they thought, we'll just plan him back around Cheltenham again. And I just think he'll turn up here 6-7 places each way. I think he's solid. Another one I'll give a little mention to is Lucky Place. I'm not sure if it's going to run. He'd be the sort of one of that other angle I was looking at. He's had the 3 novice runs. First time out, he was given no ride and improved massively. Just got beat by Golden Ace, given Airstone. That's quite good form. And then ran Gidley Park close last time. I think if you like the unexposed angle, I think he could be the one. He travels and jumps great. I think I'll have a little each way about him. But if you're looking for solidity, first 6 places, Langadan each way for me.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, like I say, this and the Mountain Pipe, there's a lot of doubly entered. It's a tough race to decipher. And you've got the standard JP favourite, in this field. The one I quite liked was that this built by Ballymore. Obviously, Martin Brazel's had a couple of decent runners in this race previous. He's finished second the last 2 years, fast or slow. And the other one was an Epic Song, come second last year. He tends to send a decent one here. I thought him at 12-1 was a decent price. He's won his last 2 races. He clearly stays well. He might want a little bit more cut in the ground than most, with his wins being on sort of heavy ground. Limerick and Punchestown, they're going to be deep ground races, but, depending on which way it goes, I thought he was quite overpriced, and that's kind of where I landed. I'll come to you, George. Again, it's a tight little handicap. The Call Cup's always tough to win. Have you got the winner?
Yeah, I don't know if I've got the winner, but
you've got a decent place chance.
You've got to pay attention to what happens with Langadan. He did bleed on his last start, so this has obviously been the plan. Like, magically, he's found himself here off the same mark as last year. How did that happen?
Yeah, it's magic. It's funny how that happens, isn't it?
Yeah, but and yeah, he's been well beaten in every start since. Less said about that, the better. Look, if he's up to it, he's going to be back to morning of. So I wouldn't back him now. I'd wait, and if morning of he starts to get back, catch him as soon as you can is what I'd say, and just go win only. Try and catch him about 7s would be ideal. But my main play in this is going to be Ballyadam. He's a pound lower than for his 4 1/4 length fifth in the county last year. He then won over 2 mile 4 in July at Wexford, and the second and the third, Hugh Briscoe and Shuro Mashat, won 2 starts later. A return to the festival at that trip must have been in mind since, because the horse been to the festival 3 times, Cheltenham 4 times total. His festival efforts on the new course have resulted in 2 fifths in the county by 4.5 lengths and 6 lengths. But by far his best effort at Cheltenham was back in the 2021 Supreme on the old course when he finished second to Appreciate It. He's 20-1, and actually his last run in the Grade 1 at Leopardstown was serious. Like, look, he's been beat 11.5 lengths by Irish Point. But he's finished, was it half a length? He finished fairly, half a length away from Mysterium Falange. The one ratings was £10 higher than him. And I don't think his rating moved for that. It didn't, no. So, I'll be all over him from an each way perspective. He's 20-1. He loves Cheltenham. He turns up there every year. He'd be the sort of horse I'd probably have a small bet on him now at 20-1 each way. They might even give you 4 or 5 places now anti-post if you're lucky. And if they do, go all in on that. But on the day, there'll be some, especially if you go with Coral, they'll probably give you 7 or 8 places, to be honest. Like, but most bookies will be 6, I'd say. But I think it's a certainty to hit the first 5 or 6, probably being 3.
Love that. Rich, are you in agreement with anything George and Saul have said, or are you going in a different direction?
It's not a race I've really got a strong opinion on. Like I say, Langadan is going to be there or thereabouts if he turns up. I'd maybe throw a small squeak at Brazil, maybe. I mean, he beat Gaelic Warrior in the Boodles the only time he ever ran at Cheltenham. I think he's about 14-1. 75% of winners were 12-1 or bigger. It's not
75%.
Yeah, 75%, 12-1 or bigger. Only 8% of winners were favourites. 16% of winners were in the top 3. Brazil is going to be a squeak each way, but it's not a strong opinion for me, this one.
Go on then, Joe. Have you got a strong opinion, or what are you thinking?
Not strong, mate. Like I say, obviously, I did tip up Langadan as soon as the prices come out. Was it about 10-1 or maybe 12-1? Yeah, he's drifted back out, obviously. Like George said, I wouldn't back him now, but, if on the morning he's getting backed, throw some money in, don't be afraid, because we all know the handbrake will be lifted. And exactly the same with George on Ballyadam, to be honest. I was on him last year for the county hurdle, and he travelled so strongly. I thought he was coming there to win, and then the run just sort of petered out. He just seemed to get swallowed up with a pace, soft ground. But then they stepped him up in trip after that. He went chasing, and the run the last day wasn't bad at all. I mean, Irish Points a very, very good horse, Asturian for Longin second, and then closely Ballyadam was in there. I think it's a perfect prep, to be honest. Obviously, he's 9-year-old, but he's been given slightly longer than, if you look through the rest, it's about 40 days they've been given, maybe 30 and some, for some horses. He's been given 76 days rest. He's going to be finely tuned for this. He's bound to be there at the finish. He has been the past 3 times he's been. And like I say, every time I watch that run back in the county last year, I'm starting to think, well, how was he finished off? Because he come there with what looked like loads left and just didn't seem to finish. The step up in trip won't be a worry. Obviously, it was 2 miles 7.5, I think. Yeah, 2 miles 7.5 last day on heavy ground. So he's pretty versatile. He's versatile enough back in trip. A couple of furlong won't do any harm at all. For me, he'll be bang there.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout. I mean, it's a tight race. I mean, obviously, Say Majesty's in here off 140 as a favourite. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's put Noble Yeats away. It's a tough bit of form to decipher, I think, first time running over. But, Craig, are you gonna turn around and tell me you're the favourite, aren't you? Are you with somebody else?
Well, I did put up Langer Dan, but I did see there was a post on Twitter earlier that he possibly would not be running in this, so I did go for a big each way shout here for Gordon Elliott. It's called Yates Star. I think it will get the distance quite well. Ran on well last time, and I think the Cheltenham Hill could possibly be a good thing for it.
I love that, mate. Nice, a nice little price there, 25 to 1. Like I say, it's a tough race to find. You're getting big price winners 9 times out of 10. And it'll be interesting to see who goes and wins this. And a lot of these will end up in the Martin Pipe. So it's one of them where you either take a chance on one now, or maybe wait till the day and wait till the declaration, should I say, and make sure that if there is one that you fancy, that they are going to go here. But either way.
On that Yates Star, I think Rory Delavey, put him up on the Paddy Power podcast the other day. And the host made a very good point of the best thing you can possibly say about Yates Star in terms of him winning is that Gordon Elliott had a stable tour the other day and did not mention his name, which means he's a certainty.
Shush. Don't tell anybody.
That's normally the case, isn't it? If they don't say a word about any of them, thinking, well, they obviously don't want it to get that cat out of the bag, do they? Nice thing, Craig, mate. It could be onto a decent one there, a decent price. Love that. Yeats Star for Craig. And I forgot what you all went for because my mind goes blank after 30 seconds. Right then, we're going to move on to the Queen Mother King, whatever his name is, Queen Mother Champion Chase. We've obviously got El Fabiolo in here, so I'll keep it short and sharp for me. The Fabiolo, John Bon, Edwardstone, Captain Guinness, bigger the rest. I think John Bon wins. He's obviously 1 to 2 on. He is a very short price, so
John
he's
Bon,
not.
John Bon wins.
Sorry. El Fabiolo wins the race. I repeat, El Fabiolo wins the race at 1 to 2 on. He's very short. We're not putting Factor File in Rich because a few don't like him. So this is the next leg in the ACCA. So get that written down. I'll be shocked if John Bon reverses the form. Edwardstone, I think he played his hand last time out. Bombing off for the front at Newbury. I think if he tries that this time round, he'll just do similar to what Dysart did last time in the Arkle and just set it up for El Fabiolo to pick it up later on. Captain Guinness needs it to be decent ground. I can't have any of the rest. I just think El Fabiolo wins. It's as simple as that. Rich, what about yourself?
This is leg 4 then of the Muggy Acca for the week.
What's the first 3 legs, sorry?
You got State Man, Lossy Mouth, Ballyburn, El Fabiolo.
I'll do, mate. Carry on.
Next.
You said back to file earlier.
Yeah, I've took him out. I don't think he shouldn't be part of the Muggy. He's not the Muggy, I think.
I'm sure we're on leg 7.
You've got Yates Star in there as one of the legs.
As collateral, yeah, I like that.
Can't wait for like 28 on last race at the day. Joe, is it as simple as El Fabiolo wins?
Yeah, mate, 100%. I think he wins, to be honest. I wouldn't put anyone off, betting that Edwardstone will finish ahead of John Bon. I really do. Honestly, I just... Something about John Bon for me, like I say, about the quirks, he seems to be very keen going to start. You either get a John Bon who's very fluent, he gets in a rhythm, he gets settled, or a John Bonny who's just crazy, a bit guessy.
Did you not see that video where he was pinging all the fences?
Yeah, but it wasn't on the track, and I just think that, you know,
You
to
mean
be
when
honest,
he was doing a hat canter and being show jumped over the fences?
yeah, that's the
I think
one.
he took a couple with him as well.
Yeah, for me, you know, John Bond's it's a non-contest. El Fabiolo wins, doesn't he?
Yeah, Craig, you in agreement?
Yep. No other words to say. El Fabiolo wins.
Love that. George, you going to give me an each way again? So I play anything in the place market you fancy?
Yeah, I would say El Fabiolo. I've heard people try and make a case for, well, Edwardstone's going to blast out in front and put pressure on his jumping. El Fabiolo's had to contend with Dysart Dynamo for half his career. There's no chance that a horse going fast in front, he'll just ignore him and come pick him up. The faster they go, the better he'll be. Yeah, and plus, it's only going to be his third run of the season, which for Willie's horse means he's going to improve, frighteningly enough. I'm going to give the place-only bet that everyone expects, Captain Guinness. He's going to sit out the back, try and pick up the pieces. The faster the early pace means John Bond's probably going to make some errors. Edwardstone's going to make his own life too hard up front. He's finishing the first 3 in 13 out of 20 chase starts, and both his chase starts at the festival have finished in places second to Shishkin in the Arkle, second to Energamy in the Champion Chase. He's 16-1. You'll probably get decent place only price round about sort of somewhere between 2-1 and 7-4. I think that's a very good bet for me.
Fantastic. I love that. So finish it off for us, mate.
Yeah, El Fabiolo's a good thing. Wouldn't back him, to be honest with you. I love watching this race. So the way I see it, the only way they can beat him is by going off a million mile an hour. I still don't think it'll happen, by the way. So I think if you're into lens bets, maybe back El Fabiolo to win by 5 or more, something like that, because I think they go very hard. And he'll just come and pick them off. And yeah, I could see him win this by a wide margin, to be honest with you. I think he's an unbelievable horse. And I'll never forget, actually, Willie Mullins, when Energamy won the Champion Chase. I remember him saying after, you know, we thought we'd win today. There's only one race that matters in the rematch with Shishkin. I know Shishkin didn't show up that day, but that to me just suggests that he's probably had El Fabiolo 85% all year, 90%, and he'll turn up here. An even better horse, yeah. I could see him blowing them away, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you there, mate. I think they'll be bang ready, bang right for it, and hopefully he goes and wins, because no doubt there've been a lot of people's hackers, and hopefully that'll be a victory for the punters. Right then, we're going to move on to one of the best races of the week. Rich, I'm coming to you first, mate. The Cross Country Chase. Manila Indo is currently in at 15-8 favourite. The hat-trick seeking Delta Work 3-1. Galvin 9-2. Cocoa Beach 11-2. Foxy Jacks 14-1. Bigger than the rest. The Cross Country Chase is currently underwater, if you go on the going sticks and things like that have been posted recently. But it's looking currently heavy. Whether it'll get anywhere better than that, I don't know. I know they've got a bit of drying weather, but I mean, what are you thinking? Are you signing with Manila Indo? Are you going to be one of them that takes on Delta Work and gets burnt again? What are your thoughts while I bob to the toilet?
There's me,
Can't hold it any longer.
Yeah, Delta Work just wins this for me. You know, he loves the soft, heavy going. It's underwater. He'll swim through it. No, Indo is a good horse. Like, I mean, he won the Gold Cup, but Delta Work just runs badly all season and then just turns up in this. And given the conditions, I just think he might just have enough for him. No, Indo. So yeah, he's my pick.
To be fair, I mean, I tipped up Manila Indo, didn't I, on the pod a few weeks ago. I'm going to stick with Manila Indo. I think I keep going back to that run last time at Cheltenham. You know, he was carrying the most weight out, like coming home in the top 4. If you just watch, Rachel, you know, didn't give him a hard time at all. Jumped well, seemed to absolutely love it. It was soft that day, but he won Tremor 2 mile 6. I know he was getting weight off Statler, but you know, he acts on the heavy ground. Obviously, a horse who's won the Gold Cup as well, so you know the festival and everything. He'll take that in his stride. To be fair, he's a bit short now, 15-8. Gordon normally dominates this one, doesn't he? And like I say, he's a bit short now, 15-8. For me anyway, I do like Manila Indoor, but I just think the price is slightly too short. For me, it's not a race. I've got a small bet on Manila Indoor at a bigger price, but for me, I don't think I'll be backing much in here, to be honest, come the day.
Yeah, that's fair enough, Joe. I mean, I'll just chime in for a moment on that. I mean, for me, it's Delta Work. I'll be surprised, I think, if he gets beat here, to be honest. He's taken the same route as last year. He comes 6th in the Boyne Hurdle the year before last. He's won the last 2. He's beaten Tiger Roll. He's beaten Galvin in the mud last year, and, Tiger Roll when it was in the mud as well. I just think it's lining up. He's been primed for it, for another chance at the hat-trick bid. I think it's probably going to be his last go at it before Gordon Elliott brings something else into the fray, because he seems to bring all his old Gold Cup horses and things like that into it. But I just think Delta Work at 3-1's a good price over Manila Indoor 15-8. You just don't know whether he's going to fully appreciate it, Manila Indoor. But I just think potentially testing ground cross country just suits Delta Work down to the ground. So I'm happy to take a chance on him repeating the last 2 years' success. Alvin, I can't have Cocoa Beach as well and horses like that. It's just not for me. So I'll stick with Delta Work and hope he goes and wins. Craig, are you in agreement or something else?
I'm with Foxy Jacks in this one.
Ooh.
He won the cross country at the November meeting. Mouse Morris is quite a shrewd man, I think. And I think this could go very, very close indeed.
Fair enough, mate. Like I say, it's definitely an each way chance. Got 14-1 there. It's a nice little each way price. Again, with potentially extra places. George, come on then, mate. Which way are you siding? Are you on Team Gordon Elliott or Team something else?
Well, I'm not really saying anything different here because, like I said, Manila Indo he's not the horse he was, but he's still performing to a very high level. In October, he won a Grade 3 chase at Punchestown. Obviously enjoyed the change in scenery when he finished 5.5 lengths, 4th to Late Night Pass, giving away £20 over the course of the distance. He's probably in a race where a lot of his rivals are showing more regression than he is. He's probably the safest option, as he's going to improve for that sighter and competing on level weights here. I heard Rachel was absolutely beaming coming in off it from that race on him. But like Joe says, the price probably gone. My main bet in this is Foxy Jacks. Like, he started his cross-country career very inauspiciously with 2 non-completions over the course and distance, including in this race last year. So he got the hang of it in November. He beat Late Night Pass that day, who went on to win, obviously, the cross-country race the following month off £3 higher. Mark of 147 leaves him with a bit of work to do on ratings with the rest of them, but a liking for these fences counts for a lot in these races. Like, there's always one horse that runs into a place that on ratings has no right to, and I think Foxy Jacks will go very, very close. Like similar to Joe, I've backed Manila Indo at a bigger price. If I was looking at this race fresh now, I couldn't back him. Foxy Jacks would be my main selection if I was approaching this race fresh right now, which many of your listeners will be. So Foxy Jacks 14-1.
Fantastic. Saul, what are your fresh eyes on this race saying?
Yeah, I think for the first time in a while, I love this race. Normally, being at the festival, you're in need of a winner, and there's normally just a 6-4, 5-4 poke that bolts up every year. But this year,
you've got a 3-1. You've got a 3-1 poke that bolts up.
I know. I'm going to side with him as well, just purely on price. I don't know. You could split him and Manila Indo much, to be honest with you, but from a value perspective, there's only one bet for me. Delta Work 3-1. Yeah, won't be a big bet or anything like that, but yeah, I think he's a good price, to be honest with you. I think he should be favourite.
Yeah, I like that. And I'll just put this comment up here. Racing Joe's on as well. He's put Delta Work the one as well. Yeah, I think he's got a great chance of getting the hat trick in there. And like I say, I'd have it between them two, and we'll see which one dances the way to the front and wins. Right. So just a quick thing then. Obviously, I just want to mention is we've actually broken a bit of a record tonight with the live viewers on YouTube. We've currently got 342 people tuning in to watch. So thank you everybody who's coming in to watch tonight. If you can all do me a favour I don't know if you're all subscribed, because normally the percentage of subscribers to non-subscribers is in the favour of non-subscribers. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, show us a bit of support, and hit that like button as well. And thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you've enjoyed it so far, because that's been pretty solid since we started. So moving on, that'll do us for that. Thanks again. The Grand Annual.
We're not doing the Grand Annual to everyone subscribes.
I'm looking at the subscribers now. If you don't subscribe, we're not going to give you the winners. We're just going to back Yaks. But
you're getting booted off.
If you do subscribe, we'll probably back the Yaks as well anyway. But yeah, anyway, the Grand Annual, I love it. My mate Mozzie, currently in favourite, even though I probably won't go here. Sanois, Harper's Brook, Liberty Hunters in here, Madara, Pat Daru, and Bigger the rest. I'll swing round the other way then, Saul. The Grand Annual, obviously won by Mascada last year. She's back in here. Who are you thinking for this one? For all them viewers that have just subscribed, give them the winner.
I think it's wide open, to be honest with you. I've studied it planning. My mate Mozzie's going for the Arkle ahead the other day. That's the plan. So
yeah,
I'm ignoring him, but he could still come here. I'd give him a great chance if he does. But this race, Harper's Brook's going to go off a million miles an hour. He's an unbelievable jumper. Coming back with stolen money, but he'll make the race a proper jump and test, and you'll have to travel. But I was looking down through them, and I think Liberty Hunter could be the one. He has got an iffy jump in him, but when he's good, he's good. He travels unbelievable. Just got up to beat Matata last time. That runs in the Arkle Tuesday. Could look good form, could Wednesday, but it's no strong selection from me, to be honest with you. I'll play him small each way on the basis that the way I think the race is going to be run, I think he'll travel and jump, and I think he'll definitely place and hopefully win.
Love it. George, Grand Annual, have you managed to dissect it? I will put a running order as well, is that the subscribers have gone up by 1. So thank you to all those people that are subscribing.
It's the Grand Annual. It just brings in the viewers.
Oh, anyway, crack on, George, mate. What's your Grand Annual pick?
I'm delighted that I'm up next here, because this is, I think, the only handicap that I've got one selection for, and I'm really, really positive on, and it's Liberty Hunter. Beat Matata last time out by a length on the new course. Matata's now rated 148. This horse gets here off 139. They beat Krabilly in a novice hurdle, who's now rated 140 over fences, 134 over hurdles. Just further shows that this mark's probably well within his reach still. It's his only entry at the festival. He's won on everything from good, soft to heavy. He's only had 3 starts over fences. He's an 8-year-old, I think. 8-year-old. But open to any amount of improvement here, and I'm all over him. In fact, I'm going to go win only at 11-1.
Wow.
It's giving me more confidence there.
I love that. I mean, obviously, I think it's Liberty Hunter who Cobden's going to ride as well. I think that was mentioned today. So you've not got a bad jockey in there. I think he's definitely right up there to win this, to be honest. Craig, are you in agreement with the lads? Are we going to end up with a full house here?
Not from me. Since Marine National hasn't come over, I'm going to go with Ennis Kerry, Barry Connell's horse. He's had a couple of quite encouraging runs over in Ireland, quite big fields. So he's used to the kind of hustle and bustle and stuff. And I think that could run quite well in this race at Cheltenham. Quite good odds as well. I think he's about 25-1.
Who's that, sorry?
I think he's about 25-1.
Ennis Kerry.
He's come out.
Is he out? Oh,
he's come out today. Yeah, must have done.
Well.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go for Harper's Brook then. As Woodsy says, jumps for fun. He'll go off a million miles an hour. But can he find anything off the bridle?
That is one of the worst pigs I've ever seen in my life. Honestly. Have you seen it? When as soon as it gets pushed, it just stops to walk.
I was there when it bloody won. I couldn't believe it. Believe it. We had a box for my dad's birthday, and then obviously everyone was asking me for tips. And that thing won't win.
He'll make it a great race, but as soon as push comes to shove, he'll just walk, won't he?
I love that. But I'm going to swing to Joe. I mean, there's a comment in here saying 300 plus viewers watching Joe scanning his tea. I mean, it's normally the case. He's normally eating something. But I'm hoping you've got a winner for us, Joe, when you finish your whatever you're eating there. You're scanning something.
He's got a hot dog up his sleeve.
It was I had a twirl, a square bar, and a whisper. But yeah, no, the one I do like, you know, it is a bit of a worry. But Sean Flanagan mentioned this horse, it's Pathoro. You know, he looked for all the world. He was going to win at Leopardstown in the Ryanair Handicap Chase, and Madara come over. Very, very well handicapped. I think it was about £8 or something. No, it wasn't. Sorry, it was £3. That's why. But the weight swing now is £4 better off. One worry I do have, and that's why I wouldn't sort of be going big on this horse, is when you watch the last few runs, hasn't jumped with much fluency. But it was after the fall, and I remember him saying on the podcast that it's a horse who seems to do everything right, but he's just been a little bit guessy at the fences after that fall. He seems to be fine at home. And like I say, he was very, very well handicapped in Ireland. And, you know, he said as well in his runs, he's been doing very well to finish, you know, second his last twice for how badly he's been jumping. He hasn't been getting in that rhythm. I just think if everything clicks, for a race for me, you know, I don't really find anything standing out massively. For a horse who's still very well handicapped in there, and if everything seems to go right, I know there's a lot of factors in there, you know, a lot of runners. It's a handicap at Cheltenham. It's going to be hustle and bustle. But if you get in a nice rhythm, you know, maybe you can improve that, you know, 5, 6, 7, £8, whatever they need to improve on, and win here.
Yeah, it's fair, mate. I like that. Rich, you know, it's a tight race. Grand Annual, always tough to find the winner. Getting most of them are. But which way are you siding? Are you at the top of the market, or are you looking at a bigger price while Craig and Saul sort out the cameras?
There's two I like in here.
They're in bed together by the looks of it.
There's two in here that I'm going to take a swing at. The first one is Calico for the Skeltons. It's a horse I've kind of followed all season, running fairly consistently. Finished second at Cheltenham to Triple Trade. Finished fourth to Madara, off top weight at Cheltenham again. Second at Doncaster. He's been giving weight away all season. He finally gets some weight back in this. So I think it's 16-1. He's a good each way sort of poke. And the other one I like is Triple Trade. Carrying 10 stone 10. It's a lightweight. Won at Ascot off 135 over 2 miles 2. Won at Cheltenham. He's got good course form. I just think at 25-1, I think he's got a good each way chance as well. So they're the two I'd be having a swing at.
Yeah, I like that. I think for me, I had two in here as well. I'm in a complete agreement with the lads on Liberty Hunter. I think that form beating Matata's very strong. I think you're looking at a little bit left in that mark there. And the other one, and obviously Cobden on board is a massive plus. The other one in there that I quite like, whether he goes there or not, I don't know, but hopefully he does, is Safiera, whichever way you want to pronounce that. But for Gordon Elliott, second behind Calixios, fell behind Facile Vega in that beginner's chase at the beginning of the season. Looked like he was going to sort of challenge and run pretty well. Just jumped out to his left and kind of slipped over at the fence, but I thought it was a decent run. Bolted up next time out after that, beating Biker 40 on lengths, although Hunter's Yarn was due to win that race, you'd have thought. So I booked for second, but again, even if he finishes second in that race, it's still a good race. And like I say, second behind Quilixios, only beating a couple of lengths, he's a threat for the Arkle. So I just think it's a mark of 145. It's not a bad mark in here. I think he could run a big race. So I'm with him and Liberty Hunter while I just sort out what's going on here. Are you still in, Saul? You're not up together, are you?
Add them back in. There we are.
There we go. You're both
there we go.
He was just having his beans and cheese on toast.
Right. There we go. Right, we're back in. So yeah, that's the Grand Annual. Anyway, fantastic, lads. Right. We're going to move on to the last race on the Wednesday. We're making decent time. The Champion Bumper, wide open race. I'll come to you first, George. You can kick us off, seeing as you know under me on the left. Jalan Dodara is his current favourite. Jasmine DeVoe, Romeo Coolio, the Yellow Clay, and Bigger the Rest. Who are you going for in this? Oh, where's he gone?
Well,
Carry on, George. Sorry.
I've got another confession with Jalon Duderis. Not only was I in the car park when Corbett's Cross was winning that day, I actually left before Jalon Duderis won the bumper.
Oh,
Because, in fairness, me and the missus were in Dublin the night before, and it was the day that Shane McGowan died. So we had a fairly heavy one out in Dublin in Temple Bar, singing along to Fairy Tale of New York in December. So
I love that.
my missus isn't massive. She's horsey, but she's not racing. And I could see I'd run out of goodwill heading towards the bumper. I said, "Should we go home?" Said, yeah. There was frost on the ground. It wasn't a nice day. But Jalon Duderis won what looked to be a very nice bumper at Leopardstown on debut. The second, Redemption Day, finished third in the Grade 1 bumper at Dublin Racing Festival. The fact that he's had a point-to-point and 2 bumper runs, the second of which was actually made into a race, could make him a bit too street smart for some of these. He looks like he'll be a chaser in time, but no risk at all produces fast horses like your Epitons, your Alahos, your Allegory de Bassis. He's actually drifted at half a point for 13-2 today. I think he's value for that. And my each way swing will be Quebecois, who is visually very impressive at Exeter. The horse that beat him in his point-to-point in Ireland, Queensbury Boy, was very impressive when it actually managed to win a bumper despite a David Maxwell penalty at Chepstow. So, look, Paul Nicholls saddled Captain Teague to be third in this race last year at a huge price, and he can't be discounted in this race. He's 20-1, so those would be the couple that I'll be taking a chance on.
I love that, mate. I'm going to come to. I'm going to do John Rich before I come to Tweedledee and Tweedle, whatever they're doing with cameras. I don't know, but
Forgot to charge his phone again, didn't he, Craig?
Chuffing hell, what a shocking phone he has got. It's the last time we have you on, Craig.
Every time.
I
hope you're not paying him.
Absolutely not. It's paying us. Just gone up. Fees just gone up. In fact, I just looked up this comment on a Racing Lee's jumped on. Lee, cheers for jumping on.
Lee.
Supporting the channel and viewing. Hopefully, we don't sound too rambly. But
Rich, on the Chinese.
I'm ordering my Chinese.
Chinese.
Rich, the champion bumper, then, mate. Where are you thinking? It's a tough race to decide for this one. Really open race. Go on, mate.
I mean, I know I'm a fan of the flat, but this is wide open. The one I'm probably going to land on is You Ought to Know. I think he brings the best form. He's had 3 runs under his belt. I think the experience is going to count quite a lot in this. He finished second in the DRF2. Jeroboam Machin, is it?
Jeroboam Machin.
Okay, we'll go with that. Who would probably win this if he wasn't injured. So, yeah, I think that's the best form on offer. So he's the one I'm going to throw a dart at, but it's open. Any of these could improve massively for this one. So, yeah, I won't go crazy.
Yeah, it's always tight to get the winner of a bumper. Joe, which way are you siding?
It's very tough, mate, isn't it? I mean, the past few years, it's sort of been a bit of a slog. What I do like, to be fair, I know the English don't have a great record, is Tishan, to be honest. He won the 3 mile point to point, didn't he, by 41 lengths. And Johnny Delahaye come out and said, who bought him, said, he hasn't seen anything like this before. He's had some decent horses in his roster. The Exeter race he won, it wasn't unbelievable, and it wasn't an unbelievable time either, but he done it with absolute ease. It was on heavy ground. You see it a lot where they sort of go off, it's a real hustle and bustle of a race. And it's, apart from Facile Vega, it's normally, it's normally the one who's staying on strongest at the end. And I can see it being an absolute slog this year. And you probably need a horse who stays longer than the 2 mile. And I can see Tishan being around there in the places, to be honest. He's miles the best of the English. Will all the Irish run? I'm not too sure. Obviously you'll get, Gordon will probably have 3, Willie will have 3, but sometimes you see horses in there who are not fully ready, not fully wound up, the bomb out. So for me, I think I'm going to side with the English on this one. At 10-1, I feel like, he's up there with an each way bet. The one that does interest me, to be honest, but I just can't take him for what he's done, is Romeo Coolio.
Fair comments, mate. I mean, I'm going to come to the Dixie brothers. Saul and Mr. Phone Charger, and which way you lads going to side with this one in a very, very wide open champion bumper?
Well, I'll let Craig go because I've got a big opinion on this.
Oh, love it.
Right, boys, I am going for the yellow clay. Now, it's 1, 2 out of 3. Very unlucky in running last time, I think it was. Stayed on after. I think it made a bit of trouble in running. Stayed on. And I think this long Cheltenham straight could play to his strength. So I'm going for Gordon Elliott's in this one.
Fantastic. Saul, are you jumping back in? What's your big opinion then?
This horse, blown away by it. Jasmine DeVoe. The form's no good. I haven't heard it mentioned on any previews by any of the Mullins lot, but I've watched it about 20 times. I was absolutely blown away. It was over 2 mile 3, so he'll stay. But the way he quickened was honestly, took my breath away. And me and my best mate, we do a bit of better. Well, lose money together anyway. But he's in full agreement with me. And we keep saying to each other, are we seeing this wrong? You know, like we haven't heard it mentioned or nothing. So we keep going back and watching it one more time. And honestly, I'll be about 10 pints deep at this point as well. So I could be getting very rash. Yeah. I don't get me wrong. I think it's a good race. I did like Jalandu Dairies, but when I watched this lad, I was, breathtaking, to be honest with you. And I've already backed it at 10-1. But I can see it now. 10 pints of Guinness deep. I'll be getting the cash out and I'll be going in big time.
And as we always say, drink and bet responsibly unless you're at the festival.
That's a lie.
Unless you're at Cheltenham.
That's a lie.
It doesn't count
unless
that
you're
week.
at Cheltenham, or unless you're sat at home in your pants like me with me cans of night. Just say, I'll be drinking these. Don't you worry, I'll be here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's got a good chance. Like you say, I mean, for me, it's a very open race. I've kind of gone down the list, and the one that stood out for me, there's a bumper horse that I've absolutely fell in love with completely, and unfortunately, he's not going to be running in this, and that's William Money. Obviously, the Barry O'Connell team have that one. Not going to run him here. Going to stick for Punchestown, but I just think the one that ties in with him, and the one that I've gone with is going to be this Siesta. I'm going to pronounce this one, but Siesta Chance or Chancey. However much drink you're going to have, but yeah, I think he was only short head off William Money.
C'est la chance.
It's what, sorry?
C'est la chance.
C'est la chance. C'est la chance. That'll do. Siesta. Yeah, that'll do me. But yeah, the double green, Simon Minade and Alex Swade, I think is only short head off William Money. He bolted up next time out, bolting when beating a horse called Wingmen. And I just think that's decent form. They touted him for the bumper before, and obviously William Money battered him, and he's been a short head away. We've not seen him since, so he has got that little bit of a negative goal of going in with one bumper run this season. But, you know, it's one of them. You don't know what rate any of these are going to improve. And, I do think we might have a big price winning this. There's some nice bumper horses in here. All are going to have decent futures ahead of them, but I just thought that form tying in with William Money, I thought I can't ignore that, so I'm going to take a chance on him. He is 20-1 currently. 14, 16's in place. Bet 365 are the best at the moment, so I'll have a little each way play on him, and that'll do me for day 2. So after 10 pints, I'll be steaming in each way on him. All right, lads, love it. There's a couple of comments, but I'll star them and we'll crop them up in a bit because we'll be talking about these certain horses. But we're going to move on to the next day, which is day 3. And we have finally arrived, lads. We've arrived at the race. It's the Turners Novices Chase. And we have, Factor Filo's not going to go here. Grey Dawning looks like he's shading probably favouritism at the moment, 11-4. You've got Ginny's Destiny, Facile Vega. Will he go here potentially? If he does come to Cheltenham, Gaelic Warrior. And the mighty, the one and only Iroko in at 5-1, bigger the rest. Rich, we've waited a year for this. We've waited since Warwick to talk about this race. The whole of Twitter's against him. There's a few people that think he's got absolutely no chance. Tell them they're wrong.
They're wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he won the Martin Pipe didn't he, last year, 2 miles, 4th, 138. His debut, I don't think we've seen as an impressive debut as we have all season. He beat Golden Sun by 3 lengths, who didn't run any sort of races previously, but he won last time out. Kilbeg King, he finished 3rd in the Kato Star, 2nd in the Grade 2. I don't think the form's as bad as everybody's saying there is. If he'd had more runs, he would be rated higher. That's for sure. And I think he's got a great chance. I think people are kind of canning him because they've not seen him. People think he's been rushed back, but no, I think he's the unknown. I think a lot of these have maybe got a few question marks, whereas this lad, not really question marks, but you just don't know how good he is. And yeah, like I say, we had a little nibble early on, so we've got a nice price. But yeah, hopefully he does the business. Grey Dawning, like you say, I think he's got a blunder in him somewhere. I think Vega again is quite interesting, stepping up in trip. Ginny's Destiny heads the market. I'm not 100% sure how good he is, but yeah, Iroko for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just put this quote up here. Liv's obviously jumped on at just the right time. That I'm going to let you read that comment yourself, but I think she's on a Iroko. Yeah, look, I'll jump in. Iroko, we were obviously on him early on. We backed him for the Browns and we covered him for the Turners. It was mega impressive at Warwick and his jump chasing start. Obviously beat Golden Sun, who has won since. Although it took him a couple of runs. Kilbeg King
the weekend as well, Golden Sun. So
he's out of the weekend as well, so he might frank it again. Kilbeg King obviously ran well in the Grade 1. I'm going to beat about 10 length. We were about Ilya Francais, and then he comes second in that Grade 2 behind that other horse. I forgot his name now. Henry's friend, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah. So it's decentish form. Look, we've gone on about him a long time, and obviously he was injured for the season, but now he's come back. A lot of people are saying this whole, they've rushed him back for Cheltenham. I would like to say we feel like that isn't the case. We've spoke to him. I spoke to Josh and he was saying he'd been back into JPs. They've got the best vets in the world and all this. Have cleared him completely. He's been in work for a decent amount of time since. And to me, the only obviously negative against him is that he's had one run. It's experience against some horses who have had some, more runs. But I think there's question marks against all of these. Grey Dawning, like we know, has got a massive mistake in him. He's dropping down from the Brown Advisory into this race. They could easily have him off it early and he could make a mistake. Ginny's Destiny is obviously the one. He's a very, very good jumper. He's been winning in the handicap, similar to our Stage Star, same sort of route to last year. Gate Warrior's probably not going to go. He's going to go the Arkle. Fact Fans are going to America, blah, blah, blah. So to me, you're going to have a massively cut-up race here. What we're talking, 4 runners maybe, if we're lucky. I think for me, Facile Vega is the danger. Stepping up in trip has been what he absolutely needs. I'm a massive fan of Facile Vega, so if he does come here, I think he's got a massive chance. But just Iroko, his jumping is electric. It seriously is good. We've seen it firsthand, and we know that he's got potential. And I just think the more that people are against him on Twitter, the more I want him to win. We have a decent bet on him, but money aside, it's not life-changing money, so I'm not really that bothered. But if he wins, I will have an absolute field day on Twitter. And there'll be a lot of people that will have a lot of humble pie to eat. So fingers crossed he goes and runs well. But then at the same time, he's got the excuse of, well, if he don't win, if he runs well, he's only coming. We've got the excuse of he's coming off it only with 1 run. So, we're kind of in a win-win with him. I love him. I hope he goes and wins. It'll be a great day if he does. Joe, are you backing that up, or are you away something else? Are you going to be a scumbag to take him up?
No, mate, 100%. I think we're all with Iroko, aren't we? Like I say, he couldn't have been more impressive at Warwick, could he? It's a pretty sharpish track, and you have got to jump well to get round there, and that's what he did. I was watching the race thinking, is John Joe hanging on too much, or is he just not wanting to press the button yet? And obviously he was just motoring. Well, he wasn't even in second gear, was he? It was very impressive, like Rich said there, probably one of the most impressive we've seen. The form didn't look like it was stacking up at first, but then Gold got his handicap mark and seemed to be able to win. Like you say, Facile Vega probably would be the danger. I'm just, the race probably will pan out to suit Iroko. Now Ginny's Destiny will make it a decent test, and Iroko will be there, trying to nab him. So, like you say, I think Grey Dawning can throw in an error, especially jumping at speed. I was in the same sort of thought of Saul looking at it, that he'd go for the 3 mile. For me, it is out for Silvega or Rocco, but obviously I'm going to side with the Rocco. Fingers crossed to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come to you, George. Obviously you might know a little bit more, but he has that negative of only having one run, but he's the unknown. I really like him. I think he's got a great chance. I think it's not the most amazing race. I think he's got a good chance. What do you think? Talk to me. Come on, tell me.
This is the race I've been dreading since the start of the podcast. Once you said the other 2 lads are from Greenhall and Guerriero's, so I've been absolutely hung here. I've got nothing I can say other than Nap Iroko, or I'm absolutely screwed. But
I mean, I can easily boot you off. So what are you thinking? You're obviously thinking you're okay.
On the ticker tape at the bottom of the
There's no
screen,
bias.
in capital letters. He's the only horse the whole night who's got his name in capital letters.
Just read
in the market, fact to file.
George, just read that comment out there, mate, and then we'll move on.
Rocco wins on the right. I was still doing the first lap. Look,
there you go. So, Saul, what you thought?
He's an absolute machine, but I'm not going to be backing him at 11-2 off one chase start. I'm not saying he can't win. He absolutely can. Like, he's obviously a very, very, very good horse. But just in terms of, it's not prudent in terms of, for me, to have a bet on him. Lads that work in the yard, they see something different to me. They're 100%, they're in a position to make that bet. I'm not, with the information I have available to me. So, for me, first I'm going to tear another strip off Grey Dawning because I enjoy it. I think the horse's best strip's 3 miles, and all his wins bar one have come on relatively flat tracks. The exception being a novice hurdle at Exeter, where he recorded his lowest winning RPR of 119. Obviously, his only visit Cheltenham before, he took offence by the routes. I think on undulating tracks where he's not able to get into a rhythm, his jumping falls to bits. So that's what I'm going to say about Grey Dawning. Ginny's Destiny was in receipt of £3 when he beat Grey Dawning 3 1/4 lengths over this course and distance in January. Many thought he was lucky to hang on because of the poor jump from Grey Dawning, which is reflected in the RPRs. Ginny's Destiny was the winner and yet had a £3 lower RPR for the race than Grey Dawning. However, on their next start, both horses were given 1.62. They obviously improved the same amount. I think on Ginny's Destiny's behalf, you can mark that up, given Prairie Wolf finished 4th and has won since off the same mark. The 6th horse, Blow Your Wad, has come out and won off £1 lower. And like I said, Grey Dawning was so flattered in that race at Warwick. I think Ginny's Destiny is just a better horse. That'd be my play to win the race. The one at big price that I really can't believe is DeJalo. If he comes here, he's unlucky not to be going here unbeaten. Like, the fall at Lingfield obviously wasn't his fault, and he just got caught out in the Scilly Isles where Nickelback got loose on the lead. Despite that, he pulled 22 lengths clear of Colonel Harry, who's a Grade 2 winner in his own right. He's won at Aintree, Ascot and Newbury, which are all totally different tracks, so I just don't think Cheltenham's going to be a problem for him. The RPR of 151 he earned in defeat last time gives him every chance of running into a place at 25-1.
Yeah, sorry, as soon as you moved on from Morocco, I blanked out. No, I'm joking. No, I think about I mean, it's a great debate. These are the sort of races that I absolutely love, and I think it's going to be such a good race to watch. Saul and Craig, I'll come to you guys. You're obviously in the yard with the Rocco. We're not fully biased. We understand that there's potential of him not, firing first time out after a bit of a break. But I think I just sort of got me back up when people were calling and saying they were rushing him back. I mean, he's the best horse in the yard. They're not going to rush him back if they don't think he's A1. Do you know what I mean? So you can shed a little bit of light, and if you want, lads, go for it.
Yeah, I think he wins. I'm not being biased, I swear. No, Ryan Day obviously rides him every day, and obviously being a former professional jockey himself, he said that he's never sat on a horse that gives him the feeling that he gives him when he's riding him, when he's going over the fences. And as everybody's seen, the race at Warwick kind of took the internet by storm. It was everywhere after it. There was videos, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. The form looks good. Golden Sun obviously won the other week there. Kill Big Kings rang well in defeat. And I think this lad goes and wins the turners on Thursday.
Nice. Would you like to add anything to that, Saul?
Yeah, I'm just going to talk about this, try and talk about it from a non-biased point of view, give people a bit of information that might help them. He's as fit as we can get him. He jumps unbelievable. So it's just that the issue isn't going to be fitness or jumping. It's just whether somebody who wants to back him thinks one run coming here off one run in November is going to be a problem or not. And I think that's up to you to make that decision. But from the yard, we can definitely say he's in great form. He's an unbelievable jumper. I think over hurdles, he looked a bit slow. Like, he looked like he is a 3-miler. I think, put it this way, I think next year in the Gold Cup, he'll go off single figure price. But from a punting perspective, I don't know if I can personally off one run. You know, if it didn't work here, do you know what I mean? If I was, as George said, if we were looking in from the information available to you, it's a tricky call. I will be backing him, don't get me wrong, but Ginny's Destiny, I think he's the one. If you're going to go any other way, I think he'd be the one. Jumps unbelievable, keeps improving. As George said, I'm not convinced that Grey Dawn would have definitely beaten last time when he made that mistake. I'm not convinced at all. Finds lows. One horse I can't have is Facile Vega, not one bit. Spends far too much time in the air. I just don't think he's that good. I think he's a bit of a hype horse. So if anyone wants any match bets, Ginny's Destiny, Facile Vega, I'll take that all day. But I think Irocco, I do think he can win. He's the one horse. If any horse was going to do it, it would be him. And if there was any race you want him to come back into, it's this one. I don't think it's a special race. I think it's very competitive. I don't think it's a special race. Yeah, I think I'd just edge with Irocco. There'll be no worries about fitness or anything like that. He hasn't been rushed. He's been back and work for 10 weeks minimum. Yeah, he's in great form. I think I'll go with him, but won't put anyone off Ginny's Destiny either.
I would say Ryan Days is an opinion to trust as well. He's a proper horseman, like he's a very good rider. He started just after me. He only rode 7 or 8 seasons, but he rode about 100 winners, which in context of a lot of the bigger jockeys doesn't sound like a lot, but there was some big races in there. I think he won Nida on Baywing. He won a couple of big races on Guitar Peak for Nicky Richards. Like, very, very good pilot. Like, someone that's well worth listening to.
So does that change your mind then, George? You and the Irocco camp now?
I mean, I think what I see on the facts, but I'll see. Give me Ryan's number. I'll speak to him. I'll see what I think.
That's how I've tried to talk about it from a factual point of view. I'm just going to say it's up to people to make that decision for themselves. But I think he'll end up proper Grade 1 chaser. I think he'll be the best of these by a mile. It's just
when he wins, we can all go. Told you so.
Yeah, I'm just trying to not look at it from a biased point of view, but he'll definitely end up with the best of these horses. Definitely. It's just as a punter whether you want to take that chance off one run. But I think if you're going to do it now, I think you'll go off short and 6-1. To be honest with you, as James said, I can't see there being many runners.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it sounds like you're trying to say we're biased. I'm not biased one bit. No, in a serious note, though, we obviously...
I'm just saying, working here, you know what I mean? Sometimes people come on and just say, oh, yeah, he's from our yard and I'm going to stick with him sort of thing. I've just tried to talk about it from a complete punting perspective, if that makes sense.
Craig, who wins? Craig, put Craig in. Who wins?
Irocco.
No, but on a serious note,
on the Friday, I'll be coming out with some really biased opinions, so it's fine.
Like I said, I think you've done right there, Saul, and coming from non-biased. We are on at a bigger price. We've got a bit of a connection with the horse, so it is one of them. You kind of do get the old rose-tinted glasses, as some may say, but we think he's an exceptional horse. He is going to be a very good horse going forward, and he'll take his chance. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on. When the turning in is absolutely swinging, it'll be some sight. Yeah. And if he ain't, well, that's just not to be. But fingers crossed it happens, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I do think it will, by the way. I will throw that in there.
Just put a little comment here. Where do you think he'll go next season? He's sort of 33. We're looking at prices for next year already. Nice one, Jack. 33 to 1 for the Ryanair. Or is he? I think he's a Gold Cup horse, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks at it. I think he'd be more of a Gold Cup horse, but with them being JPs, you know, JP loves to split them up, doesn't he? If Factor File ends up there next year and he's a short price, he could end up going for the Ryanair, but he's absolutely every inch a 3 miler in time. I think just because he jumps so well, he looks a lot quicker over fences. 2.5 is absolutely no issue to him at all. But he'll definitely end up a 3 miler, yeah. If I was going to back now myself, I'd back for the Gold Cup over the Ryanair, but I wouldn't bank on it, sort of thing.
But he's a Coco Rico, isn't he? He's bound to want a trip
Yeah.
at the time. Like, same, you've got a few of them. You've got Hon Public as well as a Coco Rico, isn't he?
Yeah. He's just, and like, as you know, George, working at home, people think, the fastest ones. He'd be one of the slower ones working, if that makes sense. But at the end of the work, he's the only one coming back on the bridle. But yeah, he'll be a proper horse next year, and I imagine a 3 miler, yeah.
But this is what people don't understand with work. Because if you work a 100 rated 2 miler with a 140 rated 3 miler, good chance the 2 miler works better. This is why the work can be so irrelevant. Like,
yeah, exactly. It's a 4 fail on gallop, 5 fail on gallop, and they're running over 3 miles with 20 fences, sort of thing. So it's a completely different ball game.
I have actually got one question for you about Hon Public, because he's the same cross. He's Coco Rico out of a Voix du Nord mare as 50 ball that we've got at Iron. Is Hon Public an absolute lunatic?
He was when he was younger. He literally, when he first came about 2-3 years ago, you'd be riding with the Gallop Grand and he'd just out of nowhere, he'd just go whoosh, stick his head in the air.
Okay, it's not just ours then. It's not just ours.
Yeah. And he was like that for 2 years, and then all of a sudden he's absolutely fine now. Yeah, but when he was younger, I don't know, gust of wind or anything, he'd stick his head up and he'd be gone. He's grown out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very like ours. I remember 50 ball. Tom Cheeseman rode him out one day, and we just saw him. He was doing circles outside the yard, and we went, "What are you doing, Tom? Like, it's time to go back in the yard." He said, "I can't get off it. I can't get off it. It bolts."
Yeah, highly strong. Yeah, very. Is yours still like that now, or is he grown out of it?
No, he's got better. He's just strong now.
Yeah.
He's just strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just interested. I saw it was the same cross, so I thought I'd ask the question.
Yeah. He was mad a couple of years ago. Yeah.
I love that. Can't beat a bit of the horse start. I'll put a quick comment up here. Liv's wants to ask Craig a question. Has Hon Public got his carrot?
Of course he does.
Of course he does. This is what this podcast is all about. We've got over 400 live viewers in here at the moment, so thank you all for coming in. And every one of you viewers, subscribe, like the video, and back Irocco, and you won't go far wrong. Right, that's 5 for Irocco. Love that. So the next race then, guys, moving on. But yeah, seriously, look at the race, enjoy it. The Pertemps Network Final then, another race. It's a tasty one you've got. We don't know what's going to be running here, what's not, but we've got Cletus Poular in currently his favourite 8-1. Chantry House 9-1. I'm not going to even try and pronounce that. Goeth Quill, is that right? I think I've seen a few people pronounce it that way. At 9-1. Ikera Len, Gabby's Cross, Springwell Bay, White Rhino in at 14-1. Saul, come on, tell me that White Rhino. What are your thoughts? Will he get in? Is one of the questions. We don't know just yet, but fingers crossed he does. But are you with him if he gets in? Or if he doesn't get in?
Absolutely, yeah. I'll be completely honest here. I normally go through every race with a tooth comb, but I've been a bit lazy here because I know for a fact I won't want to back any other horse. I ride him out a lot.
No bias in this race then, no?
No, yeah, I just said that. Yeah, no, I'm having bias here, big time. Yeah, I cannot see this being out the first 4 if it gets in. Whether he's well handicapped enough still to win, I don't know. But the reason I love him is when you ride him at home start of the year, he ran off 107. I remember a couple of years ago when I used to ride him, and he literally could not gallop. He was so big and backward. And then all of a sudden this season, he come back and started working, and you're like, wow. But with some horses, after a couple of runs when they win, they sort of hit the limit, and they sort of go a bit downhill at home sort of thing. But he just kept improving all year. Last time Huntington was just obviously running to get him qualified. He'll come on a bundle for that. I hope he gets in, because if he does, he will 100% place. I'll say that with my chest. I think he's a cracking each way bet, and hopefully he can get the job done. But yeah, I just hope he gets in. I think he needs 5 to come out. But yeah, I wouldn't put anyone off him each way. I think he's a cracking bet if he makes the final field.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you. You know, I think I think this race probably revolves around the two that, two of the horses that actually qualified through the same race, Chantry House and White Rhino. I think if he does get in, don't know if it'll go to a ballot or whatever, but these two, to me, look the ones to be on if they do get in. I love White Rhino, like you say there. I agree with everything you just said there. He seems well handicapped. I think he'll appreciate this race, and hopefully, if he gets in off that low weight, I think he's got a really good chance. So,
yeah, just for anyone watching it, he loves soft ground. The softer, the better. If it was proper good ground, I'd probably cut my bet down a bit. He'll still be fine on it, but I'd say he wants some sort of soft in the description, which I'm sure he'll get at Cheltenham, for him to be a proper bet sort of thing each way.
Yeah, fingers crossed the rain does sort of stick in. I mean, I think a lot of the horses we kind of back and do probably want soft ground, so fingers crossed it stays that way. But White Rhino will definitely love it. George, I mean, we're obviously on White Rhino, and potentially I've gone sort of Chantry House. I thought that qualifier would be quite the one to be on. Are you kind of in the same thing, or are you looking somewhere different?
I'm looking somewhere different. I'm not really very strong on this race. I'm stronger on my first selection than second, but Gabby's Cross is rated 140 over fences and gets here off 133 despite the £6 Irish tax. Couple of seconds have seen him qualify for this and just sort of creep high enough in the weights to guarantee a run. The most notable of those seconds was the penultimate run where he was very tenderly handled to finish 3 3/4 lengths behind Buddy One. He obviously won subsequently at Cheltenham, is now rated 152. This horse gets here off 133. His last win was at the 2022 Galway Festival over fences of 137, where he brushed aside Bustleton. And like the long and short of it is he's found a chase mark in the 140s really hard work. Like I think he ran 5 runs without his mark changing since then. I think 137. Yeah, he went up to 143. 5 runs later, he went up a pound, back down a pound. It took 7 runs for him to go down 2 pounds, and they eventually just went, well, we'll go hurdling then. Like he was just really harshly treated by the handicapper. I think he'll have a good chance in this at 14-1. This one's a bit more of a wild one because this is a horse I'd given up on this time last year before the stable switch. It's Ematom. He was 4th. Yeah, I know. He was 4th in the 2020 Stayers Hurdle. It was a long time ago, but at least it shows an aptitude for the course and distance. He was a horse that looked like he completely fallen out of love with the game, but like I said, stable switch seems to have completely turned him around. He's had 2 wins on good and heavy in 2 seconds. He won by a length and 3/4 at Newbury last time. He's gone up £5 for that, but he does know more than is required from him. And if he can find even a fraction of his former ability, he'll hit the places here at 33-1.
I love that. That's a brilliant pick. Fantastic. Like I say, it's a juicy race to get involved with some nice prices. Craig, you're falling asleep there in the background of Saul. I'll wake you up and get your selection in this race, mate. Or are you on White Rhino as well?
I'm going to have to go with White Rhino, I think, yeah. Joe was there that day. We took him to Carlisle, and the ground was very, very soft. Very, very boggy. I think he won by 9 lengths. And then I think he was second at Cheltenham. He was quite unlucky. I think he got bumped about a bit. I think American Sniper beat him. And then obviously he won at Cheltenham after that. So he's got course form, 3 mile, soft ground. I think he'll be the winner of this race. But I will put in a word for Icar Alain of Willie Mullins's. I think that's got quite a good chance as well. But I will be sticking with the Rhino on this one.
Yeah, like I say, I think he's currently in 29 and he's sort of 4 or 5, 4 to come out or go into a ballot, but it's going to be tight. You're definitely going to have non-runners in those above, I think. So, Rich, we're kind of hoping he gets in, or are you with somebody else?
No, right, Rhino, like Craig said, he's got the Cheltenham form, second and first this season. He's come
probably
on
lucky in the second as well, didn't he, when he got sort of blocked off, didn't he?
Yeah, he's come on leaps and bounds, like you say, I think we need 4 to come out. I think he's got a chance. I think he's got a chance sneaking in, and like Saul said, he's going to be up there. I can't see him out of the places either. if he doesn't get in, the second choice might be Monmoral for me, maybe for Nichols. I mean, he was once rated 153 as a hurdler back in 2022, and he finished second in the Dipper Chase, the Real Whacker. I mean, I think that is quite decent. He qualified fourth at Chepstow last time out, first try at the trip. I think that was on heavy. I think it'll be better ground. I think it'll still be soft, but it won't be as bad as Chepstow. I just think he's got class to potentially be a player in this as well. And Chantry House, like you say, I think he's got a bit of class about him as well. But yeah, White Rhino, hopefully, if he gets in.
Fantastic. Joe, are you signing with the White Rhino? You're going to work something else. There's no bias on this podcast, by the way. We do think he's an improving horse. He's got a really good chance. Joe, are you on the same page or something else?
Yeah, 100% mate, White Rhino. I was there when he won at Carlisle that day. It was bottomless. He just seemed to eat up the ground. Horses were getting slow. He seemed to just start getting going. He loved to get his toe in. He's absolutely massive. We seen him the other week when we made the trip to the yard. He's huge. He jumps well. He moves well. And I can just see him, heavy ground, up that hill, storming up. Like I say as well, I think a positive for the handicaps is for a horse that's, sort of targeted for that race in a way, when they are sneaking in, they are clearly, pretty well handicapped, you know what I mean? In terms of, horses might be planning for it all year, but, they might get in comfortably, you might be top weight. I think if a horse is targeted to be there, I think you'd rather them sneak in a way because it's, it's sort of been planned. Fingers crossed they all come out and, we get to see him there. But I don't think, will he shorten much? I'm not too sure. When you look through his form and through his runs, he probably doesn't strike the eye, do you know what I mean? But then again, Greenhall and Guerriero horses, they have been talked about quite a lot recently. What do you think on that, Saul?
Yeah, I just think the way this race is now, the way they've gone top four to qualify, just makes it a completely different race. If this was 3 years ago, probably wouldn't fancy him as much because Gordon's probably snuck one in there with two stone in hand. But I think the way it is now, a more progressive horse can just come in here and win it. I think it was a clever bit of training by Josh and all. We had a choice of going to Warwick or Huntingdon to try and qualify, and they sort of knew Huntingdon wouldn't be his sort of track. But to try and get into the top four, that's all you needed. I think it was a clever bit of training, and hopefully, he's still got a bit up his sleeve. At home, he seems like he has. He has not stopped improving all year. So, yeah, I'm very confident of a big each way bet, to be honest with you.
Good stuff.
Am I correct in it used to be top 5 or top 6 to qualify?
It used to be top 6, yeah. Top 6 qualifiers. Yeah,
so you kind of got to have a semi-decent one nowadays to get in, haven't you?
Yeah,
top
you
4.
could sneak in 6th in Ireland back in the day. Gordon used to drop side of Early and Delta work in 6th. And then they've got £20 in hand, you know what I mean?
David Russell used to be an absolute expert at just sort of sneaking one in, didn't he?
Only 25% of winners won last time out in this race.
Yeah, you could throw a blanket on. Bar a good time, Johnny, last year. You could throw a blanket on the next 10 home. So it's made it a much more interesting race to watch, anyway.
But you got to bear in mind with that stat of 25% only were previous winners is that they've changed the qualification status. Like it's going to be different now because you used to have to finish in the first 6. Now you have to finish in the top 4. There are going to be far more qualifiers. There are going to be far more horses come into this off the back of a win because you just can't afford to take the risk of trying to finish fourth. Like,
exactly.
I think it's something ridiculous. It's like either one or none or no horses have ever won this having won a qualifier or something. Like it's a ridiculous stat, but it's going to change now. It's going to change now for sure.
It is half sort of completely backwards that. You basically your best chance of winning this race is by not winning your previous race. But like I say, it's I'm glad they've changed it. It makes it a little bit more interesting, and hopefully White Rhino gets in, and it'll be a good race. And if you get the winner, congratulations! Right, we're gonna fly through these next few. Then we've got the Ryanair Chase. We've got Banbridge is currently in his favourite. Well, El Fabiola's in there, but he's obviously not going to go here. So Envoy LM, that was my selection there at the post show. He's got a great chance. Stage Star, which was Joe's. Fast or Slow, Capadano, Conflated is going to be going here. Protectorate. I'll come to you, Rich. Who do you think wins this? Well, I'll just answer my door.
I quite like Envoy Allen. You know, I think Cheltenham is where he comes alive. You know, he won the Bumper, won the Ballymore. Unfortunately, fell in the Turners, third in the Queen Mother, and won the Ryanair last year. I just think he turns up at this meeting. I think he'll be in the places. Conflated. I just can't see him getting close. He's going to win in the cross country next year. I'm sure of it. Delta Works going to bow out, and Conflate is going to be the next Giggins Town cross country winner for the next few years. I can see Protectorat running a good race. He's kind of kept up his form. Third in Denman, second to Lahon Press, third off Cheltenham Handicap off top weight, won by Broadway Boy, and fourth in the Betfair Chase last time out. I think dropping back in trip might bring him into play. I think he's got a good way chance. And James, I'm sure I'll mention Hitman at some point during this.
I'm just going to say, I've not heard you mention the winner yet, Rich. Come on.
He does seem to turn up in this. So, like I say, he's maybe got an each way chance. But yeah, I think Envoy Allen's quite solid in this sphere.
So he's had 4 wind ups, I believe. And he was 4 1/4 lengths off Shishkin last time out. Second run after his 4th wind up. George will tell me that wind ups work a treat, don't they? Surely he's got a right chance, Hitman. Surely, come on.
I'm really pleased you threw this to me, because this is the first time ever I've been with Hitman.
I can't believe it. Whoa. What?
He's my each way play. He's my each
Come
way
on.
play.
He looked like the winner last time.
He did, and that's over a trip that he doesn't get. He doesn't get 3 miles, especially like with his win. Look, he was good enough to finish third in this last year behind Envoy Allen and Shishkin. That was 5 runs after his penultimate wind up, before it sort of appeared to wear off and performances deteriorated. He had French Dynamite and Garlour in behind last year. It's a good level of form. He recorded an RPR of 163.
We've got to believe it, James.
Yeah. His last run came on his second run after his most recent wind up, and he finished only 4 1/4 lengths behind Shishkin over a trip that was beyond him. He was, look, by the distance he beat Protector at, he's got as much chance of winning a Gold Cup as Lompresse. You know what I mean? Like it was a huge run. He recorded an RPR of 162 over a trip that he doesn't get, and it showed the wind up worked. 25 to 1 is way too big. Like, he travelled into that race like the winner. He will be placed, and he's not just going to be placed, he's going to be in the 3. But Envoy Allen wins. Envoy Allen does win.
We're completely in sync here.
He's a horse that is constantly underestimated off the basis of the hype around him when he was a youngster, and it really, really bugs me. I tipped him for this race last year. His second to Jerry Colomb matched his Ryanair winning RPR of 167, so it's obviously still there another year later. While it's concerned he hasn't won, he hasn't run since that. He won this last year, having not run since the King George, which he completely blew out in. At least he ran well in the Down Royal. I'd say Henry's happy to bring him here fresh. Henry's horses are flying. There's no one better for like getting a horse to Cheltenham ready to run the race of their life. Just like this horse is a dream to own. He's earned £824,000 in prize money, and people think he's a disappointment. He's run 24 times 115, been placed on 4 of the others. You can literally count on one hand the number of bad races he's run. But it's just because he didn't turn into the new Arkle, everyone's disappointed with him. And I do not get it. This horse is an absolute machine. And whoever decided to send a Saint mare to Mahathir deserves a medal, because that looked like lunacy at the time. That looked like you were trying to get jockeys killed. And I've heard Jamie Codd rode him has only ever ridden him on the gallops at home once because it ran away with him. He's not tricky. He's not easy, but I know the lad who rides him at Henry's now, and they say he's in good form. I can't see past Envoy Allen from a win perspective, but yeah, for the first time in my life, they say this game never stops surprising you. Hitman each way.
I'm genuinely in shock, and I'm loving it because we're in sync on this one, George. I mean, I put Envoy up in our series. I think he takes all the beating coming back here, like you said there. Henry, they've kept him fresh this time. They've minded him. His form's decent this season, albeit he weren't beat. But he weren't, only just beaten by Jericho Long. That's he's up there with the Gold Cup form. When you've got horses like your Conflated who have been tried over banks or whatever, dropping back down. He's tipped up the last twice. I'm not sure I could really trust him. Protectorate for me. We had Skelton on the show. The way he spoke about him, he's got to be flat out the whole time, and he's got too many question marks against him. In my opinion, like Banbridge is obviously in there as favourite. I know a few people are on him who we know. I'm not sure he's going to get the ground he wants. It's probably going to be soft, I would say. Might get good soft maybe, but I don't know. But he's just again.
Banbridge won't show up if it's anything worse than good soft. And I would actually go as far as say, if Banbridge doesn't show up, I'll play the straight forecast.
Oh, you tell you what, you're talking my language tonight, George. I'm loving that. Again, I agree. I think it's going to be soft ground. I don't think Banbridge will turn up, similar to last year when he didn't turn up. A stage start, I've just not really been with him. I know, Joe, you're quite sweet on him, which is fair enough. I just thought Enviolin he'll come back. I think he's got not a very hard race to win here. Obviously, won it last year. Hitman, obviously, we've laughed and joked, but I've spoke about him plenty of time. They seem to have campaigned him. They've got the wind up in there again, and it's going to be his third run after that. I think he'll be bang right for him. The second run behind Shishkin was decent. It was only beaten 3 lengths in this last year, and it looked like the winner turning in then, and he just got a little bit probably outstayed by Enviolin. But I do think Enviolin will win. He's obviously a year older. He's 10-year-old now, whatever he is now. So could that get Hitman a little bit closer? It's a big price, 25-1. It's an each way bet for me all day long. And I've backed Enviolin as a single to win, and I'll be backing Hitman each way. And that's me. Rich, what are your thoughts on this while I go get my charger from my laptop that's about to die? I've already spoken to you, Rich. Go to Joe, sorry.
For me, I think Rich knows and Woodsy knows I'm a big, big fan of Stage Star. Obviously, the last day, it was a disappointment seeing him being pulled up. But I don't know if you had seen. Did you see ITV where they went in the parade ring before, and they had the camera right next to Paul Nicholls, and Paul Nicholls said before the horse even went out, said to Harry, look after him. We know when his big days. Don't be harsh on him. Fair enough. Sod's Law, he was pulled up. Obviously, he's 9-2, 4-1-ish now. To be fair, I think any horse that you're going to be backing in this, I would back now, because is El Fabiolo still in the market? I think he is,
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yeah, El Fabiolo's still in the market, and Banbridge is in the market. As soon as they come out, you might see Stage Star, 9-4 and Enviolin, just less than evens or something. So I probably would be backing now, to be honest. But yeah, for me, Stage Star, this has been the plan all along. They said it straight after he won the Turners last year at Cheltenham. I think he just got out in front, and I don't think he'll be for catching, to be honest. I just think he'll get in a nice rhythm. I don't think there'll be too much trouble in him out the front, and I think he'll have it his own way, to be honest. What do you think, Saul and Craig?
Yeah, I won't waste too much time here because I don't have a real strong opinion, to be honest with you. I could see any one of sort of 4 or 5 winning. Gun to the head, I think it'd be Envoy Allen or Stage Star. Probably just go with Stage Star purely because younger legs. Just take the chance that he might improve again. Envoy Allen bolted up in this last year. He absolutely sprinted after the last. If he's in that sort of form again, I think he'd probably win. But if I was to have a bet, I'd just take the chance on the younger horse. I think Stage Star, but no real strong opinion, to be honest.
I'm going to go for JP McManus's in this one, Capodanno. But third behind Gallopin the Champ. And then he beats Stay Away Faye and Ahoy Senior lately. So I'm going to go for Capodanno. Well, I don't know about Envoy Allen, I don't know. I would pick him, but I'm just going to go for Capodanno on this one.
No, like that, Craig. Like I say, it's a tight little race. A Ryanair. We've got obviously no Allaho and people like that. So Depends which way you side, but I'm loving that. Right, moving on then, swiftly on to the Stayers Hurdle. Again, we've got another big fancy of mine in here. Tiupu's favourite 9-4, Crambo's 11-2 favourite. Irish points in here, looking like he's going to go champion hurdle now. Noble Yeats, Sir Gerhard for Rich for before. Floyd Porter looks like he's definitely going here now, not winning National Chase anymore. And Monkfish bigger the rest, and a few of the older heads in here. Rich, you're obviously on Sir Gerhard before. Have you had a fresh look at it? What are your thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I mean, Tiupu is probably the best horse in here, but I just can't.
Hang on, just 1 second. Sorry, Jack's just put a comment up here. He's put Banbridge missing and going Aintree, unfortunately. Oh, well, if you've been told that, then play the forecast. MVLN and Hitman is the way to go. Cheers for that, Jack. If you've heard some news in there, shame for Banbridge backers, but yeah.
Probably say anyone watching then, if you've got your phone near you and you're thinking about betting on the day or whether to do anti-post, that's one I'd probably get on now and back now, because Banbridge comes out, your horse is going to be, we know what bookies are like now. They're just going to slash the prices, aren't they?
Hitman will be 5-1 by the time the news breaks.
You've essentially got the top two there not going, so, but yeah. Anyway, cheers for that, Jack. Unfortunately for Banbridge backers, it looks like a no-go. Right, Stayers Hurdle, Rich. Are you still on to Gerhard, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, Tiupu, I'm kind of disappointed. He should have won it last year for me, Tiupu. I mean, similar thing. He was probably the best horse last year, and he's probably the best horse this year. But will something just creep up and beat him? I don't know. So Gerhard, for me, is the classiest horse in the race. People say that he might not get the trip, but he won the Ballymore over 2 mile 5, and that was an absolute slog that day. James was stood there outside in the monsoon and can confirm it was a right wet day. Obviously, chasing didn't go out to plan. He won on his return to hurdles over 2 miles 3 on heavy. So I think that was a nice prep one. I think he's got a good each way chance. I mean, when I put him up, he was 20-1. I think he's halved in price now to 10. So I'd love to see Paisley Park win. I mean, he's held his form all year. He's been unlucky, second about 3-4 times now. I mean, he's gave weight away and finished second by a neck. I mean, it'd be some story if he could come back and win this. I mean, he's the right age, isn't he? I think you've got to be at least 12 to win the Stayers Hurdle nowadays. So he's got a chance. But yeah, it's a good hard for me, but I'd love to see Paisley Park win.
Yeah, it's fair comment. I mean, I'll just chirp in. I mean, I've been on Tiupu since sort of word go. He obviously won the Hatton's Grace again, beating Imperial Pass. They've put him away. They know he goes well fresh. I think the race last year, I think it was the Galmore. I think it just took a little bit of the freshness off him, and it maybe just cost him. Although a lot's been said about the ride on him, a little bit questionable, a little bit of interference, that sort of thing. But he's a year stronger this year. I think you're going to get soft ground. I think he's going to be okay on it. I think he's the one to beat. I think Crambo obviously had the bit of an iffy ride at Haydock when he didn't win that race, but he did beat Paisley by a head last time out. And the form is good. Paisley's obviously been in great form this year. It's great to see him running as well as he has been. But I do think he's obviously going to struggle in this. Noble Yeats is probably the fly in the ointment. Dropping back in here, he looks pretty impressive last time out. So Gerhard, I'm not sure. For me, he stays the 3 mile at Cheltenham. So the jury's out on him for me. Floyd Porter, again, I think it's an interesting one going chasing all year and then dropping back for this last minute. But I think Monkfish is a mega interesting one. I know Richie come on online the other day and said that he wants him in the Stayers, but I think Willie wants him in the Gold Cup. I think he will be a massive player if he got Area 1. I think he's an horse I've really liked in the past. But again, he's a little bit fragile, but I think he's probably not going to go here. So I know the older heads are just
last night he is going Gold Cup, I think.
Yeah, I think like I say, I think there were a tweet saying something like that, had an argument or the arguments to be had. Richie wanted him to say, but I think Willie's set on the Gold Cup. So, and you got obviously Cider Bill. If he wins this at 12 years old or whatever he is now, 14-year-old or something stupid, that'd be some absolute unbelievable effort. But I just think for me, Tiupu all the way. Joe, are you in the same agreement or what are you thinking?
To be honest, mate, I think I can see exactly why he's favourite, to be honest. I don't think 9-4 is too bad of a price, to be totally honest. Irish Point not going here, sorry, he's still in the market. Noble Yeats, can't have him. One that I do like, but still gives me nightmares from Haydock is Crambo. you know, how he didn't win that race when you look back. The improvement he's shown when he went to Ascot and won the long walk was very impressive. And to be honest, I like the way he outstayed Paisley Park. There's not many horses that can outstay Paisley Park head to head for, you know, half a furlong after a 3 mile. And that was one thing I did like about Cranbo. I would absolutely love Florent Port to go and win, to be honest. I think 12-1 is a pretty big price. You know, he's a horse who's spent a long time over hurdles, you know, looking at the chase sort of aspect. Was it a bit mad? You know, I don't know, but, you know, we heard whispers from a long, long time ago that he was always going to come back here. Was that the plan? Maybe so. You know, we've seen it on ITV as well. The Florent Porter Syndicate absolutely love a bet. So to be totally honest, mate, I think I will be backing Florent Porter at 12-1. So
fair enough. Saul, who are you thinking of the stairs, mate? I've got plenty more scars, but
go on, Saul, stick with Cranbo.
You're not going to go for champ, are you? You're not going to go for champ, are you?
Go to the Irish points not running here, to be honest. To back them and post. Go to these now. I echo everything been said about Tehupu, but betting's all about value, and I couldn't have him on my mind at 2-1, to be honest with you. I don't think he's that far clear at all. Couldn't back him. I think I'd just maybe take a chance on Nobody 8 each way with cheek pieces back on. I'd imagine that's what they'll do. Didn't do a stroke in front last time, in my opinion. Race is the perfect way for a 3 mile stay in hurdle. My guess is they'll put the cheek pieces back on. I can't see why they wouldn't, and I think that'll improve him. You know, he's beat all them older horses there last time. Put him in with the right chance. I think sort of 9-10-1 each way. He'd be my squeak, but yeah, no big bet in this for me.
I'm going to pass over to Craig. You can tell us that Tehupu bolts up.
I'm with you in this, mate. Tehupu wins this. As you said, he's been kept away. He's going to run here fresh, so I cannot see. Cranbo is another one. As Joe said, I don't know how he didn't win that Haydock. Did you? Tehupu for me in this. I'm sure, I don't know who it was. I seen somebody went to the yard and they spoke to the girl that was riding him, and she said that he was absolutely on fire. So yeah, Tehupu for me in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'll swing to you, George. I mean, obviously they've put him away since the Atten's Grace. They're talking of Irish Point going to the champion hurdle. I mean, surely does that not show how much confidence they've got behind Tehupu if they're willing to send Irish Point the other way?
Yeah, it does. Obviously, it does. He is the best of these by a long way, and you'd say he was unlucky not to win last year. Like Davy Russell wasn't having the best of times, was he? But look, he's 5 out of 5 on the back of breaks of at least 3 months. He's considered to be pretty ground dependent, but he won a Fishery Lane by 12 lengths on yielding ground. So maybe he's not as good, but he's still pretty effective. And his length defeat of Amperry Pass and the Hatton's Grace is the best form here. And a return to 3 mile could see more improvement. And he's just a 7-year-old. My problem is at 9-4, if the rain comes, he's going to shorten. And 9-4 is the price I want about him on soft ground. You know what I mean? Not knowing what the ground's going to be on the Thursday is a worry for me at 9-4. So, like, if you're on him at bigger prices, fair play to you. I can't back him because he's going to be. If the rain comes, he's going to be too short. So, I've gone with 2 to back on the Wednesday, depending on what the weather is. If it's better than soft, Cider Burley he's now 12, but he produced a career best in this last year before topping it in the Liverpool Hurdle. He's only been seen twice since, probably went over the top at Punchestown and when needing the run at Navan on the 11th of February. It's been the plan all season. He comes here fresh. He's too big at 25-1. Like when was the defending champion 25-1? And the other one, I say I've literally decided this while we've been on the stream. If the rain does come and it's worse than soft, I like Botox Has. Like you actually look at it, if you take out his win last year when he beat Getatonic in what used to be the brush hurdle race at Haydock, if you take that out of the equation, his three of his performances this year have been better than anything he's ever done before. Like, he made bad mistakes at Ascot and Cheltenham, which sort of took him out of it. Last time he's recorded a mark of Racing Post rating of 156. Like, he is getting better. He's only 8, and if it got really soft, I'd fancy him. I really would. Like, he's a horse that was always very narrow and very poorly put together, and this has sort of been the best run that we've had with him. Like, since he's been in trainings, he's always had little niggling problems. The only drawback is we don't have Keelan. Like, he's going to miss the festival. But, Niall is obviously a more than capable substitute. It's just that Keelan gets on with him so well. But if it got soft, I would fancy him. If it got heavy, I would really, really fancy him. So that's how I play it. They're both huge prices. I think he's 40-1, I think. But I'd basically play it like that. Tupu, I can't back, not knowing what the ground's going to be. So I'll wait for the ground, then back one of those two each way. Good
man, I love that. I don't know if you've read, but the chat's absolutely blowing up. And a very good friend of mine, Scott, who's got a massive YouTube channel called Fruity Slots, has seemingly given us a massive shout out. And now there's like hundreds of people just dropping into the chat and giving us all a message to subscribe. Subscribe just flown up well over 600. So cheers, Scotty, my lad. I will see you on the golf trip very soon. I'll be buying you a few pints, and thanks to everyone who's jumping in there and subscribing. We've got over 600 people watching. This is crazy. So yes, I am James. Scotty's a legend. Thanks for tuning in. Blow it up, people. Blow it up. Get those subscribers up. Absolutely love this. And back to Tupu. Tupu wins. Easy. Rich, have I come to you for the stairs? Sorry, mate. This is crazy. Yeah. This is mental. Scotty's a legend. Scotty's a legend. Fruity slots. Fruity slots.
What the?
This is crazy. This. Buzzing. Go on, Rich. Carry on, mate. Cheers to everyone who's subscribing. We appreciate it.
We've all been through the stairs now. It's a girl.
We've all been through it. Sorry, mate. I'm baffled by this. Scotty's been talking about some old stories about me. Oh, God. God help me. Did he ever tell you the story that he run me over with a golf cart once? Nearly broke my chuffing leg. That would have been a bit of a
I bet you was telling them about all the times you've went to the racing with a wheelbarrow full of money and left with nothing.
I've done that plenty of times.
Especially with your back blazing last time.
Funny thing is, mate, I actually laid him last time, Craig.
Handicap mark.
Oh, that's funny, that. But yeah, Scott is a legend. So anyone who's coming in from his channel, I appreciate it, guys. It's massive. This is class. I'm going to have another bait on him. Right, we're going to move on then to the next race. If I can get my bearings. I've lost where I am now. Where are we? The plate handicap. George, Krabilly's here as a red hot favourite, 72-4-1. Who are you thinking for the plate? It's a tough handicap while I sort through all these chuffing comments.
Yeah, look, I'd have fancied Madara if he showed up here, but it sounds like he's going to Grand Annual. Just purely the fact that he's up £10, I wanted the extra distance just for a reason that he could improve a bit more. I think he's Dr. Dino, isn't he? So maybe he wouldn't improve the step up and trip. That leaves me with one in this. It's Rian for Gordon Elliott. He's only 7. He's only had 4 starts over fences, and he won this chase debut at Wexford, pulling well clear of subsequent winners Wrexham and Percy Warner, who are now rated 134 and 131. He was well beaten over an inadequate trip next time before a 2-length 4th on soft ground. He was withdrawn on heavy ground next time out, so you can sort of imagine that maybe the ground had something to do with that defeat. They had a huge effort, finishing second in the DRF to a well-handicapped Hartwood, very, very well-handicapped Hartwood, where he had James de Burley, Cool Survivor, Good Time Johnny and Percy Warner all well behind. He pays a £5 Irish tax here, but his 2 career best efforts have come on good to yielding to return to a drier surface, which I'm hoping by this day on the festival we'll have the drainage at Cheltenham so good. It should see him find further improvement on just his 5th chase start, and he is 20-1.
Fantastic. I love that. Saul, I'm going to swing to you. I mean, it's a pretty crazy night at the moment, but who are you thinking for the plate?
Yes, I've only got a few big opinions all week. This is another one. Cribilli. Can't see past it. I don't know if he'd beat Ginny's Destiny, but he'd have ran him very close when he fell 2 out. Left him on the same mark, I think. Can't really remember, but then he went next time and John Joe let them get away from him. For me, that race where Ginny's Destiny won and Grey Dawn was second, I think that's the best piece of English novice form. And he's dropping in here for 140. Last time he could have won by 10 lengths if he wanted to, I thought. Didn't go for him till after the last. Dropped in on the line. I'm pretty certain he's a graded novice chaser. And he's dropped in here off 140. Jumps brilliant. I know he fell, but he just knuckled on land and that was a complete fluke. Jumps fantastic. Travels well. Everything you want in a big handicap. Obviously, you need luck in running. But if he gets it, honestly, can't see him getting beat, to be honest with you. And I've backed him now because I think if Ginny's Destiny runs well, and the likes of Grey Dawn, and I could see him, honestly, could see him going off 3-1 here.
I love that. I mean, I'm in agreement. I think Cribilli's will be very hard to beat here. I think obviously he's been well found in the market, so I won't put anyone off backing him. I'm just going to put this comment up here 1 second. There's a guy called Ian just jumping. Ian, Scotty said you were not Scotty. He only run me over because I was beating him. Sorry, I know it's completely irrelevant, but yeah, Cribilli for me. I think he takes all the beating. Craig, what you look like you're laughing in the background, but how are you getting on, mate? What are you thinking for this race?
Well, I'm hoping we get some extra places for this race because I fancy a big outsider here. And he's called Chavez or Willie Mullins. Now, he fell last time, so I'm hoping his confidence isn't knocked. But if you go through his form, he's got some quite good form there. And obviously, it's a big, wide open race. Anything can happen. Need a bit of luck and running. And obviously, if he's not been affected by that fall last time, then I think he could run into a place. Hopefully, we can get maybe 5 or 6 places for this race.
Fantastic, Joe. I mean, you know, it's been a little bit of a blur the last sort of 20 minutes, but who are you thinking for the plate?
I'm in the same camp as Saul, mate. I remember when he ran in the November meeting at Cheltenham and I asked him who he fancied that day and he mentioned Cribilli. And he was just coming around the home bend. He looked like he was going to serve it up to Ginny's Destiny and, like I say, knuckled on landing. And then when you go back to his next run at Cheltenham, he just didn't jump at all. And to be honest, I put down in my notes after that, he will be some horse when he can just get in a rhythm and jump, because I know Grey Dawning smashed that fence, but Cribilli, lost ground at every fence. And I just thought, when you see a race and you think, might be a horse who probably is going to go for a handicap somewhere down the line, and then obviously turns up at Exeter in February in a 3-runner race, which is probably perfect to then send him on to a handicap because he's not going to get punished as much, if you get me. Tamuras isn't a bad horse at all. And like Saul said there, I think he won a bit more with a bit more in hand than the one and a bit lengths there. And 10 stone 9's an absolute joke. I mean, if he gets round and he doesn't make any blunders, I think 4-1's an absolute joke. I tell you what as well, I think JP's horses, the fancied ones, do come for a lot of money. If JP has a few winners, I can see this horse being, 2-1 on the day, to be honest. Like Saul mentioned there, he's got good form ties. If his form plays out well and, JP's doing all right as well, I really can see this one being very, very short, to be honest.
Yeah, you mentioned the jumping there, Joe. Honestly, I think he jumps brilliant, mate, honestly.
Do you?
Yeah. I think when you're saying he missed the last couple when he come fourth, I think that was just John Joe riding him into the boards, to be honest with you, to make sure he didn't get too close. That's my of it anyway, yeah. I think once he rides him aggressive, honestly, I think he's a brilliant jumper, yeah.
It was a bit of a messy race. Well, I remember Grey Dawning absolute hammering that one. Trawlane is an absolute head case. We seen that. Where did Trawlane run the other? Was it
Weatherby,
Weatherby?
yeah.
It was
Yeah.
before Weatherby.
Yeah, he's a lunatic. He's a good horse. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a lunatic. But like I say, he was ridden, differently sort of the last day he was ridden into his jumps. Like I say, obviously these are sort of looking running races, but I think, this is one I don't really like betting big on a winner in a handicap like this at Cheltenham, which, you are going to get a few in there with chances, but I just feel like off 10 stone 9, this lad can, if he turns up and gets a bit of luck and running, he could hammer these.
Shovel it on.
Shovel it on, Sol. Is that what we're saying after a few of these?
When you get late in the day on a Thursday and you've had a little bit too many and you're maybe a little bit behind, you
Get confident, don't you? Yeah. I'm this confident now. Imagine
you're either going to be sat there with a wad thinking you're going to have a class summer, or think I'm going to have to chill out all summer and work this morning. You're going into the yard asking if there's any spare lots you can ride out.
I love that. Rich, are you in the same boat as the last one before we move on?
Yeah, it's a race that I've not got a massive opinion on. I mean, I picked out Triple Trade, but I think he's going to the race that you mentioned earlier on. Kubilly was my next choice. I mean, 75% of winners carried less than 11 stone. He's carrying 10.9. 83% of winners were rated 140 plus. He's rated 140. He ticks a lot of trends. I think he's a strong favourite in terms of the handicap races. So, yeah, we'll go with that.
Fantastic. Right, we're going to move on then swiftly on to another very decent race. One of the races of the meetings, I think, the Mayor's Novice Hurdle. You've got Brighter Days Ahead as favourite. Currently, it's 13-8. Jade de Grugy, 5-2. Dysat Enos, 9-2. Golden Ace, 12-1. Bigger the rest. I'll come to you, Rich. It's a tight little race between the mares. Which way are you siding, pal?
I mean, all the talk out of the connections of this Brighter Days Ahead and Gordon Elliott is like, this horse can't lose. I was very impressed with her last time out over the extended trip. Was it 2 miles 4, 2 miles 5? I think she's going to be quite hard to beat. I can see her winning the mares next year as well. I think that'll definitely suit her. She's obviously got the penalty for winning the graded races, whereas Dysat Enos has been avoiding the penalty all year. But like I say, I think all the talk about it, they're talking up like she can't lose. And like you say, she has looked impressive. And I don't think a lot of these have been tested. Like Dysat Enos has avoided the penalty, but she's not really been pushed out. What she beat? She beat the Bat, who's rated 125. I'm not 100% sure. I think Brighter Heads is a solid horse, and I think that's what I'm probably going to be siding on.
Yes, fair enough. Joe, you've sort of been with Brighter Days Ahead the whole season. Are you confident on her?
Very confident, mate. I think she is one in here, albeit, sort of hasn't been, I wouldn't say hasn't been tested, but, when you look through her odds this season, 1-4, 2-1, and 1-3 on, she sort of should be winning. But she's been 2 miles soft up to 2 mile 5 heavy in a listed novice hurdle like her last run. And I just think, she's covered basically every base there that she has to show she can do it on whatever ground. She can do it over 2 miles. She's done it over 2 mile yielding at Fairy House last season in a bumper up to 2 mile 5 heavy ground. Who was it we had on? Was it Sean Flanagan, who was second to her in the listed? Yeah, and Pastoral.
Darragh O'Keefe.
Darragh, on Pastoral. He said, she'd done it so easily. She, it won't be a disadvantage to her going back to 2 mile 1 at all, because, she was in second gear all the way around. Soft or heavy. For me, I think she just wins, to be honest. I'm so keen on her. Like I say, I put her on here at 5s. I had a bet on at 5s. I had a bet on at 3s. Jack Kennedy's come out and basically said, she's got the world at her feet, and now she's 13-8.
Are you putting her on the Muggy Yakka, James? Are you sticking on the list? Or?
Absolutely not. She's nowhere near the Muggy Yakka, mate. She's nowhere near it. Okay. I obviously put Dysat Enos up early on in our series. I think she's been campaigned pretty sort of smartly, kept away from the penalty, so she's going to get weight in this. But I've had a fresh look at it, and the more I look at it, I mean, I'm against Brighter Days Ahead. I think she wants a trip. I think this sharp. I mean, I don't think it's going to be heavy ground on the Thursday. I would have thought. I think it'll be, I'm not saying it's going to be decent ground, but I just think coming back in trip might find her out. Jumping with a little bit suspect those first couple of runs. I thought Darsatino, she's obviously won every race, but she's not really been tested. Well, that's what I'm saying. She's not been tested to a level the same as these two. And the more I look at this race, Jade de Grugy, I think I'm going to side with her, to be honest. I've got a good position on Darsatino anyway, but if I was looking at a fresh face right now, and I was going to back a horse right now, I'd probably side with Jade de Grugy. She's a bumper winner on good to soft in her early career. She's won on heavy. She's won on soft. 2 mile 2 soft grade 3. She won last time. She won it easily. 6 lengths. She jumped slick. She quickened off a slow pace. She's got pace for it. I don't think the 2 mile one will be a problem whatsoever. I just thought she's looked very impressive, and I think Bright Days Ahead, I'm against her all day long, to be honest. I know the yard are speaking massively about her, but I think the Mullins yard are quite sweet on this one as well. And as much as I'd love Darsatino to win, she was a bet before. If you're going to have an each-way bet, she's probably each-way bet. I think it's between the top 3, so she'll come top 3. But I just thought Jade de Grugy seems to be the one on more of an in-depth look. But I think right now, I'd probably rather be on her than anything else. So I'll go for Jade de Grugy, and I'll let George take it away on which way he's going to go.
You know exactly when to throw it to me, don't you? Because Jade de Grugy would be in my Magiaka.
Oh, here we go. It's almost like I've got this read on you, George. I can feel it.
I think we seem
You two been chatting before you come on here?
We haven't spoken before. We've just got this telepathy between us. We just know who the winners are.
But she's been absolutely a cut above in her 2 starts over hurdles, 2 wide margin victories, and a maiden hurdle and a grade 3 Solarina. She had a penny 100, set in the West and picking the park in behind her, a solid, bumper horse. She's currently rated £1 higher than Brighter Days Ahead, which doesn't mean anything. But I'm going to prefix what I'm going to say next with obviously horses improved from their first start to their second start before people have a go in the comments. But so Brighter Days Ahead improved going from 2 mile 1 to 2 mile 5, improved £4 on RPRs. Conversely, Jade de Grugy dropped from 2 mile 4 to 2 mile 2 and improved £9. Obviously, a large fraction of that is improving first start to second start. But I'll ask you this, if you were going to buy a horse to win this race, you're going to go for a Dr. Dino member of the Sire de Grugy family or a Capguard member of the Caldwell Potter, Mighty Potter, French Dynamite family. Brighter Days Ahead is going to want the trip. Jade de Grugy is all about speed. This race is all about Jade de Grugy. I cannot see her getting beat. She's an absolute machine. If you were looking for something at a bigger price, I do quite like Casa Momento at a huge price. Shown a high level of form in her first 2 hurdle starts. 6 length debut maiden hurdle win looked pretty ordinary at market raising. The 4th has won since. She then made mincemeat of an 11-runner Hereford Novice hurdle, winning by 15 lengths. The key bit of form was the 2 3/4 length second to Queen's Gamble, with subsequent winner Larchmont Lass 20 lengths behind her and 4th. If Queen's Gamble was fit and showed up here, she'd be an awful lot shorter than 50 to 1, and it took her a long time to get past this horse. It really looked like she was going to get beat for a while there at Taunton. She's only finished out the first 2 once in 6 starts, 50 to 1. It's not an each way bet, it's place only bet. She's not going to beat Jade de Grugy and Brighter Days Ahead, but she can run a huge race at 50 to 1.
I love that, and we'll finish on Craig. I mean, it's a strong couple for Brighter Days Ahead and a strong couple for Jade de Grugy. Are you going to be the deciding vote?
Jade de Grugy for me. She just looks like one of the horses that's just going to shoot Cheltenham down to the ground. The way she quickened up last time. She just turning it in the straight, a couple of slaps down the neck, and I think she will just go and she will not get caught. Brighter Days Ahead, as George said, looks as if it's going to need a good bit of distance. 2 mile 1's too sharp, especially around Cheltenham. Jade de Grugy for me.
I love that, mate. It's another nice mare in these very special colours to hopefully get on board with. Like I say, I like Darcy in us early in the season, but the longer this season's gone on, this Jade de Gruge she looks special.
So, who did you want for that? Sorry, mate.
I'm going now. Jade de Gruge by a country mile for me. I'm just talking about the way I see this race panning out. Brighter Days Ahead, obviously Brighter Days Ahead, it's all hype in my opinion. What I'm seeing isn't matching up to what I'm hearing. You know, she's beat sort of one. She beat Bannertown Girl at Down Royal. That's just 130-ish horse. Seems to win its race every time. Jade de Gruge's beat similar horses in a similar fashion, but Brighter Days Ahead, she can run a touch keen early sometimes. She doesn't jump that well over 2 mile, in my opinion. Last time over 2.5, heavy ground, she jumped fine, but they hacked round. Yeah, she won easy, but she looks to me like she wants a trip as well. And as George said before, homework and the race course sometimes doesn't match up, and I'm just not seeing what I'm hearing. And with Jade de Gruge, I absolutely love her. She jumps unbelievable. I can see her being in front of Brighter Days Ahead, pinging every hurdle. And I think if Brighter Days Ahead makes one mistake, I can't see how she can get past her. I really fancy Jade de Gruge. I was at Leopardstown when she won first time out, and you might not be able to notice on a screen, but they went a right good gallop in the ground. It was terrible ground. The front two, and she just absolutely motored through the line. And she's got speed as well. She's going to be a big bet for me. Really fancy her.
Oh, I'm loving that. I mean, I dread to think how many pints down you're going to be at this point. When this race comes on, then Saul, something like that at this point. Oh, it's still.
I'll have no money left.
Fantastic. Yeah, you'll have plenty left when she wins.
Yeah.
Right, then we'll finish. Sorry, we'll finish day 3 then with the Muir. I'm going to throw it out to you all. Has anyone got a strong opinion on this race? I'm not. I'm happy to move on if you lot have got an opinion. Let me know.
Strong opinion.
Yeah, I've got one.
Go on, George. You got a Muir bet?
Yeah, I like Wacker Clan here. £6 higher than for his 3-length victory on the old course over 3 mile 1, the seasonal debut. The third from that day was Wayfinder, who finished second to Naslam 2 starts later, carrying £4 more in the Welsh Grand National Trial, which, you know, we all know what Naslam did subsequently. The connections were then obviously happy with the marks. He's only run since was over hurdles at the end of February, sort of sharpen him up for this. He's only 8 and has won on his last 2 chase starts. This has obviously been the plan, and like I said before, no man better than Henry to have one ready for this. And then where it all began, finally put it all together over fences this season. He struggled to start with, but they put cheap pieces on. Since they put cheap pieces on, he's finished 3rd, 2nd and 1st over 3 mile, 2 mile 6 and 3 mile 3. His win on his most recent start saw him beat a 15-runner field by 16 lengths. He's only gone up 12 for that, which I just don't think is enough. He's only 8. 2 career wins have come on heavy, but there's loads of placed efforts on sounder surfaces. I think it's more important he gets a test of stamina than heavy ground, and you're going to get that in the Muir. So, Wacker Clan at 14-1, where it all began at 20s.
Fantastic. I'm going to come to you, boys. Rich, Joe, have you got an opinion on the Muir?
No, mate.
Not a massive opinion, no. No, not really. I'd wait to see what declarations come out before making a decision.
Yeah, I'd just say back to anyone watching, back something Irish. They tend to teach on up for this. So, yeah, maybe just follow George in. That's what I'm going to do.
But at least they're both Irish.
Yeah, lovely. That'll do me.
Fantastic, love it, boys. Right, well, we're gonna move on to the final day, then the Friday. Obviously, it's been a decent evening so far. I've loved every minute of this. To be honest, it's been fantastic, and we'll fly through Friday's racing, and we kick off with the Triumph. Obviously, Sir Gino's a very red hot favourite in here. You got Marge Brew's been talked up by plenty in the Mullins camp. Cargizi, who won at the DRF last time out. Salvatore Mundai is obviously been talked up if he's going to run in here. Storm Hart. Salva for your team, George. George, I'll come to you. I mean, is Salva going to run? And if he is, are you fancying him? If not, is it Gino's to lose?
Salva will run as long as it's soft or worse, I would say. And if it's soft, I'll give him a squeak. If it's heavy, he'll win. I think he's that good. Like
Bold.
You watch back the finale that he won at Chepstow. I think it's the third last. It was down as soft, but it was heavy. He pings the third last like he's jumping off a springboard. Like, juveniles don't do that out of that ground. Like, he really impressed him. I remember actually I spoke to a very inebriated Caelan Quinn that evening, and he said Salva actually impressed him far more than Nassalam. Like, he was genuinely, he thought it was incredible. But this race in general hinges around Sergino. Sergino is an absolute monster, and we're likely to get good or good to soft ground realistically with the drainage at Cheltenham. I don't need to talk about his form too much. He beat Royal Way on debut by 14 lengths, who won by an absolute country mile next time with the horse of ours. Third and the fourth, Tornio and Spice Run have won since. And yeah, he obviously absolutely did, kick the out of Burdett Road, Melantino, and Accelero next time. Problem is how Nicky's horses are going to run. If Nicky's horses are running well, Sergino probably wins this as long as it's good, soft, roundabout there. If Nicky's horses are running bad, though, I'd give Salvatore Mundi a little chance. Like, just purely off the fact that he's finished closer to Sergino than anything else ever has. A bigger price, Ethical Diamond, was rated 89 on the flat, made a huge improvement from his hurdles debut no-show. 33 lengths behind Intello to finish a very tenderly handled 6th in the Grade 1 Spring Juvenile Hurdle at Dublin Racing Festival. That race produces more winners of the Triumph and the Boodles than anything else. He was given a lot to do that day. He was beaten 5 1/4 lengths and then finished in front of Interlotto. So the horse that beat him 33 lengths the time before. He finished right up the tails of Marshborough and Bunting, who are much shorter in the betting than he is here. He was probably ridden to pick up the pieces, but it's still a massive improvement, and he could probably trouble the placings at 20-1. So basically, if it's soft, back Salva, especially if Henderson's are underperforming. If Henderson's are performing, Sergino wins. If Henderson's aren't performing, I'd take Salvatore Mundi and Salva versus the rest of them. And Ethical Diamond's nice outsider.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, I put Sergino up in our series previously at a decent price. It was 6-1, so obviously I'm really happy with that position. I think he's got he takes all the beating here. I think, his performances have been fantastic. Obviously battered Burdett Road last time. He jumped a lot better than the Kempton run. So I'm more than happy with that. He's obviously won at Cheltenham and things like that. I think Salvatore Mundi, obviously the one that's gotten closest to him. I think it takes some effort for him to come and win this off this, basically first run. And I think the one I would maybe side with each way if I were on Sergino would be Stormheart. I think a lot's been said by a few other people towards their camp that it run quite clean, run quite free on the outside last time at the DRF. I think he might reverse that form of Cargeezy. It's only a sort of 11 and a quarter he's got to turn over. I think he might be one I'd maybe stick with each way at sort of 12-1, but I just think, to be honest, I think Sergino wins, and I think he'd be in the Mugiaka for me. I don't know how many we're on now, Rich. You might be add it on there, but what's the Mugiaka saying? And you're on Sergino?
Leg 5.
Right. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, leg 5, Sergino. Like I say, he's the one to beat. I think he's pretty solid, to be fair. He's looked like a monster. Each way sort of price, I'd maybe go for Nürburgring for the Irish. I know Deck from the Tap Boys likes this one. He finished a neck third to Cargies in December, and has form with that Woodhoo for Elliott. So I think he's about 16. I think he's quite a good each way price. I'm looking forward to see that Malsborough. I think there's a lot of improvement to come from him, especially chasing next year. I think he's going to be some sort of horse. JP's going to have a right armour under his sleeve. But yeah, I think Sergino's the one to beat here.
Nice, Julian. Sergino?
Yeah, completely agree, mate. To be fair, I'd agree with Rich there, what he said about Marshborough. To be honest, I don't think he'll stand a chance here. I don't think he's agile enough and sort of quick enough. When you watch his last run, he was always staying on, but it was sort of at one pace. He's a chaser. He's massive. He's still a bit leggy in a way. Don't get me wrong. I think he'll run well here, but I think he is more of a factor final. To be fair, I think they'll take the same route, obviously being owned by JP as well. It would not surprise me at all to see him, pushing that 3 mile chase, 2.5 mile, 3 mile chasing sort of thing next season. Nürburgring at 16s now always runs a race, pretty solid. The form with Woodall, I'm sure he actually finished first, but the placings were turned round with Woodall. He always seems to run a race. The thing is with the Irish this year, you had Vauban, didn't you? Before this year, you sort of don't know who's the best in the Irish camp. Questions over Stormheart, he didn't settle. You'd want him to settle. For me, anyway, I think Sergino, like George said there, the drainage is pretty good at Cheltenham. I don't think you'll see a heavy ground in there. I think he just wins. But like I say, Margeborough, for me, anyway, at 13-2 is not a bet at all. But chasing next season, I think if you can get some odds, straight after the festival, I'd probably jump on, to be honest.
But you can't back Sergino now. You have to wait and see how Nicky's get on over the first couple of days. He's not going to get any shorter.
Do you not think?
No, I agree with what George is saying there. If Henderson's main men are sort of running like pigs, and you're thinking, is that issue in this yard a thing that would probably drift just Gino out, and probably would be a bit.
Right now they are. Right now they are. Like he's had, in the last 2 weeks? Had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 horses pull up. Like that's not good enough for a stable like Nicky's. Even though he's running the second string, like it's all the good horses are not running.
Yeah, not running.
Nicky's second string shouldn't be pulling up in those numbers. There's something very wrong there. And I know he has 2 different yards, but you don't know which horse is in which yards. Just wait. Do not back it now.
No, like you say, he should be winning, but for me, like you say, the Irish normally have one that stands out, don't you? Where, in here, you've got a few to pick. But like I say, for me, Margeborough, I think Cargisi's better, Salvatore Mundi's better, and Stormheart's better over hurdles. I think he's definitely a chaser. He's still a bit like leggy, and I don't know. I just think he's too on pace for this type of race, to be honest. Triumph's normally a very, a speedy type of race, is not on the sort of better ground.
Love it. So then Craig and Saul, what do you think for the Triumph?
Yeah, Sergino, I think he's an absolute rocket, but fully echo what George said in waiting. It's obviously a massive worry that half of their yard seem to be sick. I've got a good friend in Henderson's. He said Sergino is absolutely fine at the minute, but anything can happen overnight with horses, so I'll definitely be waiting. And I watched the preview the other day, and there was a Betfair trader saying he could go off sort of 6-4 with the way Henderson's horses are running. If a few run bad this week, he could see it sort of going off 6-4. And if he goes to that sort of price, I'll just have to go for it. I think he's miles clear of these. I don't really rate the Irish that much in terms of how good they normally are in other years. I just think Sergino's miles clear. He come pull and double at the last time. I think he's a serious horse, and I think he'll win the Arkle next year. But for people who like each way, Ethical Diamond bombed out on debut, but I think last time he was rode with that in mind. Just give a nice experience. They weren't handicapping or anything. They just rode him to finish well, and he's certainly done that. I could see them dropping him in at Cheltenham again, give him a nice time, and I could see him running into a place. But if that trade is right, and Sergino sort of goes odds against, I'll have to have the beans on that. Yeah,
get the shovel out again, I think.
Yeah, all in.
Love that, Craig. Anything you'd like to add, mate?
No, Sergino for me. Obviously, he had a couple of sketchy jumps at Kempton before he went to Cheltenham. That I did play in my mind because I thought Bartlett Road would just sit out the back, jump away, and then if Sergino made a couple of mistakes like he did at Kempton, then he would just come and pick him off. But he seemed to brush his jumping up very well, and he looks as if he's got a serious engine as well. So I'm going to go for Sergino.
I just say,
I'm all on board Sergino. I think he's a really, really talented horse. But I do agree with what George said. If you haven't backed him already and you're looking at him now at this sort of 8 to 13 on or whatever, you might as well just wait and make sure that the form's running okay through the week. And
that's it.
you know, if the likes of Martino and Mossy like that run well, then you know he's going to be thereabouts.
So I just say on what the boys were saying there about Sergino is fine. Like you can have 2-3 yards if you want, but you got to remember the same people are riding horses from different yards with the same tack, and you're relying on 16, 17-year-olds to disinfect tack just because they're told to. Like when they're moving between yards, like we're not talking about they're in different yards, so the bugs can't move between them. You're relying on 16, 17-year-olds to stop that spread from happening, which is even a yard like Nicky Henderson's level. You're talking about teenagers actually doing what you tell them to do. Like, it's tricky. It's very tricky.
Well,
I like that. That's a very good.
Hopefully they managed to wipe Sergino's nose this time round and he goes and
I
wins.
thought the two lads would like that.
Love that. Have you been fucking scrubbing up Craig, or what? Make sure you scrub it. Sorry for swearing. Right, the county hurdle. King Kingsfield is the current favourite. Iberico Lord's in here, second favourite, but he's probably going to go to the champion hurdle now. He's been supplemented or whatever. Leo Assod, who was my Betfair hurdle bet. I thought he'd won that all day long. Absurd, Bailey Stock, Lisnigar Fortune, Magical Zoe. I'll come to you first, Rich. Have you managed to find the winner of the county hurdle?
I don't know, but there's three that I like in here. Interestingly, 88% of winners have been Mullins or Skelton trained, so maybe that'll be an angle. You want something that's 10 to 1 or bigger, that's 75%, and 75% of winners were carrying 11 stone, 1 or less. So the ones I like are, is it Leo de Sud for Skeltons? I think you mentioned him for the Betfair. Finished second last time out. I think he's got a good chance off 135. Ballystock for Mullins and Richie. I thought he was running quite a decent race at the DRF before he got brought down by Attaboy Charlie. He's going to be carrying 10 stone 11 off 139. Finished 4th, 3 lengths back in the Royal Bond, which is a grade 1. Form kind of ties in with King Kingsfield, and that's quite decent. And then, King of Kingsfield is one that I think is probably quite decent. You know, beat Mrs. West, finished behind Farron Glory and Slade Steel. I think he's got a good chance, but only 16% of favourites have won this race, so maybe not. But yeah, those are 3 that I quite like.
Yes, fair enough. I mean, I was put Leo Sud up for the Betfair. I thought he maybe just got a little bit tired, picked up by Iberico Lord. I think the form there is quite strong. I'd definitely give him a decent chance. He's obviously going to go to the champion hurdle. The champion hurdle. I think the Skelton runner here has got a decent chance off 135. Apart from that, I've not really got much of an opinion on it, to be honest. Joe, have you got an opinion on the county hurdle?
Not really, mate, to be honest. One is in there, and I know he's been a non-runner the last twice at Newbury and Kelso, but Newbury was heavy ground and Kelso was good at soft. So I'm wondering if they are waiting around for this one, and it is Under Control for Nicky. Now, I know we said his horses aren't running great, but I thought he ran really well at Donny against in behind Astro Diamond. I really did. I thought, Astro Diamond going there, when you look back, well, me personally anyway, I thought he was sort of bulletproof. I know he was 7 to 4 on Gallimar, so sort of got the money. But Astro Diamond was older. He'd been in the Royal Bond. He'd been around the sort of, the bigger races, the better horses, albeit still lightly raced. But he'd done a lot more travelling. Under Control, he was disappointing the last day, wasn't he? He seemed to come there travelling strongly. I think we were on him, so weren't we?
She, Joe.
Under Control, yeah. She stopped like she was shot, but got a wind up after that.
Yeah, she completely stopped, and then obviously went to Donny and improved, and they sort of improve again on that. And I just think in here off 10 stone 10, she is carrying a pretty lightweight. If Iberico Lord's in there as well for them, but there's not that much of a price difference between them. I know Nicky and JP have got a few in there, to be honest. So it'll be interesting to see if she goes, if she doesn't. I know she's been a non-runner twice, but they might have just thought, she's pretty lowering the weights here. We won't run her at Kelso, and we'll bring her here instead.
She was withdrawn on vet's advice at Kelso.
Right, and then what was the one before that? Was that just the
I'm
ground?
not sure, but I think she might have travelled poorly to Kelso, so it might not be too much of a concern.
Yeah.
She just needs good ground, I think, Joe.
Yeah.
I think that'll be key to her chances.
So, in terms of Saul and Craig, then are you away from Under Control? You signed for something else?
Yeah, I think very competitive race. Obviously, the way I like to play these handicaps generally, obviously with the extra places, is to sort of pick a horse. I wouldn't look for too big of prices necessarily. I just like backing each way. I wouldn't have no problems, being confident on one around the 10, 11 to 1 mark, and that's load of sud for me. I'm pretty sure Dan Skelton said he had bad ulcers in the autumn, hence his poor form. I thought he ran a massive race in the Betfair Hurdle. Pulled clear with the Verico Lord, who I've got a lot of time for. And yeah, I think 135, there's a bit of room in that mark. Not saying he'll definitely win, but I can't see how he can be out the first 6. Dan will have him trained for the minute for this. He's got a great record in the race. I just think he's a solid each way selection.
I love that, Craig. Oh.
I'm going to just watch this race. I've picked out Westport Cove for Mullins, but I'm going to wait and see how Tully Hill runs, because he finished 4th behind Tully Hill. So if Tully Hill wins or runs well, then I'll be putting a few quid on Westport Cove each way at 33 to 1.
He's a lunatic, Craig.
Is he?
It
sounds good to me.
Craig loves a lunatic.
Especially one with Bromflakes in his hand.
I love that, Craig. A nice big price there. Go on, George. Who's your county hurdle fancy?
Right, I'll try not to cover too much of the same ground as the other lads, but the thing I'd add for Under Control is that she actually beat Iberico Lord. What was it? 9 days after a bad run in. Hold on. She ran badly in the Dawn Run, and then she beat Iberico Lord 9 days later in Novice Hurdle. Like you said, she had a win dot, split Ashra Diamond and Garlemar, so they're now rated 144 and 143. Iberico Lord and Ashra Diamond, she's now rated 138. She's got further potential to improve off the back of the win dot, but I'd have to wait and see how Nicky's horses run. She might be worth playing non-runner no bet, because basically she was withdrawn on vet's advice last time. Nicky's not going to run her unless she's absolutely perfect. If she doesn't run, Loda Sud would be my main selection. The Betfair second to Iberico Lord was career best, second run back from Windop. He's gone up £6 from that, but he's only 6 and he's had a Windop. He could improve much more. That was on heavy ground, but it's more battle third to Benson and Colonel Mustard on good to soft ground. Sort of suggests that won't be an issue. And regardless of which one of them runs and doesn't run, my each way play is going to be last year's winner, Favois. Only has 1 entry at this year's festival. The second to Gin Coco at Ascot has been the only bright spot in a fairly dismal season for what we'll call Langadang reasons. He's only £2 higher than for winning this last year. And I think we all know what's been going on this season. The girl that rode it in the Betfair said she thought it was a joke when they first told her she was riding it. I wonder why they put someone so inexperienced on it in the Betfair, and it's here off £2 higher than last year. So Favois at 20 to 1 would be my each way player.
Fantastic, I love it. Some nice shouts for the county hurdle there then. Right, last few races, boys. We're not far off now. We're going to move on to the Albert Bartlett. This is a mega tasty race, I'm not going to lie. Reading Tommy Wrong's currently in favourite at 6 to 1. Dancing City, the DRF winner, 8 to 1. Gidley Park probably likely to run here, 8 to 1. High Class Hero, 8 to 1. Captain Teague and Shannabal, Lecky Watson, Johnny Who, and bigger the rest. Joe, we'll come to you, my friend. You obviously spoke about Johnny Who previously. Are you on him? Are you fancying him? What are you thinking?
With the going like soft at the minute, mate, I just think he's the one in the field who sort of as a question mark still, over him for me anyway. After his Newbury fourth in the Challow, in behind Captain Teague. Now I know Captain Teague idled in front, sort of done nothing, but he was always doing enough. If you watch John Joe O'Neill's ride on Johnny Who again, he didn't go for the whip. I think it was after the last, it was after the last. He gave him a few slaps on the shoulder, and then after the last, he really gave him a whip in behind. He was only beaten 2 lengths, and he absolutely rattled home. Then they sent him to Cheltenham. Now, obviously, I know it's sort of a bonus that he's got, he's ran over the course. And he was only 6 lengths behind Gidley Park, and it was on good to soft. But I think up to 3 mile is what he wants, and I think it is soft ground what he wants. So for me, I would play Johnny Who because I think 16-1 is a big price. However, I would hold off and see what the weather is like on the day, because I think if it is soft or worse, I think he's got a huge chance, to be honest. And if not, the one in there I'd probably go for is, to be honest, mate, I don't think it's a massively, I wouldn't say talented field because that's the wrong word, but, Captain Teague, I don't really like the horse, to be honest. I know he won a Challow, but I don't think he's, hugely impressive. Gidley Park, I might get a bit of stick for this, but I don't think he's, a top level horse, to be honest. I just think, reading Tommy wrong, to be fair, probably has the best form going into this. Beating Ella Antique and beating Lecky Watson. I know Lecky Watson stayed on well that day. He might be one at 12-1, but for me, if it's soft ground or heavy, I probably would go Johnny Who with 16s.
Fair play. I'm going to swing round to Saul and Craig and give you your opinion on the Albert Bartlett. It's a very open race, and there's some nice looking horses in here for me.
Well, I've got a couple written down. I've got Now Is the Hour. I don't know if it's running here for Gavin Cromwell.
Say the name again, sir?
Now Is the Hour. I don't know if it's running in this race.
Might supplement it, we said, yeah.
It won at Haydock very impressively last time. And also I've got High Class Hero. I think 3 mile Cheltenham will shoot him right down to the ground. I think he'll come into straight travelling, and then hopefully Paul will just kick on. Is it Paul that's riding him? I don't actually know. I think High Class Hero.
That's the question, I suppose. Will Paul ride him? Potentially.
8.91. I think High Class Heroes a good each wee bit in this race.
I like that. Saul, what about you?
Yeah, as you said, I think it's very, very competitive this year. Give plenty of horses a chance, to be honest with you. I'll probably side with Gidley Park, just purely because he hasn't ran over the trip, and I think he's absolutely gagging for it. I think he'll improve again for the trip. Jumps well. He can kick 1 or 2 out the ground, but it doesn't seem to hinder him. When he meets him on a nice stride, he jumps real well. I can see him being up in the van, but I hate this race for some reason. Just never seem to have any luck in it. It can throw up a few shocks, can't it? So I think anyone listening, whatever I say, do the opposite. But yeah, Gidley Park each way. I give him a shout. I just want to give a little mention to Reading Tommy Wrong as well. I think he's a proper horse. He's very lazy. But the only reason I haven't gone for him is I think he just jumps so slow. Don't know whether it's laziness or what, but love it if they put a pair of cheap pieces on it or something. But obviously they won't when he's been winning. But yeah, he could just be the one with too much class. But I think I'll chance Gidley Park.
Love it. George, I'll come to you, mate. Who are you siding with?
Well, you got the right scarf on because I fancy Shanna Bob for this. Grade 2 course and distance win back in December has worked out well. The 3rd, Mood d'Orange, and the 4th, Kerry Hill, have won since. And almost all the other runners have placed, including a couple of them placed behind Kerry Hill when he won. He's undefeated in 3 starts, and his course and distance experience is going to stand to him here. He's won a few confirmed stares in the trip. But again, Nicky's form may be a concern. So if they're all getting absolutely smashed at this time of the week, I would switch my main play to Largy Hill. He's got an RPR of 145. It doesn't put him that far behind most of the horses higher in the betting. He's already a winner at the trip. Made his hurdles debut in the same race as Dancing City. Largy Hill finished 2nd and had Dancing City 12 lengths behind. Stellar Story won that race and has since been placed in 2 Grade 2s and 4th in the Leopardstown Grade 1. The 4th that day was Lucky Lyrene, who's won since. He then won a 3-mile main hurdle next time out, where he beat subsequent winner Glenn Kiln, who was 4th. The 3rd, Kinturk Kalanisi, was 2nd on his next start. His 3rd Grade 3 win on his last start was just another huge step forward, and I think he's massively underrated at 20-1.
Fantastic. I mean, I'm in agreement with you there. I think I put Shanna Bob up at a big price early in our series. I think, it's not. I mean, he was supposed to run at that race in Doncaster. He didn't run for whatever reason. So maybe the only sort of negative I could have is only had 2 runs, and maybe the inexperience might find him out. But I think he's a proper stayer. I think the race will suit him. I think they'll fall into his lap. If he's anywhere near turning in, I think he's got a great chance of being the one that stays on the best. I was on Dancing City at the DRF. I thought I was really impressed with him. In his team performance. I think the 3 mile at Cheltenham, I think will suit him down to the ground. So I'm all aboard the Donnelly colours in this race. To be honest, I'll stick with those 2, backing them each way, and hopefully they can give Reen Tomerong something to think about. Fantastic, love it. What's this? Anti-post angles. Liam's jumped on. Good evening. He put yes, George. I'm assuming he's on board with you. So thanks for that. Cheers for tuning in. Moving on then. Big one. The big one then, lads, the Gold Cup.
You're not coming to us, or are you just...
Oh, sorry, mate. I assume you were on the same as me. What do you want, Rich? Sorry, mate. I keep going back and forth and I just get mixed up. I forget who's not been.
Shanna Bob, I don't think he's got the experience. 75% of winners have had 3 hurdles runs.
Okay.
What's he had? 2?
Yep.
The 2 I like are Lucky Watson and Stellar Story for the Irish. Lucky Watson finished 4th in the bumper last year at 80-1. Finished behind Slade Steele. Stellar Story was 3rd in that race. Finished 3rd in the Lords of Nace. Steps up in trip. I'm not sure if he's running here, so it'd be no run no bet for me. But I think he's about 12-1.
Story goes in the boys' race, doesn't he?
Sorry.
Stellar Story goes in the boys' race, I think, doesn't he?
Oh, I've no idea. But he's 33s. No run no bet.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're the 2 I'd play on this. You want something, 75% of winners were 11-1 or bigger. So you want something at a price, ideally.
Yeah, fair enough. Like I say, I think there's some big prices to be had in this race. So fingers crossed one of you gets the winner. Or hopefully it's me. I've got a couple of comments here. The good, the bad, and horse racing has put Ginger Ninja is the boy. I'm assuming that's aimed at you, Joe.
Yes.
Good evening, Louis, mate. Thanks for tuning in. We're not far off now. It's been a slog so far, but we're not far off now, the end. But yes, thanks for tuning in. Right then, lads, the big one, the Gold Cup, before we finish on the last couple of races. Galopin Deschamps, obviously a very hot favourite. You got Fast or Slow, Shishkin, Jericho on Brayman's Game, La Home Press, etc., etc. George, will come to you first, mate. Is it going to be tough to see Galopin Deschamps turned over?
Yeah, no, Galopin Deschamps wins this. He's beaten most of his rivals already. It's impossible really to see a scenario he won't win. I've heard people try and throw stones in, but he wins. Simple as that. If you've got a lot of money to put on him at 5-4, go for it. It's not quite my sort of bet. He might go in the muggy hackers. But my main play on this is going to be Brave Man's Game each way. He finished 2nd on all his starts this year. Look, it's reasonable to think he wasn't fit on debut. And the second run, the Betfair Chase should never have happened. A, it came too soon. B, the ground was just awful.
Are we saying Hitman, Brave Man's Game double, George? Each way? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, it's looking that way, isn't it? Horses that can't breathe. He recorded an RPR of 172 in the King George, and I think he was massively inconvenienced by Shishkin that day. I think I'm one of the few people who think he'd have beat Shishkin that day if he'd stood up, or certainly if you just took Shishkin out of it, he'd have won. But he just massively got in his way there. I can't justify him being twice the price of Shishkin because I think he'd have beaten him that day. It shouldn't be forgotten he was good enough to finish 2nd this last year, and he'll have been trained to the minute by Paul Nicholls. 16-1's an insult.
Yeah, Rich.
I'll jump in because I think Brave Man's Game is overpriced at 16s, and he's the each way shot for me. I think he just finishes second again. So even without the favourite market, without galloping market, potentially Bateman's game for me.
Straight forecast.
Wow. I mean, if you think Braveman's game's overpriced, surely Gentleman game's overpriced. I mean, he beat him and he's 25-1. Surely he's got a chance. I mean, we had Darragh O'Keefe on. He said that he's flying it home. He must have a chance, surely.
Braveman's game, if he did not miss the last and was fully fit, he'd have smashed it.
He wasn't fit.
Well, Joe, obviously, in my opinion on the race is Galloping Deschamps wins. If he's anywhere in any sort of form of his last 2 runs, it'd be very, very hard to beat. I'd love to see Shishkin run well, but again, I think he'll just be staying on late on not maybe picking anything up. I think the home prep's not been the best. Obviously, got beat last time. Jericho on my cart of him, fast or slow. Although he's probably the best jumper in the race, I'm not sure he's the best horse and the best stayer. So I think Galloping Deschamps for me, I think 5-4 is a decentish price. I thought it'd be odds on, but he seems to have gone a little bit out in the market, but I'll happily stick with Galloping Deschamps and stick him in the Mugiak if we want. Joe, are you on the same page?
No, mate, I'm going for Nassalam. I know Jack will love Nassalam be running in here, but no, to be honest, mate, like you said there, to be honest, I'm surprised Galloping Deschamps isn't shorter. He's the way he won the last day was just, he just, at the start of the season, it was a bit frustrating with him. He looked like he lost his mojo a bit. He wasn't popping the fences. He didn't travel with a bit. He was sort of getting nudged along all the way throughout. And, his last 2 runs have just been brilliant. Put Faster Slow in his place last time out. Done it easily. For me, I know Nicky's horse aren't running great, but I know Louis said it in the comments I've just seen there. I prefer Shishkin over Braveman's game. I think that would be my 1-2 of Galloping Deschamps first and Shishkin in second. I think that unseat in the King George was a very good run, a very good comeback run, considering he hadn't ran since Aintree in April. He obviously beat Hitman on heavy ground by 4 1/4 lengths, and I thought he'd done that comfortably, giving £6 away.
Was you not worried at one point though when Hitman was travelling like a dream?
Not really. Shishkin's always been a stayer, hasn't he? I mean, look at the Energamine race. He was off the bit, wasn't he? He traded pretty big in running, and then he just kept on. And I think, the 3 mile one up this hill, 3 mile 2.5, he won over 3 mile one at Aintree in the April. This horse is a real stayer, and I just feel like he will be the one staying on at the end. And like I say, if he improves from his last run, and he looked like he improved from his Gold Cup, the King George run, I think he'll be right bang here for the Gold Cup, but I do think Galloping Deschamps will beat him.
I know you've just called him Shishgan, but he's definitely Shishkan. Do you mind if I just add a little bit about Nassalam, actually, now that we're on it? In fairness, if it comes up soft there, this horse has turned inside out. He really, really has. I Gary mentioned a little bit about it on a podcast the other day, but his performance in the Welsh National was otherworldly. He's much better now. Much, much better. Like, I've never seen anything like it. And he's 3 from 3 in blinkers. If you take out last season where he was never right, he's been the first 2 every single start other than carrying top weight in the Fred Winter and on seasonal reappearance this year when he tried national fences the first time. He is a very, very good horse, and his work right now is on a different planet to what he was doing before the Welsh National. If it came up soft or worse, this horse can run into a place in the Gold Cup.
If it comes up soft or worse, you'll get a text off me in the morning, blinkers ?
He'll have blinkers on for sure. Again, it's just a real shame Taylor won't be able to ride him. It's absolutely gutting for him. And obviously the first week that Keelan was injured, Patrick Wadge went and rode 6 winners in about 4 days or something. He was actually level in the conditional title up till then. But he'll be back literally the week after the Cheltenham Festival. But this horse will run a race. He really, as long as it's soft or worse, this horse will run a race in the Gold Cup.
There's the TriCast. Galloping, Braveman's game, Nassalam.
That's a tasty.
When Brainman's game comes out the back of the telly, we won't be laughing. Saul and Craig, your thoughts on the Gold Cup before we do the last couple of races?
Yeah, I've been going around in circles with this, to be honest, for a few days. I keep changing my mind. Gallopin's obviously the best horse, and I think, obviously, people saying why has he been beaten a couple of times since they've ridden him more aggressively, now that they know he stays, and that's definitely the way to ride him. He's the most likely winner, but I'm just one of them. I haven't backed him the last couple of times, so from a punting perspective, I can't see myself going and backing him now 5-4 in the Gold Cup. So I'll probably just back fast or slow and each way better than nothing. Can't see him. I imagine you get 4 places on the day, which is the Gold Cup. Can't see him being at the first port. Each way better than nothing. And just chance that he might improve and close the gap. But I think Gallopin will win. But from a punting perspective, fast or slow, each way better than nothing for me.
What about Craig?
I'm going to go for Long Press here.
Oh my lord!
If he can smooth his jumping up, I know it will get tested by Gallopin, and probably Brave Man's Game will be up there as well. But if he can smooth his jumping up, then I can't see him being out the first 3.
Did you fancy Shiskin, Joe?
Yeah, mate. Yeah. I think
he's one of them, and he could. That's another reason that would probably stop me having a bet on Gallopin. Just purely, he could do anything. I feel like I'm not having this thing that he's gone slow. He travelled everywhere in a Supreme not that long ago, and he's just a proper monkey in my opinion. But he could literally do anything. I think that would probably what stopped me as well, having a bet on Gallopin.
100%. When you look at the Ryanair last year,
he could win.
When you look at the Ryanair last year, remember was it the 3 out? He absolutely hammered, and he looked out the race, and he was only beaten 2 lengths in the end.
Yeah, he's just proper awkward. I can't see it myself, but I wouldn't fall on the floor if he went and won. Do you know what I mean? He's definitely got the ability. I just think he's a bit of a monkey.
Yeah, 100%. But like you say, you don't know who's going to turn up. Is it the monkey who's going to hit every fence, or is it the Shishkin who's going to wing every fence and be bang there?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah,
or not jump off.
Yeah.
Fair. I don't think that if he makes any sort of errors early on, I think that's his race done. But we shall see. If he's anywhere near turning in, he's going to stay all the way to the line. So he's definitely got a chance. Right, lads, we're going to move on to the last couple of races. We'll fly through these. The Hunter Chase is the next one. I've not really got a massive opinion. I know it's on the line, has been purchased by JP, so he obviously thinks he's going to go well. Premium Magic won it last year. I'll probably back him each way and let him see if we go back to back. But Rich, got a thought on the Hunter's Chase?
Not massively. There's one that I think will just be nostalgia, really. If Sam Crow turns up in this, I think he'd be a nice winner. I mean, he won the Turners in 2020 and Ballymore in 2018, so he likes the course, but I think he's
running well in the old point to points, hasn't he? I think he's 1 point.
Yeah, I think he has. I just think he'd be a nice winner if he does turn up, but not a strong opinion.
Well, I'll definitely have a couple. I'll probably about £1.50 each way on him, to be honest. But Joe, Hunter Chase, any strong opinion?
No, mate, not a strong race really. Like you say, the horse has been purchased by JP. He must think he's going to go well. But ever since Wing Leader got pipped by Billaway, I've sworn to never look at this race again. I was in a pub Friday. I think I had lost. Vauban won the Triumph, and then who was it? Who won? Galloping Champ won the gold.
State Man won as well that day. Is that the same day?
Yeah. And it was going very well. And then I thought I had the winner. I thought, brilliant, going out tonight. And then Billaway come in, done him, and all he had in the pub was a Billaway. Every man and his dog around the back had lost all week and just put it on Billaway because he was a favourite. So no,
I think I backed Billaway that race. Actually,
I'm not looking at this race again. Skip.
Fair enough, George. You got a Hunter Chase, fancy it?
Yeah, I have. Look, this race to me was the Gold Cup growing up. Like, I come from a pointing family. Like, this race has to stay at the Cheltenham Festival. This is what amateurs dream of. This is the gold standard. Like, we call it the Amateur Gold Cup. I think It's on the Line just wins this. He was second in it last year. Obviously, he got beat by Premier Magic, who reopposes here. Premier Magic was 10-year-old last year, obviously now 11. It's on the Line was second in this as a 6-year-old. And I think just that in and of itself is going to be enough to see him get past Premier Magic. He's since beaten Vosley, Fernslock, and Billaway. He'll go and win this now. The one I give each way is certainly a non-runner, no bet, because they kept talking like he wasn't going to run here, and he's still in it. Is Secret Investor. He beat Vosley at Stratford. Fell at the first in this last year, but he's unbeaten in his 3 hunter chases since at Ludlow, Stratford, and Fakenham. In fact, he's unbeaten in the 5 hunter chases he's completed. And there's no way a horse rated 140 should be 33 to 1 here. So I back him like each way, non-runner, no bet. That would be my take on it.
I love that. Well, you know best when it comes to these sort of races, so I'm going to change what I said and follow you in. I think that's it. And JP obviously knows what's going to happen, so why not follow him in there as well? Saul, Craig, you got a thought on this race? So we move on to the last 2.
Yeah, look, if you're into sexy horses, Fernslock will jump and travel. He'll be hard on the bridle turning in. But I do think it's on the line. We'll come and get him up the hill. But I think it could be a very exciting race, to be honest with you. I think a lot of people just sort of ignore this. But as George said, it's a great race. Has to stay at the festival. Fantastic race. I love it, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think the way it'll play out is Fernslock will be hard on it coming to 2 out. And I think it's on the line. We'll come and get him. But I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't. But yeah, that's my play. I'll have a bet on it on the line. I think he's a nice favourite. Decent price of 5 to 2 as well.
Yeah, it's on the line to get us all out the stun when it comes to it on the Friday afternoon. Craig, you on the same thing or something else?
No, really a strong fancy in this. Maybe a couple of quid each way in Quinton's man. Not beaten too far at Haydock the last time. No, really a big play in this for me. Probably just a bit of a watching race, but a couple of quid each way in Quinton's man at 20 to 1 will do for me.
Fantastic. Right, boys, the last 2 races of the week. And we've just ticked over the 4-hour mark, so it's been an absolute beauty of an evening. So we'll crack on with the last 2. The Mare's Chase. Craig's had enough. George's had enough, by the looks of it. The Mare's Chase and Dino Blue, 10 to 11 on, Allegory Devassi, Limerick Lace, Bride's Hill, and 22 on Bigger the Rest. Rich, Dino Blue, I'm more than happy to take her on me personally. Are you with her or against her?
No, I think she's the classiest horse in this race. I think she's rated 159. Second to Muscan, the Grand Annual last season. But I mean, she finished behind El Fabiolo, beating Gentle to Me, Captain Guinness. I just think she brings the best form. Like I say, she's got to be proven at the trip, but yeah, I think she'll be okay. I can't have Allegory Devassi. I just think she's very inconsistent. I backed her in it last year. She jumped the last in front. I thought she was going to go on and win, but she just didn't find anything. Yeah, Dino Blue for me.
Fair enough. I mean, I am going to chance Allegory Devassi. I think the form of the race last year, a couple of lengths behind Impervious, is some of the best form in here of me personally. Come back this season, beat In-State or On-Stee, a couple of lengths, then kind of bombed out at Fairyhouse, but then reverse that form of Rivia to Telegan at Nace. I just think you don't know what sort of the mares are all a bit up and down. It's a tight race. I think she could be one that improves and maybe comes back to a decent bit of form. So I'm going to chance, as I did last year, Allegory Devassi. I'm going to stick with her again this year. Joe, which way are you going?
I'm torn, to be fair, mate, but I'm going to have to go Dino Blue, to be honest. No value at all. I don't think I will be having a bet in the race, to be honest, at the current prices. Bride's Hill's improving, but I just can't have her against, the likes of Allegory Devassi, who has the form last season with Impervious and Dino Blue. Obviously, JP won it last year. He's sending Dino Blue a European trip. I don't think she'll have any trouble getting this trip, to be honest. But a shade of odds on, I wouldn't be backing, but I think she's probably the most likely winner in the field, to be honest.
Fantastic. George, Mare's Chase?
I wouldn't have any interest in backing the first 3 or 4, really. Like you say, Dino Blue at evens, you want to know she stays. Allegory Devassi failed to get the job done here before from jumping right. the one that represents a bit of value for me is Riviere de Tail. Like, she was running well when coming down in this 3-out last year. Obviously, she's closely matched with Allegory Devassi on a 4-length, second to her at Naas, 2 starts back, receiving £2 from her. She gets £3 here. She also beat her by 33 lengths over 2 mile 5 at Ferry House back in January. She's probably not up to win this if Dino Blue stays the trip and Allegory Devassi manages to jump straight enough to give herself a chance. But the price disparity is just too much, and I'd rather back her to place at this price than them to win at theirs. So I'd probably back her place only in this.
I love that. And Craig and Saul, Mayor's Chase, come on. And then we're on for the last race.
I'm going to have a punt here on Limerick Lace. She's quite consistent. I don't think she's been out the first 3 in the last 7 or 8 runs. And Gavin Cromwell's obviously in terrific form just now. So I'm going to go for another JP McManus winner at the Cheltenham Festival.
Love it, Craig. Sorry, Saul.
Yeah, Dino Blue just wins. Simple as that, to be honest with you. I'm convinced she'll stay. I don't think that's going to be a problem at all. I'm pretty sure I'll back her. If she goes any shorter, I won't think even money's fair enough. Double your bubble. But for anyone wanting a massive price, honestly, he's got bits of form that could see her run into a place. She's beat Allegory Devassi. She wasn't far off Impervious. She throws in a few stinkers, mind, but she is 40 to 1. So anyone who wants to back a big price for hopefully run into a place, she could. But yeah, for win purposes, it's Dino Blue for me, and I'm pretty strong on it.
Fantastic. Right, lads. Well, we have made it to the final race of the Cheltenham Festival. It is the Martin Pipe Handicap Hurdle, 2 mile 4 furlong, 5:30 on the Friday. At this point, you're either well up or you're chasing, but hopefully not chasing. You've got Queen de Bourbon, or Queen de Bourbon, how you going to pronounce that. Simaji stays in here as well. Second favourite, No Ordinary Joe, Lizardgar Fortune, Waterford Whispers, 14 to 1 bigger than the rest. George, I'm going to let you kick us off in this race. If you can, finish us off. Where are you going for the Martin Pipe, and what's the horse that's going to save us all from being down at the festival at the end of the week?
Well, I think the place I had to start with this was Lizardgar Fortune, because he was beaten a short head by Reading Tommy Wrong, who then won Lawless of Naas on his next start. Because he followed that by winning a maiden hurdle that punched down by 6.5 lengths, and Mercury back in third, who won by 22 lengths on his next start. He's already been placed over 2 mile 6 and 3 mile 1, so this trip should be fine. But 142 is a little high for a 10 to 1 shot for me. So I ended up landing on Lump Sum. He's won 3 of his 4 hurdle starts. Only found Jericho de Raconet too good by a length and 3/4, 2 starts back. Mark of 135 may underestimate his chance, especially if he improves the step up and trip. But he is in the county as well. He's 16 to 1. So I'd sort of, if Lump Sum turns up here, I'd take him. If he doesn't, I'd take Lizardgar Fortune. And of course, it's the last race of the meeting. I've got to close it out with a proper swing for the fences. And it's Into the Park. He took 3 attempts to get off the mark over hurdles. When he did, he won a main hurdle at Newbury in very impressive style. He was 8 lengths clear of subsequent winner Hidden History and 10 3/4 lengths clear of next time out winner Alnilam. On his next and most recent start, he made a mockery of a mark of 120. He won by 3 lengths from Inca de Lafayette, who went there off the back of beating Mr. Freedom, who won at Plumpton on Monday. But the most important bit of form from that standpoint is the 4th horse. Vicky Vale performs to 120 every single time she runs for Dan Skelton. He beat her 12.5 lengths off a mark of 120 and has only gone up £6. Like, I think that's serious. He's going to have to be lucky to get in off a mark of 126. But our horse 50 Ball did run in the race off the same mark last year off 126. On the face of it, he needs a lot to come out, but obviously most of these are entered in the county as well, so a lot of them will come out. If Into the Park gets in, I think it's a cracking each way bet at 40 to 1.
I mean, I'm just looking through there. I mean, he's come from a pretty. If you go back to his point-to-point form, he actually fell in a point-to-point that Jasmine DeVoe won, and Laggy Poet come second, and he were up there with those. And looking at this, Laggy Poet's won today, I think, at 1-7 on.
Yeah,
That's a pretty decent bumper there. So, sorry, point-to-point race. I think that's a decent shout, definitely. I'll have a quick mention on this. I'm with you there with Lisnagar Fortune. I think he's got a really good chance. Obviously, Lump Sum is a horse I really liked. I thought that he got a little bit took off his feet at the race against Jericho. Me and Rich went to Doncaster that day. Obviously, on good ground, it wouldn't have suited him 2 mile. Changed. Looked a lot better at Kempton on the soft ground last time. Bolted up against Fiercely Proud in 4th. The step up in trip here will be massive. Obviously, like I said, there is in the other race as well. But I think this one would suit him down to the ground. If he does go away, it'd be a massive one for me. And it's just obviously we spoke a lot about making headway. It's not looking like he's going to go away. He's not going to get in. I know there used to be a bonus for winning at the Imperial Cup and then coming at Cheltenham, but he's in there on Saturday. Hopefully, he runs well there and wins that, and then he goes to a different handicap down the road. But yeah, it lumps on for me. If he comes here, it'd be a massive one for me. I think he's got a great chance, especially if it's soft ground or worse. Craig and Saul, I'll come to you guys, and you can give us your final thoughts on the Mountain Pipe.
I'm going to go for Gordon Elliott's Mel Monroe. I think it's about 33 or 40 to 1. Finished second behind Encanto Bruno at Cheltenham. So it's got good course form. Hopefully the last race will be a nice price for each way purposes. Hopefully we'll get maybe 5 or 6 places for this as well. So Mel Monroe for me.
Fantastic. And Saul, your final selection of the Cheltenham Festival 2024.
Yeah, the way I normally play this race, punting, is you need a stayer big time. I think if you look through past winners, Rocco, for example, 3 Mile Chaser. If you go back down through the years, that's the general theme. So I'll be looking into that sort of horse. This Cater Bourbon of Mullins has been talked up like a good thing, hasn't it? But I'm not going to give a 4-1 favourite that I don't know too much about. So I think Waterford Whispers, if he gets in, he's 50 on the list. He should do. He's 133. I'd like to think enough will come out for him to get a run. He ran at Leopardstown over 2.5 last time. He probably does 1-3 mile, but as I said, I think that's what you want in this race. He just sort of got slipped off the home bend by 1. He was staying all the way to the line. I think Cheltenham will rarely suit him. Jumps well. He's still very unexposed, and I think for a stonker each way, better finish the meeting. I think he'll be in the frame for sure. I might just win, but yeah, I'll keep an eye on that Key to Bourbon in the market. If there's strong money for that, I'll probably follow that in.
Fantastic, Rich. The Mountain Pipe. Who's the horse to save you?
Yeah, I like Waterford Whispers as well if he gets in. You know, he beat Attaboy Charlie, who I backed it on Christmas that won at 20-1, and I think they fancied him for the DRF, but he fell. Like Saul said, I think he just needs a trip. I think it's probably going to suit. And JP won it last year with Iroko, so yeah, I think he's a good shot. I think about 10-1, 10-12 to 1, something like that.
Fantastic. Right then, Joe, mate, we're 1 year on from the first ever video on the Final Flight podcast, and the Mountain Pipe, the last race of the year, the last race of the week. Sorry, I'm going to let you finish us off. Who wins the Mountain Pipe? Take it away, my friend. You muted. Shock.
Sorry, mate. Do you know what? I've gone for the same as Saul and Rich, Waterford Whispers. You know, Rich mentioned his form there, beating Attaboy Charlie. That's the one that really stands out. Obviously, JP won it last year. JP's going to have some Cheltenham Festival, in my opinion, anyway. Still looks, you know, like Saul said, when you look through his runs, especially the one, I watched the one at in December at Fairy House over 2 mile 3. He just started to get motoring and he hit the line very, very strong. Like I say, if, you know, this race, it's either a lump or a dump. You know, if you're massively up, you leave it alone, you go at the bar. And if you're not, you know, you've just got a lump and pray you've got the right one. But yeah, no, Waterford Whispers for me, I think, like I say, he's one of them, bit like sort of Rhino in a way. He's just going to sneak in and he'll be on a very, very handy mark, won't he? But fingers crossed, mate.
I was on course when he won at Fairy House, and he was the talk of the whole track. Because you just keep hearing the horse's name, overhearing it again and again and again.
People whispering his name. Is that what happened?
Literally, yeah.
Did he hit the line strong that day, George?
He did, yeah. And he's trained up by the Bromhead as well. So Waterford Whispers is no accident of a name. Like there's it was one that struck me. I just backed him because I kept hearing his name all day. And I think he's very talented. He's better than he showed last time out, I think.
Fantastic. Well, lads, that's brought us to the end. What can I say? 12 months in, and we've just finished our second Cheltenham Festival preview night. And to be honest, I've had an absolute blast of a time. I think it's been fantastic. George, you've been great as always. You've been fantastic every time you've come on. We appreciate you coming on and giving us your opinion. Have you enjoyed talking through Cheltenham with us tonight?
Oh, mate, I've absolutely loved it. It's been brilliant. And thank you to all the lads who are giving their opinions as well. It's been a really, really good preview. Best I've seen, anyway.
Legend, mate. We appreciate that. And it's all, like I say, it's always a pleasure to have you on. And hopefully we have you on plenty more times to come. Craig and Saul, obviously, two absolute characters. We're really good mates. We appreciate you coming on, helping us out and getting us in at the yard and all that. And I just hopefully you've enjoyed him coming on and chatting with us tonight. Have you?
God, lad. Yeah, it's been brilliant. Really enjoyed it. Just looked in the corner there, 4.25 hours. Feels like we've been chatting for 10 minutes. It's absolutely flown by. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Lovely to hear all your opinions as well, especially the ones that agree with me. But yeah, looking forward to next week now. Can't wait. I can't stop talking about it to everyone. And same in work, Can't wait to get down there. A few beers, loads of bets, and yeah, brilliant. Can't wait.
Where are you going to be watching it, Craig? Are you in the old sports club?
I'm actually going to have to be working, mate. I wish I could take the 4 days off, but I'll have my phone out and I'll be working while watching the racing, mate. So that's the plan.
Good man. Someone's got to keep the lights on, haven't they? So you keep working hard, mate, and we'll just get drunk all afternoon and send you a load of pictures.
Not jealous, Paul.
Don't be too jealous, no. Rich, we're going into another one.
We'll have to talk afterwards because I think you know a lot of the same people as me if you've been at Skelton's the past couple of years.
Yeah, do you work with Jason Nuttall?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking
what
about.
A man. Yeah, what a man.
Jason Nuttall and Katie Brooks.
Yeah, he's got twins on the way,
No.
Yeah, he's got twins on the way. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna message him some of
I think they're due the next couple of months. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's got twins on the way. I'm gonna message him some abuse.
I'll tell you some stories about me and Jason back in the day. Jesus.
Yeah, I'll hear them next week. We'll grab a beer with you down there. And, we'll
100%.
Well,
while you lot are meeting up at Cheltenham, me and Rich will have a quiet one in the local pub up north. But hopefully you all have a good time. Rich, it's going to be a great week. I'm looking forward to it. You last note.
Yeah. It's what we all dream about. The Cheltenham week is the best week in National Hunt racing. So bring on. Hopefully we've got a couple of winners in these 4 hours and it's not been wasted. So fingers crossed.
I'm sure it has. Joe, you're going down for your first ever Cheltenham Festival. So I can't imagine how excited you are. I've been a few times. I know a few of the lads have been a few times. I've no doubt you're going to have a very good time. Just make sure you've got plenty of money in your wallet, mate.
Plenty of that as well.
Plenty of beer in your stomach and plenty of money.
£9 a pint, Joe.
Yeah.
£9 against it too bad. You'll soon forget what the price is.
Oh, I can't wait, honestly, mate. Like I say, talk. It's always the build up, like the last few weeks, isn't it? When you start seeing the stable tours and the preview nights and jockeys are talking about it in the interviews and it's just a build up and now it's here. I can't wait to get down there, Chinese, and then come Tuesday, raw with a pint of Guinness in my hand. Come on.
Remember and have your bran flakes for breakfast.
I'll try and catch them.
You'll be having plenty of that. But yeah, anyway, it's been a fantastic evening, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. We've had nearly 700 viewers pretty much the whole way through, which is pretty insane numbers. So thank you to everyone who's tuned in and watched tonight. Like I say, like and subscribe to the channel. Follow us all on Twitter and things like that. But yeah, thanks for supporting us and watching the show. And here's to another 12 months, and fingers crossed we'll have plenty of winners. But yeah, that'll do us, lads. We'll see you all next time, and have a fantastic Cheltenham Festival. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, lads.
All the best.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Cheers.
Bedtime.